Hi everyone, I welcome you all to the live session on Salesforce full course by Intellipaat. This session is conducted by multiple experts who will be teaching you everything about Salesforce from basic to advanced level. Before we begin the session, make sure to hit the subscribe button and also like our videos so that it will motivate us to come up with more such interesting live sessions in future as well. On saying that, let's see the agenda of the day. Firstly, we will begin with Introduction to Salesforce and Cloud Computing. After that, we will learn about Salesforce Architecture and use cases in Salesforce. After that, we will learn about Salesforce CRM and also we will tell you the difference between traditional CRM and Salesforce CRM. Post that, we will show you how to create a Salesforce developer account through a hands-on demo. After that, we will learn few basic topics of Salesforce like views, objects, data types, data models, custom objects, related list, and lot more interesting topics of Salesforce. Once we finish with that, we will be seeing working with Salesforce data and how to do that. Then after that, we will tell you how to become a Salesforce developer, what are the skills required, salary and career prospects of a Salesforce developer. Then finally, we have covered Salesforce interview questions and answers. So, this is the agenda of the video. Without any further delay, let's get started.
What is Salesforce? Salesforce is a cloud-based software company which provides software solutions and platform to users and developers. Basically, Salesforce is a centralized place where you can track everything you need. This is mainly because it runs on the cloud, which can be accessed from anywhere you want. All you really need is an active internet connection. So you actually know, because you're a sales manager, that tracking your information in various different places and finding your way through spreadsheets, PDFs and emails can actually take you a really long time. And here is where Salesforce will help you. So before we get deeper into Salesforce, let's talk about cloud computing first. So what is cloud computing? Cloud computing is often referred to as the cloud. In simpler terms, it means storing or accessing your data and programs over the internet rather than in your own hard drive. Basically, instead of saving your documents and other things on your device, you can directly go ahead and upload it onto the cloud to make it accessible from any place with just an internet connection. I hope you understand what cloud computing is. But to learn more about cloud computing and Salesforce, let's get a little more deeper into cloud computing. So the services which are offered by cloud are software as a service or SaaS, platform as a service or PaaS, infrastructure as a service or IaaS. We'll talk about each one of these in detail, but first of all I want to tell you is that SaaS and PaaS are the only two services which are supported by Salesforce. So basically, Salesforce only works upon SaaS, that is software as a service, and platform as a service, that is PaaS. So let's talk about the both of these in detail. First of all, we have SaaS. So in simpler terms, SaaS is a platform which is basically managed by a vendor. You just need to consume the services which are provided to you by the vendor. SaaS is used by actually the end users like you. Alright, so SaaS or software as a service is a way of delivering applications over the internet but as a service. So instead of installing and maintaining software, you can simply access it via the internet, which actually frees yourself from complex software and hardware management. Let me explain this to you by an example. So let's talk about Gmail first, where you exchange emails. Did you ever think about what is actually happening in the backend? Like, how do emails get sent or how we receive them? Well, if you have, does it matter how it works? No, right? Because everything that happens in the backend or anywhere on the website is taken care of by the Gmail developer team. You just need to write emails, send them and manage them. That's it. So basically here, your only concern is to consume the services which are provided to you by Gmail or the Gmail developer team. You don't care what happens in the backend. Since you are using the services provided by Gmail to you and you don't care about how the platform works, what is happening in the background, Gmail is actually a perfect example of software as a service. I hope SaaS, that is software as a service, is clear to you. But let's look at another example, which is Facebook. So on Facebook, you're sending messages, uploading images and doing whatnot. You are a user of Facebook and you don't care what is actually happening in the backend of Facebook, right? So that is software as a service or SaaS. So let's look how Salesforce is using SaaS or software as a service. Okay. So Salesforce majorly uses SaaS or software as a service as a CRM. So what is CRM? We'll talk about that in a bit. But Salesforce CRM actually revolutionized the IT industry by introducing companies with a cloud-based CRM which is very easy to use. So that is how SaaS is used in Salesforce. Now let's talk about platform as a service. So platform as a service is actually a proven model for running application without the hassle of maintaining on-premises hardware and software infrastructure at your company. That is said, PaaS is a platform provided by the vendor to you to build, compile and run a program or many program or applications and software. Users just need to manage data and application resources. PaaS is used by developers. So the provider takes care of all the underlying part of the infrastructure. So the server is taken care of by the vendor and the virtual machine is also taken care of. You are given predefined tools and you can use them to build your own application. Let me explain that to you by an example. So talking about Azure, okay, Azure is used for building, testing, deploying and managing applications and services through Microsoft managed data centers. So basically the user of Azure should look after the implementation of the developed application to decide whether to scale it up or down depending on the traffic that the application receives. But a user of Azure doesn't need to worry about the infrastructure of servers, storages, networking and middleware development tools like business intelligence services, database management systems, etc. So a complete platform is provided in PaaS in which the client can host their own applications without the need to worry about the maintenance of the servers and its operating system. The same is with GitHub. You upload your own applications on GitHub, right? So with that, let's talk about how Salesforce uses PaaS. So Salesforce uses PaaS as Salesforce platform. With this amazing tool of Salesforce, you can actually develop apps in just a few clicks. So Salesforce is actually providing you a platform to build application, right? And you can digitalize any business process and then integrate and connect it to anything. It is basically used to develop apps that engage employees to extend your sales and service capabilities. Another product of Salesforce with using PaaS is MuleSoft Anypoint Platform. MuleSoft Anypoint Platform is used to move a lot faster on the e-commerce storefront and it focuses your attention on building a great customer experience. Again, you can design, implement, integrate and deploy APIs very quickly and efficiently. Okay, with that done, let's see the differences that there are in PaaS and SaaS. Okay, so let's talk about what a server looks like when you are hosting it yourself. So first of all, their applications, data, runtime, middleware, operating system, visualization, servers, storage, and networking. All of these need to be managed by you. And if there's any update, you have to manually update it. For any maintenance, you have to do it yourself. But talking about PaaS, in PaaS, which is an app-based service, only applications and data are managed by you. All the other components such as runtime, middleware, operating system, visualization, servers, storage, and networking, all of these are managed by your vendor. So you don't need to worry about the maintenance, update, infrastructure or anything. Only the applications and the data part is something that you need to work on. Next, we'll talk about SaaS, in which all the components are managed by your cloud service provider, like Gmail. So you just need to use the services which are provided to you by that particular cloud provider. I hope the difference between PaaS and SaaS is clear to you. Well, don't you think it's too much cloud computing? Let's now shift back to Salesforce. So why Salesforce is the question. Why do you think Salesforce is important? So let's see how. So let's talk about the traditional system for building an app. Okay. So if an idea came into some developer's account, that idea to get implemented needs to take the following steps. You need to buy and set up the hardware. Then You need to install a particular software. You also need to define user access. Then analytics need to be set up. Then if you want your app to be secure, security needed to be done. Then you need to make your app mobile and social. Only then your app would be built. But after that also you need to deploy your app. So this whole process of building an app or an application used to take around an year or less than an year. But that is a huge process, very long process. How Salesforce shortened it is in this way. If an idea came up in a developer's mind, they can directly head over to Salesforce and they can build an app, because Salesforce is a full package of all the infrastructural parts. You just need to go there and build the app with a few clicks, drag and drop options. Also, there are Apex class options. You do that. After that, your app would be deployed on Salesforce. It's that simple. And this particular process would take you less than 2 or 3 months. It is that simple, or even a few weeks. And if the application is small, it could be made in a few days as well. So this is why Salesforce is very good as a PaaS company. So you're actually making your own application on the platform given to you by Salesforce, right? Now let's talk about why else do we need Salesforce. So I told you it's very quick, right? So the traditional CRM software used to take a very long time to deploy. But you saw how Salesforce application could be built in just a jiffy. We'll be building an application in Salesforce towards the end of this video. You'll see how quickly we can build an application. Also, it is very easy to make. So Salesforce actually wins in the easy to use category. You can spend more time putting it to use and less time figuring it out. Also, it is very effective because it is very easy to use and it can be customized to meet business needs. Customers find Salesforce very effective, right? So let's talk about the Salesforce architecture. Like, if so much happens in Salesforce, then we need to learn how that happens in the backend, right? We should at least know what is happening in the backend. How is the Salesforce architecture so robust? So for that, let's talk about Salesforce architecture. So the core architecture of Salesforce has 3 components towards it. The first one is the multi-tenant architecture. Second one is the metadata architecture. And thirdly, APIs. We'll talk about each one of these. Let's talk about multi-tenant architecture. So from the image, you can see that a particular application of software is divided amongst 3 clients. So what that actually does is it cuts down the developer's time and it is very economical for the clients as well. So basically, if you're a developer, you are creating an application or a software for several clients at a time. You're uploading it onto the Salesforce platform and then you're distributing it to several clients at a single point of time, right? So all the data is stored in a single database, right? It is very easy for you to access it. It is again very economical because you're creating it only once and you're segregating it or you're distributing it among many clients at once. So it's very economical for your clients. Also, a single instance of a software server is distributed with multiple tenants, right? Also, a provider can update a single application and the changes will be made in other applications as well. So the maintenance is very easy and it can be updated very quickly as well, right? Because Salesforce has a multi-tenant architecture, it follows multi-tenancy. Many people choose Salesforce only for this reason. Next, we have metadata. In metadata, Salesforce allows this concept of metadata architecture. Basically means data above data. And since all the data is stored in a common database, metadata points to one particular client's database. So what does that mean? So first of all, developers need to concentrate only on building an application. Also, the functionalities of an application are defined as metadata in a database. And this actually increases the productivity of the developer. Okay, so let's consider 3 clients that are A, B and C, which are sharing a single database. So each client has an access to their own metadata from the shared data. So each client will have a separate metadata. This will ensure that you don't get into metadata from the shared data or someone else's data. This also will increase the security of the shared database. Developers just need to create the application and deliver the application to the respective client metadata. So basically, the issue of data security and data integrity gets sorted with this particular architecture. Since all the data is stored on different levels, that is data above data. So this is metadata architecture. But if we talk about APIs, Salesforce provides powerful source of APIs. These APIs help in the development and customization of Salesforce mobile application. Their purpose is to let you manipulate your Salesforce data, whereas other APIs let you do things like customize page layouts or build custom development tools. Putting it simply, API is a way for a client to be able to interact with the server and exchange the data. APIs are very simple. Typical issues of APIs include creating, reading, updating, and deleting of data on a server, or in case of Salesforce, object and record you have on Sales Cloud. Salesforce takes API first approach to build features on Salesforce platform. So this is the whole architecture which Salesforce follows, and it is actually a very robust architecture. Now let's talk about how Salesforce started off. But before that, we look at the use cases which are available in Salesforce. So as a community forum for interactions among employees, partners, and customers. So basically, the app is set up as a forum for your customers, your partners, and the employees to collaborate, chat, share information, your documents, and pictures. It actually helps foster greater engagement with your company and its brand. The focus is on the seamless exchange of knowledge, ideas, and clarification, that is question and answers. It can be monitored and facilitated by a formal community manager, which is appointed by your organization to drive the right message across the various communication channels that are available to your employees, partners, and customers. Also, as an alternative to applications on the Salesforce.com platform, that is to automate key business process directly in Salesforce communities. The app is a comprehensive automation solution for your entire business process. For example, it is possible to enable partner relationship management processes like partner onboarding, lead distribution or management, market development funds, and so on. Depending on the complexity and uniqueness of the process being automated, there are app exchange processes, such as Salesforce Labs as well as third-party apps. And these can be integrated to enhance and enrich the overall solution. Another use case of Salesforce will include to automate business processes supported on the back end of solutions on the Force.com platform. The app is a web portal to engage your customers and partners for specific business processes that are enabled partially on the app and partially in the backend. That is on the Force.com platform. With self-service, a primary driver, the user interface can have a custom look and feel that is unique to your brand. Also, it enables you to expose only a subset of the Salesforce objects that are relevant to the respective business processes which are being automated. So I'll walk you through the 4 types of primary editions which are there in Salesforce. So the first one is the Essentials edition, which is for $25 and is basically for small businesses or individual people. It is for $25 and it is built annually. Next we have the Professionals edition, which is actually a level up edition from the Essentials one. It is meant to be a standalone account contact management system. You can also track deals through opportunities as well as a product. But there are no option for integration and there is no automation available. Of course, the benefit is that it is $75 per month. Next is the Enterprise edition, which is by far the most popular edition of Salesforce. It also allows workflow rules to be sent out and it provides automated notifications as well. It basically has nicely automated tools. The security is also robust in this particular edition. You can actually build out application on your own, and most customers end up moving for this edition. This edition is deeply customizable Sales CRM for businesses, and it is for $150 per month. Going a little higher, it is Unlimited Edition. It offers higher limits, that is multiple sandboxes, additional data storage, but not many Salesforce customers end up buying this edition. So as an administrator, you'll have full copy of sandbox in this particular edition. You'll also have all the particular sandboxes that you want in your edition. You can make more customization, more tabs, additional data storage as well. Let's now talk about the products and services which are available in Salesforce. The Market Cloud, the Collaboration Cloud, Analytics Cloud, and the Commerce Cloud. We'll talk about each one of these in the following slides. So first of all, we have the Sales Cloud. Sales Cloud is the most popular and the most trusted cloud service which is literally offered by Salesforce. It is very useful for companies which require a lot of follow-ups with respect to leads and customers. It makes the work of a sales representative very easy, as Sales Cloud gives him a very consolidated view of all the customers. All the data can be stored in a single window with all the required details. With just a single click, the details of a customer can be viewed, edited, or deleted. Sales Cloud is basically focused on enhancing the effectiveness of the sales team of an organization and hence increase the amount of sales. Next, we'll be talking about the Service Cloud. So this cloud is used by the customer support team. It helps a company service its customer better in a more optimized way. You can also use Service Cloud to track the performance of your service agents. It is more focused in providing support and help to the customers. Next, we're going to talk about the Commerce Cloud. The Commerce Cloud basically connects the customers or the shoppers with the right product at the right time. It is used for connecting merchandisers with the right information and to track your leads. Next, we'll be talking about the Marketing Cloud. The Marketing Cloud, again, can be used to perform digital marketing activities. All the marketing people out there, you can use this cloud to achieve any automated marketing strategy, such as sending an email or targeting customers, etc. It is focused on digital marketing automation and analytics software and services. We'll now be talking about the Collaboration Cloud, which is Quip. It is basically used to create, edit, discuss, and organize your team's work in one single place. And this is done by team works together, be it combining the data, documents, spreadsheets, and whatnot. It is basically used to connect your content and communicate with your team. The next is the Analytics Cloud, and the Analytics Cloud is basically based on the data analytics and business intelligence, and the reports are generated via this cloud. You can get the data from all these clouds and give an analysis of what the problem was with the outcome. All kinds of analytics can be performed in this particular cloud. Next is the Community Cloud, and it is a social platform that is designed to connect and facilitate communication among an organization's employees, partners, and customers. It is a more focused, automated way of communication amongst your customers or with the support team. So these are all the products and services which Salesforce provides. Let's talk about Salesforce CRM now. But before that, we'll talk about CRM. Like, what is CRM? CRM, or Customer Relationship Management Platform, is a model basically used to manage interactions like phone calls, meetings, emails, and social media of actually any organization with customers and prospects penetrating to marketing, support, and sales. CRM is basically a strategy for managing an organization's relationships and interactions with customers and potential customers. It helps companies stay connected to customers, streamline processes, and improve the profitability. The major goal of a CRM system is actually very simple: to improve business relationships. It also involves analyzing customer interactions through the customer lifecycle. CRM is focused on enhancing customer service, improving business relationships, profitability, aiding in customer retention, and driving sales growth. But what does CRM do? CRM intelligently captures customer emails. How? Whenever a customer sends an email to the organization, that particular email would be, according to the category, would be segregated. Secondly, the CRM will simplify repetitive tasks so that you can concentrate only on leads. So if you're having same tasks, you can actually concentrate on a particular lead which is important for you instead of getting through all those tasks. Thirdly, CRM delivers instant insights and recommendations. So whichever customer may become a lead for you, that particular customer will come up on your recommendations list. Also, CRM actively tracks and manages customer information. So whatever the customer information is, all that information would be available to you on a particular dashboard so that you can look through that particular customer's information and make further decisions. Next is that it connects your entire team. So your whole team will know at just a single glance in a dashboard who is doing what work, who is handling which lead. So that particular team can actually work more effectively. Next is that it extends and customizes as your business grows. So all the graph can be made so that you understand how your leads are going. So that is what an actual CRM does. But what is Salesforce CRM is the question. So Salesforce CRM is a cloud-based CRM platform. So what our actual CRM used to do? The same work Salesforce CRM does, but it is cloud-based. So it can be accessed from anywhere with just an internet connection. And it is not that it's just desktop-based or laptop. It can be opened in laptop. Your Salesforce CRM can be logged in via your mobile phone as well or anywhere with an internet connection. So the Salesforce CRM is used to actually supercharge every part of the company, be it marketing, sales, commerce, building apps and services. Because Salesforce CRM is the first product which Salesforce created, it is actually the number one CRM in the world. Also, the Salesforce CRM revolutionized the IT industry by introducing companies with cloud-based CRM, which is very easy to use and it is user-friendly as well. Salesforce actually gets most of its revenue from customer relationship management or CRM. Right. So isn't Salesforce CRM so amazing? We'll talk about that later. Then we have why does CRM matter? Yeah, I know you might be having a question like that. Because Salesforce CRM helps you ditch clunky processes and the manual effort so that you can get onto with business. So all the spreadsheets, Excels, anything that you're working on, your documents, all of that can be ditched out and you can actually work on your business and you can follow your leads. Also, the more you'll find your leads, the more you follow your leads, the more you'll close your deals and you will keep your customers to grow your business. And also the Salesforce CRM is actually one single place to store all your customer information, which actually means all the conversation, data, everything about that customer would be stored in one particular place. You don't need to look for that particular users or the customer's information. So if you just search the name of that particular customer, icon will come up, you'll click on that and that's it. All the information about that customer would be there. Even what you talk to that particular person on the phone call. Also, the Salesforce CRM customers say that 37% of sales revenue have increased when they use Salesforce. They also say that 45% higher customer satisfaction has been observed. Also, 43% marketing ROI is observed as well. That is why CRM matters. And that is why all the companies are looking for better CRM from day to day. So let's look at the difference between the traditional CRM and the Salesforce CRM so that you understand why Salesforce CRM is better than traditional CRM. So first of all, obviously, the traditional CRM is hosted on a company's own server. So as I said, traditional CRM is hosted on company's server means that it is infrastructure based. It is very difficult to understand and use by any other person who is entering the company. If you are a developer, you're entering a company, or if you're a sales manager yourself, you're entering a company, it would take you a really long time to understand how to use that particular CRM. Also, it would actually take months and even years to set that CRM up. And it is definitely not economical. It is very costly. In the Salesforce CRM, otherwise, the CRM is hosted on the cloud. That is a major advantage of Salesforce CRM. It is easy to understand and use because it has such a nice UI. Also, it can be set up within a few weeks or even a few days. And obviously, the overall cost would be very lesser and it is very economical to use. So that is why Salesforce CRM is definitely considered as the best CRM. So, but why is Salesforce gaining so much popularity? Why is that? First of all, scalability and customization. When companies are implementing CRM, they're not thinking about the present, but they're actually making sure that 3 to 4 years down the line, will the particular CRM they're buying today will help the company or not. Salesforce scalability and customization makes it easy for the companies to choose this platform, as it actually gives them an assurance that CRM will meet their business needs 3 to 4 years down the line.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Salesforce by answering this question. What page do you access to uninstall an application? A. Basic updates. B. Introduced packages. C. Capacity usages. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Also, the Salesforce CRM provides the multi-tenant architecture. Salesforce is a multi-tenant CRM, which means that every customer has the same infrastructure and platform, despite their size or type of their purchase plan. Customers don't need to worry about any updates. As we learned earlier, multi-tenancy makes maintenance very easy without customer intervention. Also, data security. In today's world, every company, every individual is looking for data security, and Salesforce provides that. To provide the security model which satisfies numerous real-world business cases, Salesforce provides 3 very comprehensive and flexible data security models to secure the data at different levels. That is, object level, field level, and record level security. Another thing is maintenance. Maintenance can be done very easily in Salesforce by the Salesforce developers team. So Salesforce provides regular updates and maintenance for sustaining the security, availability, and performance of the infrastructure, which they are supporting Salesforce services. Before the maintenance is scheduled, all the customers are pre-informed about the date and time of the maintenance window. So that is very easy for the users of Salesforce to plan their work ahead. And these are the major reasons why Salesforce is gaining so much popularity. So now we'll create a Salesforce developers account. Before we talk about the components which are present in Salesforce, let's first create the Salesforce developers account. So to create a Salesforce developers account, you need to visit the website developer.salesforce.com. So this is the actual interface which you will see when you enter developer.salesforce.com. You'll click on sign me up, which is an option over here. And after hitting sign me up, you'll see a form, a sign up form basically. And this is a free developers account. You don't need to enter your debit card number or credit card number or any account details. So this is the form. You'll need to enter your name, your email ID, your job role, company name, country, postal code, and your username. When you enter your username, Salesforce wants you to enter your username in the form of an email ID. So that would be, for example, your name at Intellipaat.com or any company for that matter, like that. And then you'll click on sign me up. Now, one thing you'll be noticing over here is that in this whole form, you never entered your password. You didn't set up your password, right? So to do that, Salesforce will send an email on your email ID from where you can actually change your or reset your password. So when you have changed your password, this is a mandatory task. When you have changed your password, you'll take that password and your username which you entered over here, and then you'll log into your Salesforce account. You'll go to salesforce.com for that, and then click on login over here. You'll enter username which you had filled up in the form and your password as well, and you'll click on login. When you log in, this is the actual page that you're going to see. There's several things over here, so let's just move on to our slides and talk about all of this later. So let's talk about the homepage customizations that we have in Salesforce. This is the actual Salesforce image that I have taken from the Salesforce website. Okay, so what are the features of the homepage that we have in Salesforce? So first of all, it is the starting point for all Salesforce users. So basically this particular page that you're seeing over here is the starting point. Whenever anyone enters into this website or logs in, they'll see this particular homepage and this particular thing. Next is it is used to manage open and incomplete tasks. Yes, that is true. We'll see that in just a minute. It will also help in viewing the upcoming events on your particular screen on the homepage itself. And the dashboard snapshots are also available over there, and you can view them as well. So let's see how our homepage looks like. So let's take a little tour of this particular homepage that we have. These are the little tools that you can see over here, which are from Salesforce only. You can click on anyone you want and get started. On the left hand side, you'll see a menu, which is the most useful menu in the Salesforce website or the homepage. Well, according to me, you'll see setup home. This is the home page that you're seeing. Okay. Then over here, you have the most recently used items. So these are the various items that you have with the name, the type, and the object. That can be seen over here. On the top, you'll see this particular checkboard kind of a button. You'll click on that. This is the app launcher. From here, you can launch the various tools and products that we learned in our previous slides. Okay, so let me go back. This is the home. This is the object manager. We have all the objects that we have or records that we have are over here. I don't have many of them. Whenever you need to create a user, multiple user, or custom object, custom tab, email template, workflow process, or anything like that, you can directly click on create and then create any of these. We'll talk about each one of these in our next slides. Then we have this menu. Let's go back to this menu. Now Salesforce has very nicely segregated all three types of the tools that we have over here. So first of all, we have the administration tool, in which basically the admins will only work. We have users, data, and email. So the admins can actually enter users' data. They can look at the data components for that, and email if you need to send an email or something if you're an admin for that. Then we have the platform tools over here. There are several platform tools over here. We'll be talking about some of them over from this particular menu. So let's now create a user in Salesforce. So let's see the user management that we have in Salesforce, but there are a few points that you must remember when you're managing or creating a user. So first of all, the usernames must be unique and in an email format. We just created a Salesforce developers account right now, right? So the usernames you saw were in an email ID format. The same is with the users that we're creating in Salesforce. They need to be in an email ID format. Also, the users must be assigned an active license. Otherwise, Salesforce won't allow those particular users to work. Also, users must be assigned a profile. We'll see how we create a user and you need to assign a profile to them. You know how licenses work in a pooled format. So for example, if you buy 10 licenses at one go and 10 people are accessing that particular license at a given point of time, any person who leaves or isn't using a particular license, another person can use a freed up license. So basically you need to reassign user licenses so that every user of your company or your institute or your firm can work. So let's go ahead and create a user account, or let's create a user in Salesforce. Okay, so now I'm logged into my Salesforce account. I'll click on this setup button, this gear button on the right hand side top. I'll click on setup. A new tab opens when I click on setup. Now the first section that I have over here is administration. I click under that users, and then I'll find users in that, which is the last option over here. So this shows the admin users that I have over here. There's only one admin user that I have. I can change the user views. So I can have active users. There are 5 active users over here. And then I can choose all users. All right. So let's start making a new user. Let's create a new user. So this is a format for filling up your or creating a new user if you're an admin. So let's ignore the first name. And so one thing is that these red bars that we have over here are the required information bars. So since there's no bar on first name, we'll ignore that. We'll go ahead to last name. Let's put the last name as Intelli, and the alias come up on itself. You can change that to anything that you want. Okay. The email ID, you can put any email ID you want. Let's put some email ID over here, Intellipaat at gmail2.com or anything, actually any email ID. Now one thing you'll notice is as soon as I entered with my email ID, username also came up. I can either have the same username or I can have a different username. I can edit that as well to 1 2 3 4 whatever. Another thing which is noticeable is that the characters which are taken before the @ symbol are taken to be as nickname. Next, when you move towards the right hand side, there's role. You can choose the role of your user, whichever role or team that person is in. Let's select that to be channel sales team. Next, we have the user license. User license can be charter external, charter free. Let's have charter external for that. The profile also comes according to your user license. Now we'll scroll down. We need our user to view the quick access menu or accessibility mode classic only. We can have that for a user as well. That actually depends on you. These are all radio buttons, so only one of them can be chosen. Now we'll go back down and we have approver settings, we have local settings. So this last checkbox that we have over here that I just highlighted, this is generate new password and notify user automatically or immediately. If you uncheck this checkbox, what will happen is that whenever a new password is set, the user won't be notified or an email won't be sent. But if you want the user to know every time the password is changed, you can go ahead and click on this checkbox. Now we're done with creating a user. Let's go and click on save. Okay, so this is the information about the user. We have created the user. We can go back and edit anything that we want from this user. We can change the email ID, username, anything we want. Another thing is that there's this active button over here. This is a checkbox actually. So in this thing, if you have it unchecked, what will happen is that you will deactivate the user. So just in case something happens, that the user is not right or there's some case going on, for example, you can go ahead and deactivate the user so that the particular user doesn't use the Salesforce account. So the Salesforce will give you a prompt. I'll just go ahead and click on OK. And the user won't be active. But if you want the user to be active, something happens back, he's proved right, you'll go ahead and click on active and then click on save. Alright, so another thing you can do is you can freeze the user. What freezing the user will do is that the user won't be deactivated, but the user won't be active. So the user won't be able to enter into the Salesforce account if you freeze the user. So I'll just go ahead and unfreeze that right now. Okay, so that is about the users. There are a few settings over here which you can add your team. You can have a whole list of users in a particular team, third-party account links, apps. We had all these options in the previous window that I showed you. Okay, so let's now go back to users over here that we have. Let's click back. Okay, so we'll create a new view now. Okay, so let's now talk about the views which are available in Salesforce. You can create a view to see a specific set of contacts, documents, or other object records. You can create a list view of accounts in your state, leads with a specific lead source or opportunities with a particular amount. You can also create views of contacts, leads, user, or cases to use for mass email recipient lists. Let's now go ahead and create a view in Salesforce. So this is my home page of Salesforce. I'll go ahead and click on users over here, and I'll click on users over here. Then I'll find a button over here which says create new view. I have a set of users in the system, and I can also create a new view over here and see all the admin users. So let's do that. So I'll just give the view name as admin, and the unique name will come up on it automatically. I can actually create a list view of different users in the system. It is useful for the companies having quite a few users. So let's just select the filter field as first name, or let's select this. Let's select it as profile if I want to do that, and then we'll have the operator as contains, and the value we can have it as admin. We'll have the profile of admin users over here. So we'll just go ahead and save. So this is the user which came, which is a system administrator. The admin profile user came up. So this is what views I used for in Salesforce. Okay, so now we'll be customizing and creating tabs in Salesforce. So there are a few pointers that I want you as an admin to remember. So the first thing is that the tabs can be added or removed by individual users. So you need to make sure that the user access is clearly given. Secondly, the web tabs can also be added to access commonly requested sites. Thirdly, the tabs can be created to display visual force pages. So among so many features and points about tabs, these three are the important ones. So let's just go ahead and create tabs in Salesforce. This is the home page for Sales Cloud. There are these tabs I have over here. These are the tabs. Tabs are basically just for quick access and for accessibility for the administrator or the user. Being in a sales team, if you want to access something very quickly, you can directly have that particular item or that tab in this particular item, an object or any query, leads, accounts, you can put them into a tab and it would be directly accessible for you. So you can just go ahead and click on accounts. For example, you can create new account directly from that. You can view all accounts, you can view my accounts. So everything for that matter can be accessed from here. So we'll just go ahead and create a new tab in Salesforce. We'll click on this checkerboard kind of a icon. And this is where I open the Sales Cloud from. I'll go back. I'll click on this gear button, click on setup, and I'll be taken to a new tab. Here on the right hand side, I have a create menu. I'll click on that and click on custom tab. So I have my custom object tab open over here, but I need to create an object first. Why is that? Because here is the object option where I need to choose an object which I created and an object which doesn't have a respective tab associated to it. So I'll go ahead and create an object first and then I'll associate that particular object to the tab. Okay, so let's now create an object in the name of bank. Label is actually the name which would be shown. The plural generally comes on its own, but we'll just write it down here as it didn't come. The object name came up the same, which is bank. The record name also came up the same, which is bank. The data type, you can choose between text and auto number. I have just chosen text over here. Then these are the optional features. If you want the reports, if you want to allow activities, if you want to track field history, if you want to allow in charter groups. So I won't select any of these. Then directly I'll jump on and save this object.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Salesforce online training mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
So my object is created. So let's go back and create a tab for this. We'll go home, create custom tab, and then we'll have an object that we just created as bank. Now here you can choose whichever image or color that you want. So since I have my object as bank, so I'll click on bank over here and then I'll click on next. Now for this custom object, I want everything to be default. Just to give you a little vague idea about the whole thing. For this, this is choose the custom apps for which the new custom tab will be available. So I want it to be available for every app, and we'll see that in each of these apps or some of these apps. So I'll click on save. You can actually select this to be only on Sales Cloud or Sales app. So yeah, our tab is created. Let's just go back and let's open Sales app only. And over here, we'll see banks, which is the tab that we just created. All of these are the tabs. Since there was no space to accommodate each one of them, they just have this drop-down menu and have the other apps over here. So I'll click on banks over here. This is the object which has been created for the particular tab, and whichever record I want to enter into it can be viewed over here. Okay, creating email templates. So let's look at the features of email templates first. Visual Force email template for advanced logic and merging can be created via these email templates. We'll be creating an email template. Also, email templates can be used for sending one-time and mass emails. You can use plain text version for minimal formatting. You can also use HTML version for graphical look and feel, and we'll see all of these when we move towards a hands-on. So let's create email templates now. I'm logged into my Salesforce developer account, and like we have it over here, and we'll click on classic email templates. Since we want to create a new template, we'll click on new template, and here are the options that you have to choose the type. As we talked earlier, that it can be in the plain text version, in the HTML version for graphical look and feel, that, and then we have custom version as well, which is without the classic letterhead, and then we also have visual force email template over here. Let's just go ahead and use the text one. I'm just gonna choose this as text, but you can choose from a variety of different types of templates like this, and we'll click on next over here. Okay, so since we're creating a new template, we want to select the field types. So we'll just leave this to contact fields. We'll select the field as email, and that will come up as contact email. Where do we want this particular email template to be saved? I'm just gonna make it as my personal email templates. Now we have email template name. Let's name this as custom mail. Then we have subject. You can enter your subject like sending an email notification, and then is the email body. The email body can be customized for each particular email. So we're gonna have hi, hope you're doing good. And then we'll have some line after that over here, which we'll customize for each and every person. And then we'll have thanks. And then we're going to save this. So my email template is created, and I can go back to the list, and you can see I have. So one thing that you need to do is that we'll edit this and we'll make this available for use. Otherwise we won't be able to use it. We'll click on save, and we'll go back to the list. Okay, and then you can also add attachments to it if you want to. You can select the file, click on the attach button, and click done button to return to the previous page. You can attach the file as well, and you can also edit the merge field. Okay, so now we're gonna send, test, and verify merge. So this is the preview template which can be sent to the records. So for example, if we have a recipient record, we can click on user. This is the user, and related to record, we're gonna have order, and here we're gonna have, okay, so we don't have any order name. Let's select account. We're gonna have account name, and send the preview to this particular email ID, and click on OK. So since we are done creating our email template and attaching a file, sending the email, and checking whether it's fine or not, now we'll go back to the list. And you can see that here are all the email alerts that we have. We're going to click on classic email templates. And here in this particular folder which says my personal email templates, I have my email template as custom email. Now if I go to my unified public classic email templates, here are all the email templates except mine, because I saved my particular email template in my personal email templates, right? So we are done creating email templates. Let's move further. Now, since we have created email templates, you can send individual emails to your customers. And here are a few points that I wanted to tell you guys. So you can select from pre-existing templates. You have to add a CC, BCC or additional to it. You need to attach files from your computer or documents. You can send it in text or HTML format, whichever is comfortable for you. Also, you can view a history of sent emails on contacts and leads. So all these points are something which are important for you to remember if you're sending an individual email.
So when we talk about object, let us come to the definition of object from Salesforce terminology. So here, whatever you're getting, like say opportunity, lead, task, files, account, contact, they all are objects. Since Salesforce is developed using Java, which is object-oriented programming language. So here, they all are objects. Now in this, if I go to say an account, Let me go to account. What I'm getting here, the fields, this is, if I go to say declaration here, let me go to say details. Under this, I'm getting here the fields. This is for declaration PLC. If similarly, I created one more record for Microsoft. So typically, my structure here is something like this. Let me show you an example of it. So here I'll be having, say, the account name, then here's a phone, then here's a employees, industry, like these kind of details are available. And then here Microsoft, here's say Intel, all the details are mentioned here. Employees, industry, something like that. And this, what is this known? This we are calling as a record. Okay. And sorry, what is this known? Account name, phone, employees, industry. These are known as fields. So here, this is we are calling as an object from Salesforce terminology. This is nothing but a table. So if I go to the RDBMS concepts, we are calling it as a table. In Salesforce terminology, we are calling it as an object, which contains fields and records. So rather than saying it as a table, we start calling it as an object. This is the difference. This is the data part which we have. So for understanding purpose, you can take it in this way that objects are looking like a table. This is for understanding purpose. Because object do not contain, if you go with the class concepts, what is object? Let me show you the definition of it. So you write down here, say class, account, somewhere this has been written. And in that, you must have mentioned here account name, then the phone, then employees, then here industry, something like that you write. And then after that, you'll be writing down some methods, functionalities that you write. This is a class. Class is data and functionality. And when you create an object of it, then what that object contains? That object contains the data and functionality. So as of now here, we are talking about this part, data part. So how data get arranged? In a table format. But rather than calling it as a table, we're calling it as object. This is object. So whatever we are viewing in Salesforce, they all are objects. The entire Salesforce is object oriented. Got it? What is object? From Salesforce point of view, not from object oriented programming point of view. Okay, so these are fields, records, and then these are data, individual data, what we have. All right. Now, if I need to create a new object, then now we'll not be working with this interface. This is for the users, end users, we are calling it. So these are for the end users. Now, I need to create a new, so I'll be going with the setup. This is we are calling a setup and configuration. So we'll be working with this now, setup and configuration. In the setup and configuration, here we get two things, home and object manager. So we'll be going with the object manager now. These are the objects which I'm getting here. Label, which is appearing on user interface. Those all are labels. API name, for development purpose we use. That's API name. Now, which type of object it is? So we have two types of objects. First, standard object. Standard object which is given by Salesforce itself. So when you buy a license, like say you are having Sales Cloud license, you're having Service Cloud license, Marketing Cloud license, Work.com license, respective to that, Salesforce gives you different objects. Those objects are standard object.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Salesforce by answering this question. What page do you access to uninstall an application? A. Basic updates. B. Introduced packages. C. Capacity usages. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Standard objects you cannot delete. Now see here, when you go, no way I'm getting any option. No delete, nothing. If I go into account, let me go into account. I'm getting these details. No delete, no edit, nothing. Then here description, you want to write down some description, last modified, and whether it is deployed or not. So from sandboxes, we'll work with sandboxes and sandbox to production. Sandbox is a development environment. So as of now, we are working with directly production. This means if you do any changes here, all the users will get direct immediately, and this is what your users are working with. Usually in organizations, we never work with this environment, which is we are calling as a production. This one. No, it is not recommended at all. But as of now, we do not have the sandboxes, so we are working here. Later, I'll show you how to work with sandboxes and how to migrate the configuration, what you did in sandbox to production, or from one sandbox to other sandbox, how to migrate. So these are all these standard objects. As of now, there is no custom object available. They all are standard objects. Now to view the different objects, here you can go with top right corner schema manager, schema builder, through which you can do. So via schema builder, it gives us all the objects in graphical user interface. If you go here, GUI, these are the objects, and see here bottom right corner. These are all the objects. Which all objects are visible? Left hand side, have a look. These are tick mark. So this we'll discuss later. What is a schema builder? When we create our own objects, that time we'll do that. So as of now, I'm coming out of it, and I need to create a new object. So I'm going up here with create top right corner, create object from a spreadsheet. So you can create object from a file. So as of now, I do not have any file. So I'm going up with custom object. Custom object which the developer is creating for his requirement. This is something which is not given by Salesforce. Those all are the custom objects. Now, why should I create custom object? Because in a standard functionality, Salesforce is not providing us. This is why we are creating the custom objects. Okay, so objects are of standard object and custom object. Standard objects are given by Salesforce. Custom objects, developer is creating based on his requirement. The developer does. Now, the custom objects, we can edit and delete. This standard objects cannot edit and delete. You cannot do that. There's one more difference. The custom object name is suffix with underscore, two types underscore C. And this is how we can easily distinguish a standard object and a custom object. This is by default Salesforce does, and you cannot change this. So whether it's a field, whether it's an object, whatever you are creating, you'll be getting underscore C. Like here, if I go into Object Manager, go into Account, Field and Relationship, have a look here. Are you getting here the field name, account number, owner ID, site, and then here I'm getting active __ C. This is a custom field. This is a custom field. Okay. This one, I'm not getting anything. This means these are standard fields. Remember, the field name and field label can be different. It's not mandatory that it has to be same. If I'm getting here, yes, see here, employees, number of employees. So on user interface, I'll be getting employees, but internally it is number of employees like this. This is not mandatory that the user interface or label and the name, internal name has to be same. No. Now, when you create a custom object, then Salesforce gives you some standard fields that Salesforce will give you. These are total 7. The first field is ID. This is a field which Salesforce gives. So when you create it, Salesforce will create automatically these fields and you cannot delete. Those we are calling as standard fields. The first one is ID field. The data type of this is ID. We have a data type also, an ID. This ID we have of 2 types. One is a 15-digit ID and second one is 18 digits ID. So we have 2 types of ID. How to know about the ID? Let me show you that first, an example of ID. So here, this is, I opened a record. Go to the address bar. On the address bar, okay, it's very small. This one. This is the ID. This ID is of 18 digits. Okay. Currently, I'm working with Lightning, and in Lightning user interface, the ID which we are getting is of 18 digit. If I go to the classic version here, to jump to the classic version, go to top right corner, Salesforce Classic. Here, I'm changing the app, going to account. On left hand side, I'm getting indication. I'm opening the same record. Here, I'm getting the ID. I'm copying this and pasting here. This is 15 digits ID. So in Classic, when you work with, you are working with the 15 digit ID. In Lightning, in user interface, it's working with 18 digit ID. For developers, we are working with the 18 digit ID in the development. For reports, we are working with 18 digit ID. Now, how to convert from 18 digit to 15 digit and 15 digit to 18 digit? Not our problem. This Salesforce will do automatically. How? Let me show you. I'm copying this. Here I'm going to any other record. I'm going to say Maxwell. On address bar, I'm removing this and I'm pasting an ID and enter. This is 18 digit ID which I'm entering. Enter. Say to open the Dickinson record. But the Classic is working with 15 digit ID. And I give 18 digit ID. Not a problem. The Salesforce will convert the 18 digit to 15 digit. That it will do. If the same things I'll be doing in the Lightning, Salesforce will convert from 15 digit to 18 digit. It is his burden. Let me do so. So here I'm going and copying this. I'm going with any record here, say NG Young, which is a contact. Now, if you want to go to a particular record, remove all the sub URLs, leave the main URL and paste the ID and enter. The URL gets changed. Now it is 18 digit and then here I'm working with Dickinson. So the 15 digit to 18 digit ID conversion worked by Salesforce. If you really want to know that how the algorithm is and then how it is converting, go to Google, search for it, go to Salesforce site, you will be getting. So these are the IDs, IT field. This is our first field. Then second field we have. So when we go with the IDs, okay, let me first, because we started our discussion with auto number. So name is the next standard field. This can be of type. So this is here you can change the data type. You can mark it as auto number or you can mark it as text. When you go with auto number, this is on the record, automatically you are incrementing the numbers. Then question arises why I need it, because of I am already having the ID, the primary key. It's already there. Then why I need auto number? Reason? These are technical things and it's difficult to remember all this. The typical 15 digit or 18 digit IDs, you cannot remember. You means I'm talking about the end users. They cannot remember. Whereas if I'm getting in a numeric format, like say 1, 2, 3, 4, or maybe better, if I'm having different applications, so application number 1, application number 2, application number 3, this becomes from end user perspective more user friendly rather than going with these hexadecimal numbers. Then we use auto number. This auto number with every record, it automatically get increment. So for first record, like say it is application 1, next record, it becomes application 2, next record, application 3, like that. That time we work with the auto number. Along with that, if you want to change, this is the only field where you can change the data type. You can mark it as text. This is allowed. How? If I go here to say the account, on the account, I'm having the account name here. This is mentioned here, the account name. This is a name, text field, okay, which is appearing here. Let me go to the cases here, which earlier we discussed about cases. I'm going with the case. Okay, here, are you getting case number? I'm not getting here the name, I'm getting here the number, case subject. If I open this is the case number. This is auto number. Automatically it is incrementing. This is name field, second field. So this you can put text or auto number based on your requirement. So what next? Which is the next standard field? So created by. This is another field. Now who is creating this? Record creation is done by a user. Then user's data somewhere we need to store. So we are storing those data into an object, user object. In that we store. Okay. Now from my current object, I need to search into user object. This we are calling as lookup. This is a relationship because now one object is my current object, other object is user object. So two objects, when they are interacting with each other, then there has to be some relationship. So that relationship, as of now, we are going up with a lookup relationship. So this is a lookup relationship with user object. From there, what will you fetch? You will fetch name that you fetch. So created by is looking up into user, and then in the user it fetch name. What is in user name? Name is nothing but the user's name that you will get. Okay. If I go here somewhere, details, see, this is case owner. This is case owner created by. This is the user's name. Okay. Then next field. Yes, last modified by. Who lastly modified the record? That person details. Details in the sense name. That's again lookup with user. This is last modified by. Then next owner. Every record in Salesforce has to have an owner. Okay. Owner, the person who currently owns the record. The person may created the record and may not be possible. Let me take an example. Like say we discuss about the service word, where you are calling to the call center and you are asking that I'm having some challenges with the device which I bought. Then whom you are contacting? You're contacting to the call center executive. And call center executive says that, yes, sir, I'm creating a case for you. I'm creating a complaint for you. And this is the complaint number. And after that, he gives you the complaint number. This is, he's giving you this 1002 case number internally. He gives you this. So who created the record? Call center executive. Now, after that, will the call center executive is going to work on this case? He'll rectify this? The answer is no. This case has to be rectified by support team, not by call center executive. Call center executive's work is just to take a call, ask the users what is his challenges, and create a new case. As soon as the case has been created, after that it should go to the concerned team, concerned person. How it goes? That is administrator's work. He'll write down in Salesforce the rule, we are calling it as an assignment rule, through which it goes to the concerned person or concerned team. So now who is the case owner? Case owner is not the call center executive, but the support person who is working on this case. This is case owner. Okay. So what should be data type for owner? Text. User. See here, I'm getting my name, right? So owner is a user. Owner is not a text. Text means I can write down ABCD. So it is a user. Now, this my current object and this object, I have to establish a relationship. This relationship is lookup relationship. That is master detail relationship. Lookup relationship and master detail relationship. So these all are lookup relationships. Okay. Then next, create date time. When the record has been created, that date and time. The data type for this is date time. Here, if you go, this one, this is created time. This is created by that created time. So it's not only date, it's date and time both. This is next field. Last field, last modification, date time. This is also of type date time. When the record is last modified, what is date and time for this? This is the last field. So these are the 7 standard fields. By default, whenever you create a new custom object, you will be getting these 7 fields. In that, no changes can be done except this, where you can decide that whether it should be of type text or auto number. Other than this, no change. You cannot delete them, you cannot edit them, nothing can be done. Okay. Now, let us go to our application, which we are going to create is recruitment application. This application we'll be creating for our learnings. In the recruitment application, this we are creating for our HR department. So who will be our end users? The HR rep, HR manager, HR director, VP of HR. Those persons, they'll be using our application. So those are our end users. Now, in the recruitment applications, the first one we are going to create is position. This object, as name implies position, this tells us that which all are the positions which are open in Salesforce, in our organization. Those details we put in, or those data will capture in position object, that which all are the positions are open. So here, let me do so. So first, before that, I'm creating the position object. Then we'll discuss the fields, what is needed. So I'm going over here, account, and then going to the object manager, going with top right corner, create object. This is first thing is label. What is label for this? So the label for this is position. Plurals. Plurals. What is plural for this? Positions. Now why I need plurals? The use of plurals is, if you have a look on the tabs, opportunities, leads, tasks, files, accounts, they all are in plural format. So whatever you will be writing here, remember it's not mandated that you have to write down this. Whatever you write here, when you create a tab for this, this will be the name.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Salesforce by answering this question. What page do you access to uninstall an application? A. Basic updates. B. Introduced packages. C. Capacity usages. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So this is plurals. Then is your object is starting with the vowel sound? A, E, I, O, U. Is it starting with that? This is for Salesforce purpose, internally search purpose. For us, as a developer, there is no use. So if it is there, check it out. If it is not there, leave it blank. What is name of the object? Name of the object here, we just discussed about the labels. Labels which comes on user interface. What is the internal object name? Internal object name will be position. Generally, we keep same. Sometimes we change this. If the label has spaces or something like that, then we give a different. Different in the sense without spaces, those things. Here in the object name, you will not get at this place __ C. No. You will be getting when you save this record. That time Salesforce will give position __ C. Description, position, details in the organization. This is description. If you're taking help, then how will you take help? Help, if I need to take help, let me go here. See the top right corner, I'm getting help, question mark. If I click on this will take me to Salesforce help page. That it does. Here, this is help and training, and then here, I'm going to the Salesforce help page. So how you want the help should be? Should it be the Salesforce help page, or you have created a help page for this object? If it is so, then you have to create using Visualforce. It's a language through which you should do. So as of now, we do not have anything. If it is so, then what is that? As of now, I do not have anything. So I'm going up with the standard Salesforce.com help and training window. Then below, it is asking for the name field. Name field, what should be label for name field? This is, you mentioned here. Let it be position name. Okay, because we are working with a position, so let it be a text format, not the auto number. So auto number, when it comes, we'll discuss. So data type, it is text only, not auto number. Now there are some technical things will come up. On this object, shall the HR run the reports? If you allow, then yes, otherwise no. So we'll allow this. Activities are tasks, event. So can the HR, on basis of this, he can formulate a meeting invite he's sending to different HRs, different persons. Can he give a work to someone? Work is task to someone. If it is so, these are known as activities. Yes. Field history. If you do any changes in the data, like at present here, I mentioned, say the contact name is Stella. Maybe tomorrow, if someone is changing the name to some other name, and if the support person is looking at it, how he knows that this name has been changed? So earlier it was a different name and later it is a different name. So we need to track the details or history of the field. So what all are the changes has been done? It's been recorded. Those with the name which person did and which date and time it's been done. What was the previous value? What is the next value? That is history tracking. So do you want to track the field history? Yes. So if in position, if it's been changed, like say earlier the position was permanent position, now it's been changed to say contractual position, or from contractual someone changed to temporary positions. I need to track those. That who did and when it's been done. Then chatter group. What is chatter? Where we do discussion. This is a collaboration tool. And we created the groups as well, public group, private group. That is chatter. Now, in the chatter, if you are talking about a particular record, a particular position, then you have to allow this in chatter group. Then only you can include in the chatter group in discussion. Otherwise, you cannot. So maybe you created a chatter group to discuss on this position, which all is the position you created. Then allow in chatter group. Okay. Now allow sharing. The records of position, shall it be shared with other users of Salesforce? As we discussed earlier that we are creating the application for HR. Maybe the VP of Sales want to see the positions, which all are positions available. He's not from HR. VP of Marketing want to know. The service director want to know about it. Then we need to share our positions with those persons. This is only possible if sharing is allowed. If it is not allowed, you cannot share. Means only the users who all are working on it, only they can see in Salesforce. No other person can see. And even they cannot share the records as well. This is allow sharing. Then we have bulk APIs. Salesforce internally created different APIs. You know API. So API, Salesforce created different APIs. APIs where I'm having similar classes who does similar work and then who give us result. So whenever I'm contacting them, I'll be asking that, okay, what to do. A good example which Nakul shared, that if I'm contacting chef and asking for, I need, say, the paneer paratha. After that, it's his work. He's doing processing and then he's giving me result back. How he's doing, I least bother. It's not my work. Simply my work is I'm contacting those APIs, asking that, okay, please do this. Internally, maybe the chef is contacting to some third person. It is his responsibility. He is contacting to the inventory and then getting the paneer. It is his burden, not mine. I'm relieved. I contacted to the API and then asked him to do something. In Salesforce, we have a lot of records. So if you want to work with a lot of records, then Salesforce created bulk API. The name is bulk API. Bulk means a huge. So using these APIs, you can work with a lot of records. Like say you want to work with 50,000 records. You want to work with 100,000 records. You want to work with 1 million records. Then we use bulk APIs. So this is a part of one family. API, you can treat this as a family where we have similar type of functionalities. Similar type of functionalities means classes and under that we have functionalities like that. That's an API. So you created an API for the database communication. This is an API. You are working with, say, the different frameworks. There again, we have different APIs. Like say you are working with the collection. Okay. So we are working, this is some other. If you are working with say JUnit, are you getting JUnit along with the Oracle JDK? The answer is no, we are not getting it, but we need that. This is a API. JUnit is an API. If you are working with say IBETIS, if you're working with say Spring Core, you're working with say the JP, Java Persistence APIs. This thing which by default you are not getting, or the area what Oracle is giving you, in that we do not have those. Then we need to import the other things. JUnit you need to import because Oracle is not providing us. So same way here, when you work, then by default they are not available. You need to import them. So to work with the multiple records, a huge number of records, we have bulk API. This has been created by Salesforce. Okay, so by using those classes or interfaces, I can access, I can request, and then in return, I'm getting the data. You all know about streaming, okay, especially the video streaming. Streaming means if you are frequently accessing the records, then every time, if it is going to Salesforce server and then start fetching data, then it takes a lot of time. And Salesforce server knows that these records are very frequently in use. Then why not to keep those data with himself rather than every time fetching or contacting to database.com server. Database.com server where we are storing all our data. This is our database. That is streaming APIs. So it is for that purpose, streaming APIs. 1 lakh users, they are watching that match. So for everything, if the server start accessing you to from stadium to the customer, then he need to do a 100 or 1 lakh calls. Otherwise, from stadium, he is keeping with himself, and whomsoever is coming, he is giving from him those recordings, those data. Result, the accessing becomes more faster, and for server, it's less going through the original location. Original location in live match, the stadium from where it is recording. In our case, it is database. So it need not to contact the recording 1 lakh time because of there are 1 lakh users. This is advantage of streaming. Okay. So do you want to allow the streaming for positions?
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Salesforce online training mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
No, I do not think that position there are multiple users will be accessing and very frequently. Let me remove this. There is no need of it. Streaming API access. Bulk APIs, I'm choosing, may not be, then you can remove it. This is our decision that whether the multiple records are being accessed or not via bulk API. So let it be me going with this bulk APIs. Then what is deployment status? As we discussed earlier that we are working with these sandboxes. Sandboxes is the development environment where we create the object, fields, everything, all the development activity we do there. Then we test over there. Once everything finalized, confirm, tested, then we move into production environment. So here, this is the meaning of this. So is it in development or it is deployed? But currently we are working directly with the production environment. So here there is no use of it, whether you are choosing it in development or deployed. No difference. Then coming up with the search status. So here on top, you are getting the search cases and more. This is known as a global search. All if you click here, you can search for which particular object you want to search. Here it is available. So your records are searchable. So do you want the position should be searchable? Yes, I want the position should be searchable. So going to the global search, if the HR person is simply typing the position name, it should search into the position object and then give him result. So I'm marking as a searchable. Then along with this, do you want to attach notes and attachment? Notes and attachment with this position, maybe you want to add some files or something as an attachment. Then you can add this. So I'm adding this. Here, I'm not sure whether for this we have or not. Notes and attachment. Let me go to related list. These are attachments. So where you can upload files like this you will be getting. So where in position, support to that you are uploading some files. That's not an attachment. It's a related list. Then after this, it will launch the tab wizard. No, I do not want to launch tab wizard now. That I'm not going to do. So later we'll create tabs separately. So I'm not checking this. So this is, I'm creating the object and clicking on save. Save, and here I got it. Let's have a look of this. After creating this, I created the position object. Then I'm getting here details. In the details here, description, what description I wrote, and then API name. This is false. API name position underscore underscore 2 times underscore underscore C. This suffix we cannot change. It's a custom object, position, plurals, positions here, and then reports, task activities, history tracking. These all are checked. It is deployed, and then help is standout. If you want to edit, top right corner, you have edit. If you want to delete, you can delete going to top right corner. You can delete the object. Now left hand side, if you go, you will be getting here field and relationships. In this field and relationship, you will see all the fields which all are created under position object. They all you will get. We discussed total 7 standard fields. You will not get here all the 7 standard fields, but internally it's been created. So here I'm getting first is label created by, the name, field name is created by ID. This is see here the difference. Label on screen it is showing us created by, internally it's created by ID. Data type, lookup with user. Last modified by ID, lookup user. Position name, this is what the label which I mentioned. Internally, it's name field. Data type, text 80 characters maximum. Then here, along with that, we are also getting here controlling field. Okay. Next thing, index. Indexing we use for faster searching purpose. We use indexing. These fields are indexed field. This is what Salesforce will do, the index fields. Okay. Here, if I'm looking at these fields, see, I'm not getting anything over here. Whereas I'm getting here a down arrow. But here there is nothing, means no changes can be done on this. Coming to position, what it is, I have here edit. No delete, only edit. I'm going with this. So you can change the name and data type. This you can change. Okay. So as we discussed earlier that the standard fields you cannot delete, no options available, and for this you can change the data type. Other than this, no changes. So this is, with this we have created a custom object that we did. Along with that, in the object I'm also getting the page layout, record pages, button, links, compact layout, a lot of options. These options we'll see one by one. What all are use of this? As and when it comes, we'll see these all one by one. As of now, we'll go with detail, field and relationship, these 2 things. So in the recruitment application, what is recruitment application all about? Where the HR team is managing the recruitment process, the entire recruitment process using Salesforce. So with this, we created the position object. So in the position object, all the requirement, all the vacancies, their information are getting stored in the position. Now, which person is applying for it? So I need to capture the candidate details as well. That who is the person? So those person details. So now we all will be doing this. Now here you should be creating this candidate object. You should create in that. you should go with the candidate name. This should be name field, then phone, blog URL, and address. We already know that how to create different fields, different types of fields. We'll be using the same thing. So now we'll not be going very extensively how we did it earlier. In the position, we did it 2 times. So I'm going with just a smaller portion only here, candidate. So we all will be creating this. Do this, create a candidate object and under that put this. This is you should do. Okay. For this, you have 5 minutes. So look at your watches and 5 minutes completed. So I'm also doing it parallelly. And remember the permissions you should give only to administrator, no other person when you're giving the field level permissions. Okay, so like this you should be getting address, blog URL, candidate name, phone number. This is how you should be getting. Okay. Now once it is done, then you need to create the tab and then go with it. So now I'll be creating here quickly a tab. So let me create a tab for this. New. I'm going with the people. And next, this should be tab hidden for everyone other than system. Okay. Then here going with say append. I don't want to append and save. So this is I created a tab. The tab which is not into any of the application and only the other users. For them, it should be tab hidden. And for administrator, the tab should be visible. So I have created here a tab for candidate. After creating this, I need to create the application as well. So let me go with application manager. These are the Lightning apps. So new Lightning app. I'm clicking here on new Lightning app. And here, what should be the app name? Recruitment application, developer name, the recruitment description, recruitment app for HR, image. If you want to upload an image, which should be a logo for this app, color, which color you want. So let it be the blue color. Okay. So it looks something like this. RE, this is the image, and then blue color. If you want to change it, you can do change. You can upload the image. It's your choice. Then next. Now, which type of app you want to create? Standard navigation app or console app. So as of now, we'll go with the standard navigation. Later, we'll work with console navigation. And as we discussed earlier, that Salesforce Lightning, by using this, you can create the application for desktop and phone both. So I'm creating desktop and phone both. Or you want to create only for desktop and phone? So I want to go for both. Setup should be set up. This means you will be getting all the options, and service setup, few options you will be getting. So I'm going with all the options. Now, can the end user change the tab orders, navigation items? Yes. Disable temporary tab for, so if any person is going and then choosing a tab which is not available in the application. Should it be available? Let it be. So, and then next, it is asking for the utility items. So I'm not putting any utility items as of now. We'll do it later, the utility items. Next, navigation items. So which all should be available? So in this, the position should be available. So first position should come, then here candidate should come. So these two tabs should come now. Position and candidates. Okay, done till here?
No,
Then
sir.
next. Okay. Then give permission to system administrator. Do this. So with this, we are creating a new application, Lightning application. The next utility items. Then here next. Navigation, select the position and candidates. Next, profile, system administrator. Don't miss this, otherwise you will not get. Profile, system administrator, and save and finish. Now go to the app launcher. Here go to view all. In the end, you will be getting recruitment. This is the recruitment application. This is how we create application in Salesforce. The application created. Click on this. Now, when you go to recruitment application, you are getting the positions and you are getting candidates. So positions, we already have data. We'll be creating some records in candidates. So I'm quickly creating here these reports. Here, Veena, RP, phone number, blog URL, nothing needed. So I'm creating 5 candidates. This much is sufficient, 5 candidates. 1. Yes, text is the data type. Yes. Yes, Sean. Okay, so I created here 4 records. John, Mike, Rajesh Kumar, and Vinarbi. These are my candidates. So this is, we have entered the position details, and here in the candidate, we are capturing the candidate data. All are the candidates. Now, these candidates needs to apply for the job or for the position. So what is this? Now candidate apply for position. This we are calling as a job application. So job applications. So now in the job application, we'll be creating one more object now, job application, and job application should contain these things: candidate name, position applying for, and status of the job application. So this we will do later. First create this status of the job application. So job application contains which candidate applied for which position, and then its application related details. Job applications. Okay. Now here in the job application, nobody asked me about it. What should be the name field? Name field will go with, I was waiting for this, job application number. This number will take as auto number. Now auto number, then what should be the format of that? How it should display? Have a look on the example here. So I can write down here the JB JA job application hyphen 1 2 3 4 5 5 times 0. So I'll be getting here a number. I am starting with 1. So I'll be getting here JA hyphen 4 times 0 1 4 times 0 2 3 4 5 6 like this. It will keep on increasing. Okay, then save. Okay. Now let me quickly create this here status. Status of the job applications with field and relationship. This is status field. Next. This should be accessible only by administrator, not by everyone. Next. This should be part of job application layout. Page layout should be there. Save. So we have created this. Okay. Now let us come to this first portion here. Candidate name. So on the job application, there should be a candidate name. It should come. Okay. Now we have here a candidate object. So candidate names are already available in the candidate object. Those candidate names should come here in job application, because what all are the existing candidates, they can only apply for a position, not the other person. Looking at this, what is a job application? It is an object. What is a candidate? It is an object. These are two independent objects. Objects, as we know in the object-oriented programming world, that objects are independent. They are not related. So now we need to establish the object relationship. That we'll be doing. So we have two types of relationship. The first one is lookup relationship. What is this lookup? Lookup means searching. So from one object you are searching into another object. This is lookup relationship. Okay, so from which object to which object you are searching? So you are searching from job application to candidate. So this becomes your child object. This becomes your parent object. So from child to parent you are searching, not from parent to child. So whichever object you want to make it as a child object, means from where you are searching, go to that object and then establish a relationship with parent in the lookup relationship. Now in lookup relationship, let me go and create here in the job application here, new field, and I'm choosing here the lookup relationship this time. This is data type, lookup relationship. Then here, next. Which object it should be related to? These are all the object names available over here. So which object it should be related to? Candidate. So I'm going with candidate. Then next. Now it is asking for the field label. It's automatically giving me candidate. But in our case, what should be the field name? Field name is candidate name, not candidate. So here I'm putting down say name. And one more thing, if you already put the field label, okay, have a look. This is a small trick which you should play with. Now here, just yeah, this is you are getting. Okay, now field label, if you do any changes, now field name will not get automatically changed. See, nothing is happening. If you want, the field name should come automatically. Remove the field name. Then go to field label. You should click on this. Then click anywhere or go into field name, description, help text, anywhere, it does not matter. You will get the field name automatically based on the field label. So here now see, I am removing it. So these are the small tricks. Name and got it. Now, this is important portion here. The relationship name is job applications. Is it a required field on job application? Yes, this is a required field. Okay. Now, you mentioned here the required field, the candidate. But what will happen if you delete the candidate field? So candidate is a different record and job application is a different record. So here, if we delete the candidate, then what should happen to the job application? Job application is nothing but a field value. So this field value should be clear. Okay, so then it will be empty field. Or you don't, the candidate record should not get deleted because the candidate has some of the job applications. What is the organization requirement? This is important for the lookup relationship here. In lookup relationship, when user delete parent record, then child record number 1 should have blank field value number 2. Number 2, do not allow parent record to be deleted. Third option is cascade delete child record. These are the 3 settings available over here. First, you are deleting the candidate. Job application in that the candidate name should be empty. This automatically Salesforce will do. You need not to do anything. Simply you'll choose here. If you choose this, it is mentioned here. You can go through with this. Second, do not allow deletion. So if now the user has to remove the candidate, then first he has to come and delete all the job applications of that candidate, then only he can delete the candidate. Otherwise, he cannot. Okay. Then where is the third option? Third option is if you are deleting the candidate, then automatically it should delete all the job applications. This is cascade delete. So deleting one record, all the related record also getting deleted. That's cascade delete. This cascade delete for lookup relationship by default, it is not available. So you have to ask Salesforce to enable it for your organization. Okay, then only the Salesforce will enable it and you will get here that option. So since we cannot ask as of now with Salesforce, so we will not be getting. But make a note that yes, these are options available at Salesforce site. So not everything is available here in CRM. Some things as a partner to Salesforce, we need to tell Salesforce to enable few things for us. Then only Salesforce will do it, otherwise not. If we go here, don't allow deletion. So I'm going with, and I'm making it required. If I'm making it required field, means it is a mandatory field. Mandatory field cannot be empty. So see, it is all automatically disabled. So I'm going with the mandatory field. Lookup filters, you want to apply some filters on the candidates.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Salesforce by answering this question. What page do you access to uninstall an application? A. Basic updates. B. Introduced packages. C. Capacity usages. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So I'm not applying any of the filter as of now. Then next, because of I made it mandatory, so this should be available on all the profiles. Then next, it will come on job application layout, page layout. Next. Now here, this is I was not asking, but this time it is asking. So on the position, it is showing me, sorry, on the job application, the candidate is coming as a lookup field. But what about at candidate? You will be getting a related list. I'll show you what is a related list. This is candidate layout. So if you go to candidate, then you can see all the job application which all are he applied for. All at one place he will get. Yes, I want that. So I'm checking this and then save. So here I have created the candidate name. Now I shall go to tab because as of now, the tab is not created for job application. Let me do so. So I'm going to home, tab, and I'm creating a tab for job application. Here, job applications, tab style, job application I'm taking as the paper, job style. Let me go with the pencil sign. Next, tab should be available for everyone. It should be default tab hidden. Tab means the tab is not visible in the CRM application at all. And for administrator, default on. Then next. Now, this should not be available for all the applications. Yes. This time I already created the application, so I have to choose here recruitment. Earlier it was not there, so we blindly uncheck it and we move forward. But this time we have recruitment application. So I'm checking here application and then save. So tab has been created. So create the tab for job applications as well. And tabs, as we know that tabs are always come in plurals. So here see the names of tabs. They are always plurals. Then second type of relationship we have is master detailed relationship. Okay. The master detailed relationship is again between two objects. But master detailed relationship and lookup relationship, there are few changes. Master detailed relationship here at detail object record. Here we called it as parent and child. Here we are calling it as master and detail. Detail, child, master, parent. So rather than calling it as parent child, we start calling it as master detail. So the detail object record master is mandatory. Here in lookup, it was optional. At child record, parent can be optional, but here it is mandatory. Okay. Second thing, if user delete master record, detail records, all the detail records related to that master will get delete automatically. Okay, this is master detail relationship. Let us go with this now. So I'm going over here into job application. So going with job application here, object manager. job application. And the next field I should create here is position applying for. With field I am establishing relationship master detail. New. In short, we are calling MD relationship, master detail relationship. So new and creating MD relationship. So I'm going with MD relationship. Here, choosing position as the master object, then next, label, position applying for. Okay. Now here, for this record, for this, how to access this? Because the detailed record, they do not have separate sharing permissions. So if a person is having read access on position, then he can able to edit, delete or read the job applications. Or in terms to view the job application or in terms to edit or delete the job applications, the user must need read and write permission on master record. These are the two things. Sharing details we'll be discussing later, that how to share records with someone in Salesforce. So as of now, I'm going with if it is read permission, then means on the position object, if you have a read permission, then you can able to read, edit and delete the job applications. Reparenting means if you are changing the parent is master record. So once it has been created, after that, shall it allow to change the parent? No, we don't want to, we are not going to allow it to change the parent. Then next, master detail relationship, because of it is mandatory, so it's available on all the profiles. Next, page layout, yes. Then next, here on the position, it should be job applications, a related list should come, and save. Okay, so this is done. Okay.
Yes.
Now let's look from the application side. So this is the application, position, candidate, we already did. Now we are coming to job application. Have a look, don't do anything at your place. So these are the job applications, new job application. If I go here with this, status, I'm going with say as of now it is not interviewed because of the person is just applying. Who is the candidate? Candidate is say John. Which position is applying for? These are all the positions he applied for. Salesforce administrator. Save and new. Sorry. It says JA 4 times 01. The job application has been created. The numbering start from 0. Now I'm going with the status. Not interviewed. Candidate. Mike. Applied for. Here says Salesforce developer. Save and new. This is JA 4 times 02. Automatically it is changing. Then I'm going over here again, not interviewed. Later we'll change to interviewed, offered, rejected, but as of now, because of we are creating the job applications, so this should be not interviewed. Candidate name, John. John also applied for Salesforce developer and save. Now here, this is, now look at this. The job application number automatically increment 1, 2, 3, 4 I'm getting. Here, this is I'm getting this John, Salesforce developer. If you are going over the Salesforce developer, just hover over on it. It automatically shows you Salesforce developer. Going on to John. The records you can see here. If you click on this, I'm clicking on John. It will open the record. This is the John record. Now here, detail along with that, you'll also be getting the related. Go to related. So which objects are related? Job application. These are the job applications. So job applications are J1 and J3. These are. This is the related list. So candidate is parent. On the parent, the child record you can see in related list. On the child, the parent you can see as a field. This field is a lookup field. Like here, if you go remove this, this is a lookup field here. See, so I'm searching. Similarly, if I go to say positions, I'm going to positions here. These are the positions. I want to know that for Salesforce administrator, which all are job applications I have for Salesforce administrator. Go to Salesforce administrator position. These are the details about Salesforce administrator position. Status open, sub-status, which department, and all these things. Coming down to related job application, only one job application for this one. This is this JA4 times 01. Which is that you want to see detail? Click on this record. It will open that record. So this it does. Okay. So now position and job application, they are related. Position and candidate, they are related. Remember, on the position, I cannot see information about candidate. On candidate, I cannot see information about position because of they are not related. They are objects. Objects are independent from each other. So no relationship between position and candidates. But candidate and job application, position and job application, they are related. Okay. So job application is child to candidates. When it's child to candidate, then here on the job application, you are getting it as a lookup field. Job application and position. This is detail object. Detail object, again, it's a lookup relationship. Sorry, lookup field you will get here. Now, apart from this, here, lookup relationship maximum 40 lookup relationship allowed per object. Whereas when it comes to the master detail or MD relationship, maximum 2 MD relationship allowed, not more than 2. Okay. Now, any questions still here? You need to do work. You need to create these objects. Interviewer object. Let me explain you what interviewer does. The job of interviewer is to interview for a position for a job application. So interviewer object should have name, auto number, interviewer name. This should be lookup into user object. User is already a standard object in that. Then you should create again a review object. So our interviewer is interviewing a job application. So there should be a relationship between a review and interviewer and job review and job application. What type of relationship? You need to think and put here. I'm not going to share this. And then you should create technical skills, language proficiency, and experience. These fields. These we will do later. Interviewer comments as well. Interview comment. These are the formula fields. We will discuss later formula fields. Okay. You should do this. Once you complete it, you should register few interviewers. Okay. And via interviewers, you should review the job applications. So with this, from data side, your application should have all the data. Like how I did here. Now I have positions, some 4 or 5 positions I have. 4-5 candidates I have. I'm creating here some say 10, 15, 20 job applications. Then there will be one or two interviewer. Interviewer will interview different job applications and then review their job application. And then they are giving marks. This marks out of 5, as of now, you cannot give. This means the interviewer can give even 10 marks. So we are not setting here the validation. When you are creating the records, you are putting less than 5, 0 to 5 anything. Otherwise, your data will be inappropriate. Okay.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Salesforce online training mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
In the object, whenever we go, we have our own requirement because Salesforce, in a standard way, Salesforce is giving us some standard fields. Those standard fields are the 7 fields which Salesforce is giving us. But our requirement for our business things are different. So we created the custom fields and we start introducing those fields into the object. Now, when we are creating the custom fields, then where they should appear, this is not in our hands as of now. So it's whenever we are going for it, like see here, this is I'm creating, say, and if the position, all the positions, this is my position object. Now here, this is how the Salesforce is giving me the placement, the field. But no, I want this as per my requirement, not what Salesforce is giving us. This is now the user interface. User interface is nothing but the page layout. So this page layout we need to customize based on our business requirement. So to do so, now we need a page layout. This page layout, whenever you create a custom object, by default, Salesforce automatically create a page layout for you. And we can make use of that page layout. So if I'm going here into the position object, on the position object, here you'll be getting below to field and relationship page layouts. This is the page layout which currently we are getting. As of now, because of Salesforce gives only one page layout, so I'm getting here one page layout. But yes, we do have options to create more number of page layouts by going to new. With this we can create. But as of now, I'm going and customizing the existing page layout because of we don't have any separate requirement to create multiple page layouts. So I'm going with the existing page layout and I'm clicking on it, the position layout. When I go to the page layout, the position page layout, I'm getting here, this is what the screen. And there's a screen here on top left corner. You'll be getting the fields. And then here right hand side, all the fields you'll get here. The fields which are available on that object, they are shown here. Now if I scroll down, it is showing us here position samples, highlight panel, quick actions, Salesforce mobile and lightning experience actions, position details. And then below to that, here, this is the page layout, which currently we are viewing. Information, header visible on edit only. And then these are the fields. If I'm looking at these fields are appearing here, total 2 columns. So the field is coming on first column, first thing. Second thing, in this first column, the field always append here. So this is the default positioning of Salesforce when you create a new field, where it should come. So it will come on the first section, first column, bottom. This is the default placement. and this we cannot change. Now, if you need to change the field placement, maybe say here, now relevant details, I want to put at single place. So on top here, we have sections. When I go over there, sections, my mouse is in 4-headed arrow. Drag this and drop it downward. I'm getting here a green color line. This is the place where it get dropped. Here, this is I'm going with say position details. Which place you want to see the this section? Detail page and edit page. Detail page, where it show all the page details, relevant fields, everything you'll be getting here on the detail page. Edit page, when you edit the record, then the page layout which you are getting, that is edit page. So here, this is the detail page. If I edit here, going to the see edit, this is edit page layout. This page layout can be different from that. Means few section headers are there, not that we can do changes. This is allowed. So here I'm going up with, I want this should be available on both detail page and edit page. Now what should be the page layout? Shall it be one column or two columns? So Salesforce gives us only these two options. So if you want 3 columns, not possible. So I want it should be 2 columns. Tab key order. Tab key order is if you are within that section and you are from keyboard pressing the tab, then how the tab movement should happen. This is horizontal, left to right. It should move in this way or top to bottom. So first, second, then third, fourth, or first, second, third, fourth, how you want it. So it's your choice as a developer. So here I'm going with the position detail. I'm going to the start date, dragging and dropping here. This is simple drag and drop. Start date. Here, if I go with say date opened, then here date closed, I'm dragging and dropping downward. Start date should come towards right side, dragging and dropping here. These are the position details. Then let me move to here, the department. And towards right side, bottom to this, I want the pay grade. Pay grade. Then after this here, I'm getting here position, status, location. I'm putting here downward, right side, duration. Let me move it downward here. What is duration of this? Status. I'm making it downward here, status here. Duration, let me move it towards right side here. Okay, and then here, which type of, I'm moving it here. So this is, I changed the field placement. Now, after changing the field placement, if you want, you can add one more section and then you can put the details. It's your choice. Once it is done, after that, let us go back and discuss what I can do at the field level. So if I go to field level, like say this is a field. If I do not want this field should appear here, or I do not want the field to come on the page layout at all, then you can go to right side, there is a hyphen sign. Click on this. As of now on top, this type I'm getting, this is grayed out. Clicking on this, Now, these are grayed out, whereas this is in bold. Means this field is not available on page layout. If you want it again, drag and drop. This way we should do. If you want, you can simply do drag and drop upward. This way also you can remove. So it's your choice how you are doing. Then the type. Next is we have what configuration, what settings I can do for a field. Going to this range, clicking on properties. So here we have type read only. So maybe this field you want to make it as a read only. Okay, required, you want to make this field as required. Okay, but this required is only for the users who are viewing this page layout. Only for those users. This is important. When you go with the required, here choosing, this is required to only the persons who are viewing the page layout. This means the other persons, if they are viewing a different page layout, for them the field may not be required. But for you, it is required because of you are viewing that page layout. So that way, the required was universal required, universal mandatory field. This means the field has to have at all places. You cannot ignore it. But when you make a field required at page layout level, then this is required only for page layout. Page layout is user interface. So required only for the page layout. So the persons who are viewing this page layout, only for them it's required. So currently we gave permissions to this page layout only for the system administrator. So if tomorrow I'm creating one more profile and I'm giving them a permission, may not be if there is a different page layout they are getting, and on that page layout the field is optional. For them it is optional. So okay, this is the required field. So I made type as required field. This required you can make of all types of fields, whether it's number, pick list, or any type of, does not matter. Then if I'm coming down here, say information, this is header visible on edit only. Let us see what configuration we can do at section level. Go to right side, range. This is section name, detail and edit page. So this should come on detail page as well. And okay. Now it will come on detail page as well. Now, if I want that to key, here there should be one column. Let me introduce a one column section here. I'm dragging and dropping here. See here, position dates. One column and then okay. Since there is one column, so no tab order. Okay. And then here I'm dragging and dropping. This. So this is how it looks like. Information, two columns, position, single column, position detail, two columns. This is how you'll be getting. If you want, you can move it and you can do the changes. It's your design. Like say duration, you are keeping it here. Department and pay grade. Let's say this one, let me keep here. Status moving down right side, sub status moving right side. Department pay grade, status and sub status. This is my page layout is ready. Now here, if you see, I made this field type as required. I'm getting here the red color star. This is significance of it's a required field. Here I'm getting the blue circle. These are universal required. Universal required means at object level, these fields are mandatory. So job description, I make it mandatory at object level. So that's why I'm getting here this.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Salesforce by answering this question. What page do you access to uninstall an application? A. Basic updates. B. Introduced packages. C. Capacity usages. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
And the universal required field has to be on all the page layouts. You cannot remove it. So here, see, there is no hyphen sign. We cannot remove it. But for others, there is hyphen sign. So you can remove it. If you go to type, hyphen. Why? Because of this required is only on page layout. It's not the universal mandatory field. Object level the mandatory field. So you can remove it. No issues. Then if I come down here, then I'm getting here like this. This is, if you go over there, it shows dependent field. This field, pay grade is dependent on it. And then this is controlling field. So look at this. This is controlling to other. This is dependent on other. Lock sign I read only. So these fields you cannot edit at all. Not possible. Okay. So this is we did setup for the page layout. Now here, this is, if I go here, these all are the other things, mobile cards. This is only for the Salesforce mobile. If you go above this, Salesforce mobile and Lightning experience. Job application. So the job application related list, this is related list of job application. This is coming bottom. I want this should come before, above all. So coming onto this, dragging and dropping. So now related list in the job application is coming on top first. Then here, in the job application, which field you want to see? So as of now, it's showing only one, job application number. If you want to show additional fields, you can go to wrench sign over here. These are all the field names which are available. So I wanted to see here the status. What is the status of the job application? Okay. Then what should be the default order? Ascending order, descending order, how you want it. Okay, so this is, let it be the default job application number status. So I'm not going anything. Once done, after that, there is bottom, you will be getting the OK button. But since my zoom level is more, so it's not visible. So I have to reduce the zoom level. Now OK button. We are not going to work with the buttons. That we'll do later when we create buttons that time. So I'm clicking on OK. So now I'll be getting here the job application number and its status. These two things. I'm saving over here, say save. Yes. Now if I go, let me refresh this page. Changing the zoom level back to 100%. This is the detail page. And then going to related list here, related list tab, job application I'm getting first. So for this, there is no job application. New, I can quickly create a new job application for this. Candidate name, yes, a Mike, Java developer, save. For the position, this is status. As of now, no status. This has been done. Okay, so this is about the related list settings in the page layout. So the first thing is, let me go with the roll-up summary. Roll-up summary field is available only for master detail relationship. It's not available for any other place other than master detail relationship. And it is available for master record. And with this, see, master record has the detail records. So when we go with the master data relationship, and under master we are getting the multiple records. Those records, on that if we have data, those data I want to roll up at master record level. So currently the data is available at the detail record. So from detail record to roll up the data at master record level. So roll up data from detail records to master record. This. For an example, when we go here into our job applications, let me go to job applications. So I have job applications. Now on the job application, if I go to any of the job application, we have here related reviews. So what is the relationship between a job application and a review? Job application is master and reviews are child. These. On reviews, here we have the marks. Technical skills, language proficiency, experience. These are the marks available. Now, one job application can have more than one reviews. Yes, this is possible. Like see here, if I'm going with this. As of now, only one review. Now I want to create more reviews. Maybe for this person, there are more reviews happened. Let me go with an interviewer, technical skills. This is reviews. Okay. Now for this job application, there are two reviews. Now, how to find out about, because of two reviews are being done by two different persons, or maybe one single person, then what is status of the job application? Status of the job application means here I want to know how much total marks he got on an average per skills. So the reviews which we are doing, so in reviews, we have here the technical skills, language proficiency, experience. So in job application, I want to find out how many reviews done for this job application and what is the total marks it got. But review is a different object and job application is a different object. These are two completely different objects. So in this case, if you want to fetch data, then you can fetch data only if one is master and the other is detail record. Then you can do the calculation, aggregation you can do. So I'm going here on the job application and fetching all the data from review object because of it's a detail record. So you have to go to master object. Let me go to master object now. That's job application. And I'm creating a field. New field I'm creating with roll-up summary. Then next, here say total reviews. How many total reviews done? Next, which object? So I'm summarizing reviews. What? So in roll-up summary, you can actually get the count, sum, minimum, and maximum. So as of now, I want to find out the count. how many records we have for their job application, how many records we have for reviews. So I'm counting. Shall you include all the records or you want to filter basis on some criteria? So I'm going to include all the records. So all the reviews under the job application. Then next. Now after this, which profile should I have access to? So this profile, system administrator. And this is a roll-up summary, a formula field, so it is read only. You cannot edit it. Then next, here it should come on the page layout. Yes, and save. Now if I go here to the job application, here I need to refresh it. Didn't turn up. This is the refresh issue. Let me edit it. See here, total reviews 2. So for this job application, 2 reviews done. If you again create one more review, it becomes 3, 4, 5, like this. This is roll-up summary. After doing this, let me do a sum for the technical skills. So here, new, roll-up summary. Next, here, total technical skills score. Next, now here, reviews, sum, which field? Here, technical skills. We'll take all the records. Next, okay. This is how we'll go for the roll-up summary. So this is for the technical skills. Then this should be available only to system administrator. Next. Here, save and new. Next. This time I'll go for experience. Next. On reviews. Some for experience. Next. Save and new. Roll-up summary. Language proficiency. Next. Reviews. Some for the language proficiency. Next. And save. If I go here and then refresh it, I should be getting here. Now this has been done. 2. Technical scores 9, experience 10, language proficiency 9. So this is we did with the roll-up summary. Now here, I want to figure it out what is the average score. As of now, this is the total score. What is average score out of 5 for this Java application? Now, since the data are already available here, so there is no need to roll up the data from the detail object. So now this time we'll not use roll-up summary. We'll be working with the formula field. So on the formula field on job application here, say new, here formula field, or say next, total, let's say average score. The return type of this should be number, decimal places, maybe say 1 decimal place, and what should be formula for this? If I need to find out the average, okay, so what is total? These are the things I have. So what is total?
Total is 28. No, sir.
Okay, so total is total technical skills, total experience, and total language proficiency score.
Yes, sir.
Sum of all three.
By 3.
Okay. So if I go here, now inserting a field here, see total experience plus language proficiency plus the technical scores. Now these all things. This should be divided by 3. So I'm putting here a parenthesis. Divide by 3. Will this divide by 3 gives me the average score?
So divide by number of reviews.
Yes. So here, perfect. So this should be total reviews. Will it give me the average? Yes. Will it give me average? The answer is no. It's giving me the average of this all. Average. Again, I have to divide further by 5 because of each marks we are getting out of 5. Okay. So overall average is divide by further 5. So divide by 5. So what it is, this is 9 plus 10 plus 9. This becomes 28. 28 divided by 2. It is 14. But the 14 is the average for this. Okay. And we are working out of 5. So what is out of 5? Out of 5, it is 14 should again divide by 5. Then whatever is the score you are getting, that becomes the average score across different reviews. This is why I'm putting here the divide by 5. Check the syntax. No error, nothing. Then say next. Before this, please work with this. Create an average score field at job application with this formula.
Sir, in this case, when we give 1 divided by 0 or any number divided by 0, what will be the answer, sir, in this?
Yes, we'll come on to that.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Now, in this, when we proceed with, just now I got a query related to that if it is divided by 0. Then this thing is not there in the simple formula. We should go into advanced formula. Simple formula and advanced formula, there is no difference. The only thing is that in advanced formula, when you go towards the right side, you can see the functions. They are available. These functions are same as the Microsoft Excel functions. Same as that. So how to know that this should be divided by 0 or not? So in this function, like say, if I go with ABS, this is for absolute. You can check it out here. ABS, it accepts a number. What it does, you can check it out here. What it does. If you want to get the help about it, help on this function. Click on this, you'll be getting help. So where the examples are given. So here, these are all the functions. So from here, you can get. So if I come down here, these are date, experience, all are functions available. I have here if, okay. Let me go with the one. If insert selected function, I'm clicking over here. This enters this. Logical test, value if true and value if false. So this is like if and else. So what should be logical test here? Logical test means when the evaluation should happen. When here the total reviews is not equal to 0. So when the total reviews is not equal to 0, then what should I do? Value if true. So if this condition satisfies, then this will get processed. If this condition failed, then this will get processed. So let me go with this here, cut, and I'm pasting here. This makes the formula complex. Value if false, here I'm putting 0. This is what I'm doing now. Let's see my formula is correct or not. Going to check syntax. Here, no syntactical errors. This is what we did. Okay. So after doing this, rewrite your formula in this way so that you will not be getting any error. Do this. Okay. Do this here. And then next. Okay. Now save. So this has been done, the average score. Now if I go here, refresh this. I'm not getting here. Let me go with this edit. I should be getting average score 2.8. Okay, 2.8. 14. It's divided by 3 because of we are total 3. Okay, save. Now I should be getting here. Cancel this, refresh, edit. 4.7. Okay. Now, if for a job application there is no reviews done, then you will not get error message. Like say for 001, there is no reviews done. 0 reviews, yeah, I'm not getting anything at all. Yes, see, now it makes sense. 0 reviews, no scores, 0. As soon as there is a review, automatically I'll be getting here the details. You should create here a field now, say status. This status should be say offered if average score is more than 4.9. It is on hold if average score is greater than 4.7. Rejected if average score is less than 4.7. You should create a field status. The value of status should be something like this: offered, on hold, and rejected. This should be based on the average score. Do this. You should use if. So why if only you can do. Okay, so let me show you. So creating new formula field, next. Here, application status. The return type should be text, because here we are returning this: offered, on hold, and rejected. Next. Here, if condition, if the average score is greater than or equal to 4.9. This is the first one which we have here. Then it should give us offered. So here, comma, offered. So this will be putting in single quotes. Now after this, if this is false means I'm sure that the average score is less than 4.9. But less than 4.9, how much? No idea. Here we have again a segmentation. If it is greater than 4.7, then it should be on hold, otherwise rejected. So if we get a value and we need to check the value, if the value is true, satisfies, then something should come, otherwise something else should come. In that case, we go with again if. Here, Control C, Control V, greater than or equal to 4.7. If it is greater than or equal to 4.7, then it is on hold. Otherwise, rejected. Then closing this. Okay, this is the formula which we are writing down. Now here in this formula, if you go up with this here, okay, if for this position, like say this is my job application 1 position, new and interview is reviewed it and it gave 555 marks and save. Now if you come to the details, it will say here offered. But hang on, only for one review done. And reviews are keep on happening, it's not one. But because of the formula which we wrote, I didn't complete it yet. But the formula which we wrote, as soon as it's getting here more than 4.9, it mentioned here the application status as offered, which is not true. So we should offer, we should reject, we should put someone on hold only when the position is closed. Now from where to fetch the position? If you go to the position object, on the position object, we have here the close date. This is when the position is closing. So position open on this date and position closed on this date. So if the position is closed, then only it should come. Okay. Or else you can even go for the status, position status. Position status, we have new, open and close. So if the position is closed. Okay. So let me go here with this date closed. This is from where I'm fetching? I'm fetching from the position object. What is position object? Position is parent to job application. So earlier we discussed fetching the data from the detail object. Now fetching the data from parent. See, at the parent object, there are multiple childs or multiple detail for master. So we use roll-up summary. But for one child, there is only one parent. So there will always be only one data. But for one parent, there can be multiple childs. So we do aggregation. This is when we use roll-up summary. So I'm going up with the insert field. I need to fetch the related positions close date. Insert field. Here, candidate name. If I come down, what is the name? Position applying for. This is position applying for. I'm getting here 2. This is the ID. This is, I'm getting here angular bracket. If I go here, this will give me the fields of that particular object. So these all are fields of position object. Date closed. And insert. I got this. How to know that this should be greater than today's date? What is today's date? Greater than. Here you'll be getting a function today. This will give you today's date.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Salesforce by answering this question. What page do you access to uninstall an application? A. Basic updates. B. Introduced packages. C. Capacity usages. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So now this condition which we are checking earlier, we are checking condition only at one parameter. Average score is greater than 4.9. Now along with that, I should also need to check if this is also true or not. So now two conditions I should check. Two conditions checking means either I should use AND operator or I should use OR operator. AND or OR. These are the logical operators. You are familiar with it? AND operator, OR operator, or
Yes, sir.
logical operator?
Yes, sir.
Anybody who is not familiar with it? And where all the conditions has to satisfy, then only AND gives you true. If any of the condition or all the conditions are false, AND will give you false. Or all the conditions are false, not satisfying, then it gives you false. If any one condition or all the conditions are satisfying, you will get true. So in our case, we should go with AND because both the condition has to satisfy.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Salesforce online training mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Let me go here and this is AND. Logical operator 1, 2, 3 like this. Okay, so here I mentioned this. This is the condition and average is greater than or equal to 4.9, comma, position applying for underscore R dot date closed greater than today. This entire I'm cutting. This should be for if condition. Similarly, here also I need to check it out. So I'm removing this. And I'll put here 4.7. So this is a complex formula now. If and average score is greater than or equal to 4.9, comma, date close is greater than today, less than today. It means that the date close is lapsed. Okay, then offered, on hold, and rejected. This one. Okay. Now here, when we go up with this, what will happen if the person's application is reviewed, but the position is still open? Then it will give rejected. But as of now, it's not rejected. It is say yet not completed. So there is no status at that point of time. But we are not checking that at all. So here now I should be rewriting this again. Control C, Control V. If average score is less than or equal to 4.7 and position is this, then it should be rejected. Otherwise, it should be empty. No status. Got it? Why I mentioned like this? So that if the date closed is still there, then it should be empty. No status. Otherwise, in earlier case, it will give you rejected, which is not correct. Because the person is interviewed by one interviewer, maybe the interviewer gave him 555 marks. But this condition is satisfying. This condition is not satisfying. The position is still in open stage. It says that the application is rejected, which is not appropriate. So we are going with this.
First, understand what is Salesforce Lightning. Let me give you an explanation. Salesforce Lightning is an ecosystem of ready-made apps and components which enterprises can use to build next-generation user interfaces and apps. And it basically consists of two components. First one is Lightning Component Framework, and then we have got Lightning App Builders. And using the both innovative apps and UIs, that is user interfaces, are built. So Lightning is nothing but a framework which is used to build applications and user interfaces. I hope it is clear to you all. Let us go in detail about Lightning Component Framework, which forms the most important portion of Salesforce Lightning. So the first feature is out of the box component. This is nothing but a collection of components which can be used to create apps. Then these are reusable components. Once created, can be used by any Salesforce user to develop the app. Then these components can also contain HTML, JavaScript, CSS, or any web-enabled code. The same components can be used to recreate or create new components. And then we have got detailed encapsulation feature. What does that mean? So it means though components' external images are visible to the component users, but the internal functions are reserved to the component author, the one who has created the component, and hence authors can change the implementation details without letting the user know about the same. Then we have got event-driven framework. So this feature allows the developer write handlers that responds to user interface as they occur. Like this. So of course it is used for writing handlers that responds to UI events as they occur. And finally we have got open source or a framework. It simply means you can build apps regardless of data that you have, whether it is structured or unstructured. In short, you have got everything that you need to develop an app and build user interface without having the need of being technically acumen. And after knowing the amazing features, let us talk about Lightning Framework usage. By now, you all must have got the idea what Lightning platform basically does. But let me elaborate it a little more for you guys. So it is used for building personalized apps. Using Lightning App Exchange, your developer can build the app the way they want it. That is to say, they can customize it. There is no standard way to be followed. You mold it the way you want it. These apps are reusable, of course. The developer can reuse it and access it even from mobile. That's why we call it use anytime and anywhere. You can continue working in the Lightning framework in the absence of internet connectivity, and again can connect with the Salesforce ecosystem as and when network resumes. Then it is omnipresent. That means the app shall be present across the ecosystem and hence can also be used by other developers as and when they require. Then we have got what can we do using Salesforce Lightning framework is build app faster. The out of the box component enables the developers to develop apps faster using these components. You don't need any coding. Yes, you heard it right. Simply these drag and drop components can be used for the same. Developers also have the option to build the innovative apps and appealing UIs using web-enabled codes like HTML, JavaScript, and CSS. And finally, you can customize the CRM. Salesforce Lightning enables its user to customize their CRM anytime. so that they can use it effectively and successfully. Okay, so now let us use an example to get a clear understanding as to how Lightning App Builders actually work. So you can come here, you can see here Lightning App Builder. Right click here, open it. You can find it below the schema builder, right? So here now click on new. Lightning App Builder is also a click interface or visual interface. So app page, we shall create a single page Lightning application here, right? So you'll be simply clicking on next. Here it would ask you for a layout. Let's keep it default. Again, click next. Now finish. Now we should give a label. So let's say flow demo, or rather let us call it a feedback app. Okay, so click finish. Now here is the main page. When you need to get the components, as I told you, apps are built using pre-built components, okay, and you really do not need any kind of coding. You can simply drag and drop the components. So here we'll be using Visual Force component, okay, to create our app. And how do we do that? So simply you can come here Visual Force, drag it and drop it. So this screen gets open of flow demo. You can use the components from here, and if you have your own customized components, you can use it here, but since we do not have any, so we are using the pre-built component which is called Visual Force here, right? So this is the screen we are getting in here, and after that on your right side you can simply see there's this flow demo. You can see in the drop down all the Visual Force pages which are enabled for Lightning. You can see all those in demo here, okay? And now we'll simply click on save. It'll get saved. Now activate it. Feedback app. You can give any icon you want. You can change it as well. Okay, now here it's asking the same. Now Lightning experience, now Salesforce 1, now here add page to app. So R is feedback app, right? You can change the position here, but I'm keeping the same, and now I'm going to click on the save. Okay, so here it has shown activation successful, right? So now we want to test our app. So to open Salesforce 1, just on your computer, get rid of everything after salesforce.com and then type in 1/.1.app. So it is going to give you this error because you are using it on computer and it is supposed to be run on mobile. So what will we do is we'll convert your computer into mobile. So here I'm on Firebox, and here I'm using the extension user agent overrider. Okay, so what will I do is I'll tell it that I'm not a computer and I'm a mobile. Okay, so now we can see our Salesforce 1 app again. You can simply refresh it. Okay, setup will be opening it again and we'll be doing the same thing, 1/1.app and enter. And here then it is showing us our Salesforce 1 app just like this. And here in the drop down you can see our app created, feedback app. So click on that. And finally we have got our flow demo. So this is the user interface. This is what is going for the user. And now here simply you can give in your name and then email ID and then comments and then simply next. Thank you for your inquiry feedback. Finish it. So the detail has been submitted. So how fantastic it was to get an entire app built without a single line of coding, wasn't it? So to me it's really very fascinating, and make just ensure one thing, that you use such plugin like the extensions I have used, because earlier it used to work on desktop as well, that Salesforce 1. But now if you try to open Salesforce 1 on desktop, it will definitely give you an error that Salesforce can be used on mobile only. So this is the main motto of the main motto of showing this example was that how easily you can build your app. I've already discussed about Salesforce and Lightning framework in detail. So assuming that you all have got a fair knowledge about Salesforce, here in this video, our main focus remains on Lightning framework and its practical usage. So let's get started by quickly understanding Lightning experience. So it has got basically two major features. The first one is Lightning Component Framework, which is a collection of built-in components, and these components are reusable. And then it has got Lightning app builders. And using both of these, you can build faster and visually appealing user interfaces and applications. So, why one should go with Lightning framework? Let us explore. So Lightning has got over 175 plus features which are not available in Salesforce Classic. It has got built-in components, like I said earlier. That means even if you do not possess any technical or coding language skill, you still can build apps, exactly, and UIs as well. So using these reusable drag and drop components, you can simply build apps and user interfaces, which is not the case with Classic. And for those who know HTML, CSS or JavaScript, can do their own coding to develop the app. So you have got both of the options. If you know coding, go ahead, code it and develop your app. Or if you do not know coding, simply use this drag and drop components and you are done. Then it is an event-driven environment, which allows developers to write handlers based on the events, just like click events, etc. Lightning has got open source Aura framework, which allows you to build an app and UIs independent of the data available in the background of the Salesforce. So these are a few major advantages of using Lightning over Classic and why you should choose Lightning framework over Classic. Now, Lightning is the future. Slowly and gradually, everything would move to Lightning, and hence it is the need of this hour. Since it is very easy to learn and implement, and hence learning Lightning does not take much of a hard work from you and gives you a better career. Now let me show you some of the examples of how to create components and how to build an app using those components, okay? And I shall also be giving you an example of multiplication of two numbers using Lightning component. So here we are going to enter into the practical session of Lightning framework. So for that, here I'm going to show you step-by-step practical, that you need to do. How are you going to create your account, login, and everything. So let's start. So first of all, making an account in Salesforce for developers at simply no cost. That is, you'll be getting a free developer account for lifetime. And for that, you need to go to developers.salesforce.com. Here, developer.salesforce.com. So we'll go here. Okay, now here you can see sign up. So if you are a new user for Lightning or Salesforce, you can simply go to sign up. Okay, and so here normal formalities you need to do. So let's say name, you can create SHUBHRA SHALINI. Your email address you need to give. So let me give that 7@gmail.com. Okay, and of course it's developer. So company name, it's Intellipaat. Country, of course, India, and postal code is same 5600102. And so one precaution that you need to take care is, you have to give your username in the form of this email ID, like name@yourcompany.com. So let me say SHUBHRA@intellipaat.com. Okay, so this is how you need to give your username and sign me up. So it is going to send you an email. For that, I need to log into my email ID. Let me do that. Okay, here is my email ID. Let me type in my password. Let's see what happens here. Okay, so almost there. Please check your email to confirm your account. So let me do that. Let me check my account, whether I've received any mail or not. All right, so I have got an account, a mail here, and here it says verify account, right? So let me click on verify account. So to easily log in here, so now from now onwards, if you need to log into Salesforce, so instead of going to developer.salesforce.com, you can simply go to this link, login.salesforce.com, and you'll be given your user ID and password. So here again, I need to make a password for my Salesforce account, okay, which needs to have 8 characters, 1 letter, and 1 number. I have done it. Let me just give it in case if you forget your password. So there is some backup questions that you need to be ready with. Okay,
So slowly we are here on the user interface of Salesforce. So this is how Salesforce, the new Salesforce, the Lightning Salesforce actually looks like. So what do we do, first? So first of all, we need to create a custom domain for ourselves. And before doing that, you can see I've already described everything in my previous, videos, but still for your reference. So this is a quick find. If you need to search anything in here, you can simply type that here. If you need to search in, across the Salesforce, then you can type here. Okay, so this will give you a result based on the searching across Salesforce. So let's say I have to search my domain. Okay, it has given me this option. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to set up a custom domain. Okay, so custom domain is very much important because it gives you a lot of technical licenses, plus it gives you a different level of securities. Even you can see here Salesforce itself, you see, and keep your data more secure by adding a custom domain name to your Salesforce URL. So it itself recommends and asks you to create a custom domain. And how to do that? It's very easy. So choose domain name. So first of all, we have to choose our domain name. So what can we give it? Let's say example. Let's see whether it's available or not. Okay, so it's already taken. So example Salesforce. Check availability. It is also taken. So let's say demo class Salesforce. Let's check it out. So it's available. So when it is available, you can simply go and register your domain. Okay, so now what is it showing is registration takes less than 2 minutes. It's pending. Now you have chosen your domain name, which is here demo class SF. Here you can see it. This is your domain now. So from now on, whenever you need to log into your Salesforce account, you can, instead of going to login.salesforce.com, you can simply go to your custom domain and log in with the same username and password. Okay, so here registration, you're registering your domain, you will be receiving an email ready for testing. So let me check whether I have received any email or not. So I have not received an email as of now. So let's wait till the time we receive an email. Okay, since sending an email and registering your new domain takes a little bit of time, because it has to transfer all the data of your Salesforce to your custom domain. So what I have done is I have also created another account and have got the email for that. So this is how you'll be getting an email, support@salesforce.com. So just like I have signed it here and I'm waiting for the email, so the email that you'll be getting would be like this. So that's how similarly I have created another account and I have got the email for that. So let me go into that only. Okay, so this is, let's say, so here I land on this page, and so here the username here is neha@intellipaat.com, and similarly I have given my password and let me log in. This is how you sign up into Salesforce, and then you create your custom domain so that you are more secured, your data is more secured, and you get many of the technical advantages over there. So again, let me go to my domain. We are again logged in into Salesforce, right? Okay, it has given me this option. Let me click it on it, and now let's see what it shows. Okay, you can see here that here it's given choose domain name. I have already finished this. Now domain registration pending, it's already done. Now I need to test my domain URL, then deploy to users. We have already tested it, right? Now let me show you how to build a component in Salesforce. And for that, what am I going to do is you go here and you see your developer console. So whatever coding we are going to write on developer console. Okay, and remember one more thing. Here domain deployed to users is still in pending, but I'm not going to do it right now. I will tell you the reason later on. Okay, so now let me show you how to code it. So you go to file, click on new, and here lightning component. So let me give it a name, let's say LC. Okay, submit it.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Salesforce by answering this question. What page do you access To uninstall an application, A. Basic updates, B. Introduced packages, C. Capacity usages. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So here you see Lightning component has come up here, and this is nothing but a bundle of the component, and this is where we need to write our code. So this is Aura that I discussed you guys. It is very much required in Lightning experience because this is what allows you to work independent of the data available in the background of the Salesforce. So here I'm going to use simple HTML coding, right? So I hope you guys have a fair or basic knowledge of HTML coding. Even if you do not have, you can simply learn it. It's not a big deal. So let me use it. I'm going to use h1 tag, okay, and hey there, let's say. Let me save it like Control S. So it has saved it for me. Now this is see, now our first component is ready. Now again, let me go to new Lightning component. Let me say it LC1 and submit it. Okay, the same thing I'm again going to apply. So let's say H1. Okay, and here how you doing, let's say. Okay, and again I need to save it. I've saved it. So we have created two components, lc.cmp, lc1.cmp. Now I need to create an application. So again, file, new, Lightning application here. Okay, and I'll call it LA. Okay, Lightning application, and I'll submit it. So here again, see, now I have got the Lightning application. Now one difference that you might have noticed, here it is giving me aura.component, and here it is aura and application. Okay, so that is what it is differentiating between component and application, and also extension is also different. Here it is CMP and here it is AP. Now how do I need to create an application? I have already told you guys that an application is nothing but collection of different components. So we have built two different components here. Now we need to get all those components in our application. And how do we do that? So in Salesforce Lightning, we have got this command, that is namespace C. That means we are calling our component. So which component are we calling? First name is LC, right? So we'll write here LC. Okay, and we'll close it. Secondly, again the same thing, namespace, we are calling the component. Which component are we calling now? LC1. LC1. Okay, again close it. Now save it, Control S. It's saved. Now let's see how our application, this LA application, looks like. So let's go to preview. Okay, but see what error it is giving. Lightning components require my domain. Please contact your administration for more information. That's what I was about to tell you guys. Here. So we have tested our domain, but here we have not deployed our domains to users. So until and unless you deploy your domain, anything you do will not be visible to the user. So now let me go and deploy it. Now that's what it's saying. When you deploy the new domain, we activate it immediately. Only Salesforce computer support can disable or change your domain name once it's deployed. Okay. So let it deploy our domain now. And now it has been deployed. So let us again go to our developer console. Let me try update preview. See what has it done. Since I have now deployed my domain, and now whatever coding I am writing and whatever app I am creating or building is also visible to the user. So see, this is our first component, hey there. This is our second component, how you doing. And this is our app which has been created. So see how easy it was to create this. I hope it is clear for you guys at how to create components. You give simple coding and then you build your app. Now let us move forward. We'll do styling of our component. See, Lightning framework, the major feature of Lightning framework is to make your application or user interfaces visually appealing. So that's what I'm going to do it. Now let's see, we are going to LC component, and here you can see style sheet. So I will click on it. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to make my components visually more appealing. So when I clicked on it, this is the tab that has been created. What it means, LC. LC means for component lc.cmp. So this is the component, and for this component we are creating a style sheet, CSS. Okay, you got it. So for LC we have got this created. Now what does this dot means? So this dot actually refers to the entire body. Okay, so whatever coding I'm going to write under or within these curly braces would be applicable for this entire component. Okay, so let me do that. Before doing that, let me also create divisions here. Okay, like this is our main part. Hey, there is our main part. Let me create divisions. For divisions we have the command div. Okay, let me create 2 or 3 divisions. So similarly, okay, again let me create one more division like this. Okay, and again let me create one more division. Let me write here, let's say simply red, maybe yellow, and maybe green. Okay, I'm simply giving something to be displayed. So now Control S. I've Controlled S. Now again go to Lightning application. I'm in this LA app, and again update our preview. Let's see what does it give us. See, this is our main section. I have created divisions of red, yellow, and green. So that's what it is showing. And this is my second component. Now let us again go to the developer console. Now let me give some styling to our components, right? So I told you that anything that we are going to write within these curly braces would be applicable to this entire component. Okay, so for example, let me write here background color is equal to spelling COLOR is equal to orange. Okay, semicolon. Okay, and also let's say we want to change the heading of the padding top. So let me say it like padding top is make it, let's say 12 pixel. Okay, save it. Now I have saved it. So now whatever coding I have written here would be applicable to this entire component. So let's see what is the result. What has happened, this entire component one has got, you know, orange background, and plus this has got bigger. Every one of these has got bigger. Okay, 12 pixel. So now let me show you how do you give styling to individual lines of a component. Okay, and let me clear component 2 from here, otherwise you guys will get confused. Let me just keep component 1 in my app. Okay, now how do we do that? So first of all, let me give styling to this. So this is the main part of our component. So if whenever you have to give this styling to main part of your component, you simply go here. So this was for the entire component. Now for the header, you have got h1 dot this, this curly braces. Okay, and here you have to write. So let's say you want to do the font size is equal to 60 pixel px semicolon, and you want the font weight gst is equal to, let's say, bold. Okay, semicolon. Okay, now let us save it. It's saved. Now again go to LA and let's see what happens. You get the difference here. So what I have done is, firstly I gave styling to the entire component, and then I just gave a styling to this header portion, this portion, only this portion, and that's how we have got the result of this hey there. Okay, now let us give the styling to red, yellow and green individually. And how do we do that? So to give this styling to this division section, we need to create classes. Yes, and how do we do that? Simply go here. Okay, class is equal to, let us call it red only. Okay, we have created our class. Similarly, I need to create classes for yellow and green. So let me do that. I'll copy it and paste it. So from here, I again call it yellow, and here I'll be calling it green. So here what have we done is we have created three different classes for drives, I mean divisions. So here I have created, you have to be careful about the syntax you are using. So you have to check that whether you have used the correct syntax or not. So we have created the classes. Again, go to LSCSS. Now how do we style here? So for that, here you would type dot thi. This needs to be capital always. Okay, this space dot. Now which class you have created? Red. That all in small. So here red, red. Okay, curly braces. Here I want background color to be red only. Okay, I have created red, semicolon. Similarly, we have to create for yellow and green. So I'll copy and I'll paste. So this is for yellow class. Okay, this also let me make yellow only. This is for class green, so we'll do the class green, and we want the background also to be green. Okay, let me try and save it. Okay, so it has not given me any error. That means it's been saved. Now let's see what is the output here. Okay, so red, yellow, green, it's not yet changed. So let me go and check what's the problem here. Okay, so let us see. Okay, I think we have not saved it. Let us save our component also. We have created the class, but we have not saved it. Okay, let's go here and update it. Oh, it has given me, see. So now you have got the red background, yellow background, and green background. So this is how you style your component. I hope it is all very clear to you. Now let me also show you how do you create an attribute. Okay, so for that, again go to component and let me say I'm creating LC4 attribute. No, LC4, which is a component only. Okay, so I'm creating this. Let it get open. Okay, so here, and now to create an attribute, you need to write namespace aura attribute. Okay, now you need to give some features to your attribute. So let's say name, I call it A1. Okay, then I also need to give, let's say the type of this attribute is integer. Okay, and let's say I assign a default value in it, which is let's say 15, and close it. Okay, now let's see. So what have we done here is we have created one attribute named A1, and we have given this all these kind of features like its integer and default value is 15. Okay, now again let us create another attribute. Let's say this. Okay, and here we name it A2, and let's say default value is 10. And let's say if we need to multiply this and we need to show the multiplication result of this, so let me create another value called multiply. Okay, and so default value would be here, of course, 150. Now how do we display it? So to display it, we have got another pattern, which is this curly braces exclamatory mark v dot a1. So it will display our one attribute only. So let's run it first. So we also need to create one application, right? Then only we can run it. So let's say LC4A is our application name. So it's getting created. Again, the bundle and the app here. And how do we display it? I have already told you. See, what's the name of your component? It is LC4. LC4. And we need to close it and save it. Now display. What is it showing now? Let's see. So see 15 it is showing. Why only 15? Because we have displayed only one attribute. Let's say I display another attribute also. So multiplied by this. Let me copy it Control C, Control V, and this is A2. Okay, save it. Now go to your app and again see what it gives. Okay, so 15 multiplied by 10. Now we have displayed both of our attributes, and let's say now you also need to display your this multiplication factor. So how do you display it? So for displaying it, you can simply type in this and replacing A2 with multiply. Multiply. Okay, save it and go here and here. Let it get C. So 15 multiplied by 10 is equal to 150, and that is how you display all these attributes on your applications. I hope it is all clear. One more functionality, let me also tell you. If you need to add a button on your app, so how would you do that? So you would use again namespace UI, which is user interface. You need a button whose label needs to be, let's say, for multiply, click me. Okay, so what are we doing here is we are going to display a button on our application. Okay, so here this needs to be here. Okay, UI is nothing but user interface, button, label is equal to for multiply, click me, and close it. Control S. Now let's go to our app and let's see the result. Let it get loaded. See. So this is how you simply add a button. Let's say you need to keep this button into next line. So you can simply add break, right? And to add that, simply BR, again BR. Okay, Control S. Let's say what does it give? Let it get loaded and see. So you have got it into the next line. So this was a very simple example, of how you kind of build easy components and then build applications out of those components in Salesforce Lightning framework. And I hope you guys have got an idea that yes, how easy it is. You simply need to have HTML language or learn JavaScript or CSS, and you can simply work on Lightning framework. And not to forget that it also has got built-in components which you can simply drag and drop, and of course build your application, which I have already shown in my previous video, and that's why I'm not taking that particular thing in this video. Okay,
now let's start building a real application hands-on, step by step. So as we go ahead and build a real life application, a lot of things will get cleared on the way and we will learn a lot more things. Okay, so before building the application, we need to have a good user interface for that. So for that, what we will do, we will go ahead and download the style sheet from Bootstrap and we will upload that to our static resources. We have seen in one of the previous videos how we can use a file from static resources. If you have your own custom style sheet, if you want to give a different look and feel for the user interface, feel free to go ahead and do that. Create your own style sheet and upload that. Okay. So here on Bootstrap, if you go to Google and search for Bootstrap style sheet, it will take you to this page, or you can go to getbootstrap.com, getting started. Here also you will find this. So download the Bootstrap, save file. Okay, it will contain a lot of files, JavaScript and all. We just need the CSS, and we will use the minified CSS. You see the minified one, bootstrap.min.css. So the minified is lower in size than the regular CSS. So we'll upload this to our static resource as the name Bootstrap. To do that, you need to extract this to some location. So you can go ahead and click on extract to the whatever location you want, and then go to Salesforce, search for static resource. Here we are. Click on new. Give it some name. Let's say we name it Bootstrap, and by clicking on browse, select your file here. Okay, so bootstrap.min.cs, and I will click on save. So here's my Bootstrap in my static resources, which we will use later in our application. Now to build our application, we will again go to developer console. And the application which we are working on will be known as a contact management application app, wherein we can search for contacts, we can list them down in different manners, and we can do a lot of other things on contact. So for that, what I will do, I will get rid of everything from here. Let's start from scratch. Okay, and I'll click on file, go to new, and click on Apex class. I will name this as contact controller. Okay, now again it should be with sharing. Here we will define a method which will return us a list of contacts. So let's say I name it public static list of contact, and the method name can be search contacts. What does it return? It return, either we can create a variable or we can directly say return and select ID, comma name, comma phone, whatever you want, comma phone, comma mobile phone, whatever you want from contact, and you can even limit it to, let's say, 30 if you have too many contacts. So we can limit this to 30 here. Okay, so what it will do, it will return all the contacts irrespective of any condition, only 30 contacts irrespective of the condition. But what we also want it to specify a search query and return the contacts based on our search query. So for that, we will create another method, static. Again, it will also return a list of contact or maybe one contact as per the query which you have written. Let's say we name it search by query. Now this method, what it will take our query, okay, and based on that it will return. So our query will be string, and let's say our name it search query. Okay, so this search query will come from user interface, will pass in from to this method, and based on this query it will search for whatever we are looking for. So what we will do, we will define a variable string name equals to, so we will add some wildcards because it is not true or it is not a general thing that we will remember the exact contact name every time. Let's say we are searching for a word but we do not remember all the alphabets of the word, so we need to have some wildcard to append, like we search in Google. We don't have to type in the exact phrase. So to give that functionality, we will append wildcards before and after the query. Okay, so if you are searching for Simon, even if you search IMO, it will return Simon to you. Okay, so even if you don't remember the exact thing, and then return select ID, comma name, comma phone from contact where name like name. Okay, where name is like this name, string search. So where our name matches this, and let's limit it to 30 also. So it will return only on the contacts whose name matches partially by our query. And as we know, for it to be accessible for Lightning framework, we need to have Aura enabled with this method, the annotation Aura enabled to each of these methods. Okay, save it. So it's a simple controller with sharing to enforce sharing rules. Two methods, one will return all the contacts irrespective of the search query. Another method, we will have a search box on the user interface. Depending on the query given by the user, it will go ahead and search for the contacts, matches the name, and wherever name matches partially, it will return those contacts and show to the user. So this will be the basic controller.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Salesforce online training mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Now we have written our controller and we might need to modify in the future video. Let's now build our application as well. Okay, so maybe you can use the same application or our colon application there, so we can use that. So first thing what we will do, we will link this application with the style sheet, and for that let me enable this as well. We have seen this in one of the previous videos. Link href equals to / resource, and this is the standard thing. When you have to link to any file in the style sheet, you need to do this. You need to provide the path. The name we gave to our file was bootstrap. Okay, so link href resource bootstrap and rel equals to style sheet. Okay, close the tag here. So we have linked to our static resource bootstrap. Now what we will do, we will make use of the classes in this CSS file. If you don't know bootstrap, nothing to worry about, but still if you want, bootstrap is a good CSS thing to learn. So you can go to getbootstrap.com and learn a bit about bootstrap, or maybe you can use your own class definition. Okay, it totally depends on your preference, your project requirement and other thing. So since we already have the style sheet, so we will make use of the classes which are already there. So what I will do, I will create a div here and I will specify a couple of classes to this div. One class will be navbar, then another class will be navbar dash default, another class will be navbar dash static dash top, navbar default, navbar static top. Okay, and then role equals to navigation. So this is all HTML and CSS. Whatever we are writing now, this is all HTML and CSS, and these classes are already there in the bootstrap. They are defined that if this class is specified, what we need to do. So the definition of these classes is already there in the CSS file. You just need to know what class does what, and then you can use the specific class as per your requirement. So within this, I will create another division. I will give it a class container. Okay, and within this div, I will create another div and I will give it a class, let's say navbar header, navbar dash header, and within this we will write an anchor tag class equals to navbar dash brand. Okay, here we are. So this we have done. We have created 3 divisions. Which class? Let's see how does our application look like right now. So I will click on preview here and let's see if there are any errors or anything. So we have created our header right now here. So right now our application looks like this. Now what I will do, I will create couple of more divs here. Let me delete everything from here, put in the space, and maybe I can simply copy these 1, 2, 3 divs. I can simply copy paste these here. 1, 2, okay. I can simply copy paste this whole thing one more time. I will just need to change the classes, everything else will remain same. So for first class, I will give it a class container and remove the role. Okay, so just a matter of couple more seconds. If it's getting boring for you, not to worry about, and give it a row, because once I'm done with this, I will show you what the output is like, and call dash sm dash 12. Okay, so these are all standard bootstrap classes which have got their own standard definition, and the definition of everything is given on the bootstrap website. You can go ahead and read there what class does what, and maybe you can play around with couple of classes as well. And save this. Now let us refresh our application. So here we are. So right now it looks like this: contact list, and here is our header, and here is the contact list. So this is the UI which we have built till now. We have linked to the resource bootstrap, and we have given rel equals to style sheet. This is standard, nothing to understand anything. This is just to be remembered. Then we created a couple of divs. So here I have given an anchor tag which we will be using later. So for the time being, just keep it as it is. Given a couple of classes to the first div, and then provide a role to this. This all is coming from Bootstrap. It is all CSS, nothing to do with Lightning.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Salesforce by answering this question. What page do you access to uninstall an application? A. Basic updates. B. Introduced packages. C. Capacity usages. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Okay. And href, or instead of this, let us say Lightning contact /a. Okay, so like this. And now let us refresh the page. So here we are, it is the anchor tag. Okay, till now the application is at this stage. We have created our application, we have created a server side controller. Now let's go ahead and create our component. Okay, so I will go to file, new, and Lightning component, and we need to give it some name. Let's give it contact list submit. Okay, so we have our aura column component here. Let's attach this to our controller, and the controller name is contact controller. So we will attach this to our contact controller here like this. Okay, now what I will do, I will quickly define an attribute which will be used to append the values to and iterate upon. Attribute, we have done this in the past several times. Name equals to, let's say I name it contacts, and then type equals to contact list. Okay, we have done with this with the same thing with the opportunity list as well. Now in this video, what we are going to do something different is that we will be using an handler to handle our request. Instead of a button, we will use a dynamic handler. In button, what we need to do, we need to manually click on the button. But here, the handler will dynamically call the function, and it will not need to wait for our action actually. Okay, so I will click aura colon handler. Is out of the box component init. Let me name it init. You can name it anything. So these are simply names which you can use as per your requirement, your preference. And then this, so it will dynamically pull the value. The display for the button was value. Here it will dynamically pull the value, and this means the current name in context or the current contact in context. And instead of press, here we will have action. What action this needs to perform? This needs to call a function, but does not need our intervention here by clicking a button or anything. Okay, now let's this do init. We know this is will be in the client side controller, the JavaScript controller. So what I will do, I will click on create controller here on the right hand side. It will create the controller for me, and the name is do init. So I will copy this do init from here and change this to do init. We do not need to pass in any helper here, so let us keep it straight like this. Now here what we will do, we will call our controller function. We know we have done this several times. So let's say where act equals to component dot get and c dot, what is the name of our method? Search contacts. Okay, it is not taking any parameter, so we don't need to pass any parameter here, and simply it will call this function. Now on calling this function, we need to set the callback and perform operation. Set callback this comma function. response, or you can take any variable. This is a parameter which is being passed, so the name could be anything. So just to clarify more things, that we have been using response within this function several times. That is not a standard thing. This is just a parameter which is being passed to this function, so it could be any name here. Okay. As I told you, as we progress through our application, you will learn a lot more things and understand more things, and slowly things become clear. Now what we will do, we will set our attribute in the component to the list which we will get from the controller. Okay, so component dot set v dot contacts. So this contacts is which is there in the component here. Okay, and by what we want to set the value of this, by the return value which we will get from our method, and that we know that will be a list of contacts. Okay, so here we go, close this and then close this here. In the end, we know we need to enqueue action, add them to the queue act and save it. No errors, nothing, no warnings at all at the bottom, everything is okay. Now let's go back to our component. So what we have done, we have called our search contacts function. It will return the list of contacts and it will limit that to 30. Okay, and then we will add that or set the value of our attribute by that list. Now that list has been passed here to this attribute. Now this attribute is holding that list, so we can iterate upon this attribute and display whatever we want to. So let's go ahead and do that, and you can show that in a more stylish way. Let's create an unordered list and give it a class list dash group. Within unordered list, we will iterate through this contacts list and add them to each and every line item. Okay, so for iterating, we have the out of box component aura colon iteration. Okay, and items on which we want to iterate is v dot contacts, which is here, contacts is here, to which the list has already been passed, and we need to define a temporary variable which will iterate through the list. Let's say we name it contact, and within this we will have our list item. If you want to style the list item, you can give it a class as well, list dash group dash item. Okay, and within this list, what we will do, we will show the name of the contact and the phone of the contact, because these are the two things which we are querying here. Had we been querying more things, we could have shown them as well. So totally depends on your project requirement. You can add those values. So first what I will do, I will href equals to, and just I will tell you why I am doing this, hash contact / plus contact dot id bracket close, and here within this we will have, maybe we can keep them in a paragraph tag, and we can have contact dot name, and okay, let me close the a tag here all. Okay, just one moment. I think everything is okay. Okay, so here it should be single quotes. Okay, so that's why it was in red color. And then again we can have contact dot phone. Save this. Okay, so everything is clear, I hope. Let me go through this everything again. We created a component in our client side controller, created a function. What this function will do, this function will call the method of our controller which is querying the contacts. It will return the list. We will add that list or set the value of our attribute inside our component to that list, and then we will iterate over that and extract name and phone one by one and display on the application. Let's go to our application. Let's refresh everything. Okay, nothing is happening right now. Why? Because we have not added our component to our application, because we have created a component, but we have not added that to our application. So in our application, I think here we can add this. Below just contact list, I will say C colon contact list close. Contact, okay, I have misspelled the name, COTACT, contact list. Saved. Now you see we have everything here, and you see everything is in the hyperlink. And now if I click on this, you see the URL changes, hash contact here. This is coming from, okay, in the component. Okay, we did this here. So because of this, the URL is changing. It should also give the ID, but not an issue. Still, what we are doing here, we have been able to show the list of contact as per the limit which we have provided there. Okay, so now our contact list looks like this. Right now the search function has not been implemented. Right now everything, all the contacts have been displayed, because right now we have called our first method, which by default returns all the contact to limit 30 irrespective of any search query. Now let's move forward, and right now our list is like this. But let's say we might have a requirement that whenever I click on one name, a new section should get enabled which should show more information about this contact. Okay, and now you can see the ID is being passed in the URL because there was this I should be capital. Okay, so whenever you click on anything, the ID of the URL will change to that. Okay, so by making use of this ID, what we will do, we will pass this ID to a method. We will write a method, we will pass this ID to a method and pull in more information for that particular contact only. And in Salesforce, we know ID is the best unique identifier which we can use in our code. Names can be duplicate, phone numbers and everything, there could be ambiguity there, but ID would always be unique. Okay, so what we will do, we will go to our controller and we will write one more method, and aura enabled will be there. Public static, and this will not return a list, this will return a single contact, because only one contact can have that one ID. No two contacts can have the same ID. So let's say I name it find by ID, and it will take the ID as string, contact ID here, and bracket open, bracket close. Within this bracket, so this time we will query more things here. So simply return select ID comma name, name comma phone comma mobile phone, or title account, even if the account name of this title account dot name, because it's a relationship, so we need to traverse from contact to account, the name of that account, where ID is what? ID is equals to contact ID, which we will pass to this method here. Okay, so it will match the ID to this ID and return these remaining information about that contact here. As simple as that. Okay, now we need to add these things to our component as well, so that we can display those in our application. So maybe you can do this in the same component, or for usability and maintainability you can create a new component. Okay, so why do we create multiple components? So that we have separate sections of our code into separate component. So if there is issue in a particular section, we do not need to go through the complete component. We know this particular section is being written in a particular component, so we need to only debug that component only. So it is easy to maintainable and a reusable code. It's just a good standard practice. Okay, so what I will do, I will click on file, create a new and lightning component. That's why our naming list should be good, our naming convention should be good. So we shall name it contact details, because when we click on any contact, it should show us more contact details. Okay, so again controller will be same, because we have that method in the same controller, and the controller is contact controller. Okay, now within this we will create an attribute or a colon attribute. It will be returning a single contact, so name equals to contact and type equals to, this time it will not be a list, it will be a single contact. Earlier it was a list, that's why we were denoting an array after that. If you want to provide a default value, you can even do that. Default equals to as object type, because it's a standard object, as object type is contact. Okay, and close tag close. Okay, so type is contact, single contact, because one contact can have one ID. What is there? Contact controller unexpected token where? Okay, from contact where ID equals to contact ID. I think it should work. Okay, select ID comma name comma phone comma mobile phone comma title comma account dot name from contact where ID equals to contact find by ID. Okay, so this account name was wrong, account A capital and capital. I did that and everything is working fine now. Okay, so here we are querying this, and now we have created our new component. We have added our first attribute. Now here we will also add a handler. Okay, we need this to be dynamic, so aura colon handler. On what event it should do? It should always fire on location change. And what do I mean by that? I will just show you. Location change, and action should be on change of that. It should call a method which should be written in the client side JavaScript controller, and let's name this function as location change itself. As I told you, we should have naming conventions so that you can always recall what you are doing, why you are writing something. Now why it is there? Because whenever we click on something new, the ID changes. So as soon as the ID will change, it will automatically know that I need to call that method for my new ID. So this is what location change will help us with. So now the ID changes, now it will give information for this. So we are telling the Lightning component that you need to show details for this contact, now for this contact, now for this contact. So whenever it will change, it will rerun the query and it will pull in the information for that particular contact and show that information to you. So now we need to define this location change controller or function inside our client side controller. So I will create a controller for this component by clicking on controller here. Okay, and the name should be location change of this function. Okay, and here we will do couple of things, so stay tuned with me. Now first of all, what we will do, we will define a variable by the name token, and on event we will get the params from the URL, and that param should be token here, and inverted quotes, semicolons closing the statement. If so, this token is nothing, this token is the URL which we get and store the token URL into this token. If token dot index of, okay, contact forward slash is there is 0. If index of this contact is 0, means if that contact, this thing is present in the URL, then what you need to do, then grab that ID from the URL. And how we will grab that ID? We will grab that ID by where, and let's say we create a variable by name contact ID token dot, we need to break that URL into substrings because we need only the ID from the URL. We don't need the complete URL from here. Okay. So if this is there, so we need this ID from here. Okay. So we will go back here, token dot substring and token dot index of the slash, and what we want whatever there is next to the slash, and next to the slash is ID. That's why we are using a slash, so it becomes easier for us to break this into substring and grab different parts of this. So slash plus 1, the next part of that URL, we need this. Okay, and semicolon, statement close. Now what we will do, we will call our method from the controller. So again we will define a where action equals to, you can name it anything you want, component dot get c dot, what is the name of our controller method, find by ID. We will simply copy this and paste it here. Now we need to set a callback. We have been doing this callback thing several times now. Action dot set callback and before this let us set the parameters as well. Pass this ID to our component, in our component, and this is contact details component. Here we have this attribute by name contact, so let's pass this ID to this, and because we have called this method, so it will return. So let's set this parameter. And how do we do that? Action dot set params and contact ID okay. So we have set the params contact ID to that contact ID. Now we will set callback, and in the callback we will return this comma the response, and we can type in any arbitrary variable here. So this is the parameter which will be passed, and within this function we will set the contact with the return value. So component dot set v dot contact comma a is a response, so a dot get return return value. Okay, and close this here, close this one here. In the end, we know we need to enqueue action, enqueue action. Okay, and we need to pass the action variable which we have defined above. Okay, so it's very simple, don't get confused. What we have done here, we have got the parameters token which is the URL, and we have stored this into the variable token here, and we have checked if the ID is present there. If the contact is at the 0 index, then we have broken that into substring and gotten the ID which is next to the slash. Okay, so whatever is the index of this, add a 1 to that, go to the next index, and the next index after this is ID. Okay, so pass that to contact ID, call the method controller method find by ID, set the parameter contact ID to the contact ID because this method accepts contact ID here. So we are setting those parameters from the URL, passing that to this method, and then we are setting a callback after the function is called. The response which we get a contact details, pass the ID here, got the details back. So we set these values to our attributes here. And now we can iterate over that to do whatever we want. We can display the information, whatever we get back, by using this attribute by name contact. Okay. So we have now created the backend logic. Now we need to display these values in the front end. So for that we will go to our component and we will add these values to the display. So what I can do, I can simply create a new div here and let me call it class equals to details. Okay. So if you want, you can create just for styling and all, and as per your requirement. So let's say within the first h1 tag, let's say I give the contact name. So v dot contact dot name, because all the params have been set here. Now we can traverse through this contact because there is an ID, so only one contact will be received. So we don't need the iteration component. We can simply have single values. Let me copy this and paste this here, and this should come in a lower tag. Let's say we take h3 tag, and we can display other things like contact dot account dot name, or then we can have phone, title, whatever we have queried. So all those things we can take here, and then we can have the phone as well. Okay. So these things will be displayed. Now we also need to add this component to our application. Without adding this, the application will not work. So the name of the component is contact details. Okay. So we will go to our application. Like we have added this component, you can simply add this component. Let's say I add it at the top, and C colon, the component name is contact details. Okay, and close this here, save it here. Okay, so it's as simple as that. This we have done. We have passed the contact ID, we have set the parameter, and we have set here the return value of the function to v.contact. v.contact is this contact. Now by using dot notation, we can show various values which we have queried in our query here in the custom controller, the contact controller. Okay, here. So what all fields we have queried, we have access to those fields and we can show them on the application. Okay. So by help of this location change, this event is passed to our location change function here. This location change, actually what it does, it is a standard component of Lightning and it looks after the hash symbol. So if anything changes after this hash, it becomes an event for it. Okay. So right now I've clicked on my name thing displays here. If I clicked here, see the information about this. So these are some arbitrary junk values which are stored in my Salesforce org. So on whatever name you will click, it will show the information about it: name, account name, title, and phone, because these are the 4 fields which we have taken. Okay. So this hash value changes and accordingly it passes the values to the controller, and this location change is a standard property which listens to this hash value change and passes this to our controller function. Okay, from where we get the token and all. So I hope this was clear to you. There are a lot more things which you can do within this application. You can add a search functionality and a lot of other things as well. You can style that to any level, but that I will leave to you to practice so that you learn something by on your own, which will make your base more stronger. Okay.
Now, if you want to create a login for Salesforce, then there are 2 ways how you can create a login. One is going to salesforce.com. Go to salesforce.com, and here top right corner you would be getting try for free. You can get it. With this, where I am, yeah, you would be getting the enterprise edition. That is 30 days trial with limited functionalities. This is what you would be getting. There's another way to get is developer dot. With this, you would be getting the developer edition. Then this is lifetime free. Sorry, lifetime. It's validity is lifetime. So these are the two ways. So we would be using this account, developer.salesforce.com, going to this place. This is the place where you would be getting the details about a developer, the resources and everything you would be getting over here. Go to here, documentation, learn, certification, where are books? They keep on changing. I also need to search for books and that. Tailheads. No, this is not. This is they are taking tailhead. Learn. They removed the books. Somewhere earlier they were having the books and everything. Even I need to search for that. Website is keep on changing. Okay, but somewhere here you would be getting. This is for sure for this place. If you want, then maybe I'll show you our documentation. I think it is available over here. Yeah, these are the books. And these books are being written by Salesforce, and then time to time it get updated as well. Like say this is get updated on 8th of January. With every new release, these books get updated. Let's say if I want to go with say Apex, Apex. Here you would be getting the Apex Developer Guide. Go here, you can download it. Let me show you somewhere top right, top left corner, you would be getting it. See, this is the PDF version, you can download it. This is how you can get the resources as well as additional you will be getting over here. The video libraries and all these things that you need to explore. And sign up. Now, once it is done, then whichever place you logged in, doesn't matter. In terms to login, you need to go to login.salesforce.com, this place. Once you log in, you land up with this place. Not this place. You land to.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Salesforce by answering this question. What page do you access to uninstall an application? A. Basic updates. B. Introduced packages. C. Capacity usages. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Sales. This is where you'll land up when you log in. Okay. So go with that and create a user. So when you're going for it, when you log in, then see, if you're looking at the address bar, you would be getting this AP8. Currently, I'm getting AP8. In your case, it might be different. This is your server, where your instance, where your org is getting hosted. So mine is AP8. Now, after this would be the logo. Now, below to this, here you would be getting the app launcher. Here, all the applications in Salesforce you would be getting. And then this is currently we are working with the sales app. Home, these are all the tab, and then this is known as a navigation bar here. Now, in this, if I'm starting with the leads, let me go with this. So here, when you click on this, it takes you to this place. Here, there is one more way. Just go into the down arrow and then check. So from here, you can directly click on creating a new lead. These are the recent records you worked with. This is the list, which is the recent one, and then open recently viewed items in another tab. So it will open into another tab. Now here, going with that, you would be getting here. These are the lists. So currently I'm getting what is the recently viewed. Maybe I want to see all the open leads. So I'm going over here, all open leads. These are all the open leads which I'm getting in the list. This list total as of now for me, there are 12 items. These are sorted by name. By default, it is in ascending order. Click here. This is descending order. If you want to change to some other, very simple how we are doing in Windows. Similar fashion. You can change it. Here, if you want to create a new lead, you can go here, see top right corner, you would be getting new. Import is to import. This we will discuss when we discuss the data import and export during that time. Add to campaign. these are all the records. If I'm going to see Brenda record, let me click onto this. This is how I am getting. This is a lead. And then this is known as a highlight bar. In this, which all are the fields you feel that are important? And just looking at these fields, you can quickly know about that lead or about that record. Those fields we keep here. What all are the other fields or all the fields we have? Let us go down below. You would be getting the details. These are all the fields what we have. How to put here, that we'll discuss during customization. Then next to that we have is activities. So now with this lead, if you want to assign a task means some work you are assigning to someone else. Let us say maybe I want to assign a task. The task is say I want to do a call. I need to call to this person on say 15th of January, name related to any account, and then this I'm assigning to myself as of now. Or maybe you can search here a user whom you are assigning to, the status, and then save. Now I'm giving a job, a task to someone. Now that someone has to do it. Once he'll complete it, he'll mark his status as completed. And then coming on to this record, I can come here and then check it out. So if tomorrow some other person is coming and checking, then he can check that, okay, what all are the tasks or the schedules has been done. If there is a discussion happen with the person, then log a call, and then out of office on 15th of January, like that, and then save. So all these details you can keep here. If you're sending an email to the Brenda, then what all are the things you mentioned, everything you can keep here in Salesforce. Details. Now in the detail, detail. These are the fields. Who is the lead owner, name, company, title, lead source, industry. This is currently we are getting the fields in a particular format that we are calling as a page layout. So you would be getting here the detail page layout, which currently we are doing. And then the second one you would be getting as a edit page layout. What is the edit page layout? What all are the fields editable over here? So not everything are editable. So how to edit the field? Maybe I want to put down here some more mobile number. See here, there is a pen mark. You can click or maybe double click on it. And then you can mention over here. Did you notice here, as soon as I'm doing it, the view get changed. I'm getting a solution and then other details. And this is not the same how I was getting earlier. Let me save this. See here, now I'm nowhere getting the solution field. But in the edit, going to the top right corner, edit. See here, I'm getting this edit page. What all are the fields? Few fields are editable, few are not. Like say these are not editable. I cannot edit it. Okay. Then we have the chatter. What all are the conversation happened on that lead? The discussion happened. So those we are getting on the activities. Now, assume that you are a sales manager and you want to know about that what happened to with this lead. What do you do? It's not possible being a sales manager to come and open each and every record and then check the activities. It's not possible. Then what would you do? You will follow the record. And we have a social media kind of communication network collaboration tool that is known as a chatter within Salesforce. So what happened? Like say related to this, if you want to share with someone, that you can post here. You can do a poll, you can do a questions. Might not be a proper example for leads, but it's definitely for account, for opportunities. they might possible. What all are the changes you made here? Immediately the persons who all are following, they'll get a notification that what happened. So if you feel being a sales manager that yes, this lead is an important lead, come and follow that record. After that, if any changes happen, you'll immediately get a chatter notification. Where is the chatter? See here, there is a chatter. So here you would be getting that. Okay, and then news. News is nothing but its appearance, that particular lead's appearance on social media. So currently it's been enabled for Twitter. So it is showing. What it does? Nothing. You need to sign up using your Twitter account. And now if you are searching Brenda McClure in a normal way, maybe you are getting 20 records. But here, along with that, we have the additional details as well. So Salesforce is searching Twitter based on these data. So earlier you were getting 20 records of Brenda. Now you would be getting 2 records of Brenda. Remember, I'm not saying 1 record, I'm saying 2 records. It's easier to find out exact person out of 2 records than 20 records. That's all. There is no guarantee that yes, Salesforce directly will not take you to that person's page. No, Salesforce will not do this. He will only search on some more fields onto the social media and then show you. Okay. Any question in this, the user interface?
Can you show the activity thing once more?
Yeah, activities are like say the Brenda is asking for the quotation, the details. Okay, I took an example because of that present this person is a lead. So I wrote here a call.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so there should be a person who need to call this person.
Okay.
Okay, call when, given that say here this person should be get called by Monday. Related to as of now no account, nothing. Status not started because of yes the person whom I'm assigning to should call and then it should be in progress, it's completed, wait for someone else, deferred, like that, and then say. Now it's an activity for the person.
Okay.
And then the person will get populate these. When he go to his activities, he can see all. So I'm scheduling. I'm from India. So I'm scheduling it. So at present, my time is 22:19.
Mm-hmm.
No, you are from California. And if I'm inviting you for this event, where it is, yeah, assigned to all the event assigned to and then below, yeah, here. Okay, then what is your time zone? What is the difference between my time zone and your time zone? So you would get this time in your time zone. So this would not be 11 p.m. This would be your time zone PM.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is like a role of an admin, right?
No, it is a role of a sales rep end user I'm talking about. No, nowhere the administrator will come into picture at all.
Okay.
Okay. Today we are going to discuss how a sales rep use Salesforce. Only we are talking about this. So in this way, I'm walking through with the user interface of Salesforce. Now, along with that, in Salesforce, 4 processes. This is important. 4 process. Now, what is the process? Have a look here. Let me go to edit. Here we have a status. Yeah, lead status. This is nothing but a pick list. Open. Open, not contacted, working, contacted, pushed, converted, and closed, not converted. This is also a pick list. Do you find any difference between these? Like here, web, phone inquiry, partner referral, purchase list, other. And then in this, yes, there is a difference. The difference is over a period of time, the values of this, someone will come and change, or might be automatically it can change. So initially it might be see open not contacted, then a working contacted, then towards the end you'll move into closed converted, closed not converted. Will you do the same for lead source? Definitely not. Until and unless if you make a mistake by choosing. This is a process. So in Salesforce, we have 4 processes. One is lead process. This is for the lead object. Second one is sales process. This is for opportunity object. Number 3 is for the support process. This is for the case object. Number 4 is the solution process. This is for solution object. Only these 4 processes are available in Salesforce. No other process. This process you can do change in 2 ways. One is, as of now, I'm changing it to say open not contacted and then save. You can also change in a graphical way over here. This is the process and all the line items. If you want to change the line items, of course you can do. Come here, I want to change to this. Come here and then mark as current status. If you want to change this, come here and then mark as current status. That's all. Okay.
Just one quick question. Can you just explain what you mean by that line item again? No, you use the word line item, or what do you mean by line item though?
Okay, just a minute. Yes, I got it. So here, these are the pick list items. These are the pick list items. I think I refer these one as line items. And then these are also the items over here. So I think I refer these one as line items. The options available under pick list
Are called line items.
No, it is just a general way I referred. There is no technical meaning of that.
There's
line.
not. Yeah. Okay. So it can be. There are various ways you can refer to it. So maybe
Yes.
on a product or something that could be a line item. Maybe.
No. Please don't take it as a line item. It is just to explain it. I told.
Okay.
You can call it as options. You can call it as pick list options, pick list items. You
All
can
right.
call it anything.
All right.
Let me open this opportunity. This is a prospecting qualification need analysis. This is a process. Towards the end, it is closed. If I'm going with closed, select one. Closed one or closed lost. Closed one means you got the deal. Closed lost, you lose the deal. If I'm going to an account, let me go to an account. I don't have here anything. Because of my account, there is no process. Nothing. Okay. Now, let me go to the lead, and then this lead. This lead says that, okay, Brenda want to do a business with us. As soon as the person confirmed, now this lead is no more a lead. Because of lead is known as a prospect customer. Immediately will convert the lead. It's important. Lead convert into account, contact, and opportunity. These 3. How to convert? Go to top right corner, and here you would be getting an option convert. Click on it. Now, what about the account? Account is nothing but the customer. Here the company. So what is the account name? Do you have an existing account with the same name? If it is so, then you should put into an existing one. So here I'm going with converted, and then I want to create a new account because of I don't have any existing account. Maybe there is another lead later we are getting from the same Cardinal Incorporation. Then that time, rather than creating a new account, I would merge with an existing account. What would be the contact? Should I create a new contact, or I should put into an existing contact? Maybe Brenda earlier also contacted us and then gave us some business. Then maybe I can choose this. Third one, the opportunities. What we are selling. Suppose I'm selling to this. So what would be the opportunity name? Say I want to sell the laptop. I'm selling. So that is the opportunity name, laptop. Now here, you would be getting one more. One, create an opportunity upon conversion. Why you need it? See, we are converting a lead, but we are not creating a business. This is typically from the sales word side I'm asking. We are creating an account, we are creating a contact, but we are not creating an opportunity. This we choose when, let's take an example. The Brenda is saying that, yes, Harish, I would like to buy the laptops, but not right now. We would be buying the laptops month of March, and currently we are in month of January. What should I do? This is a lead, and then lead is saying with this thing that Harish will buy laptops or will discuss about on laptops month of March, not now. What should I do? Should I open the lead? Should I keep it open? If I'm keeping it open, my manager doesn't know about it. What he knows that Harish has 50 leads and all are open. It means Harish is not working. Okay. So it is affecting my KPA. If I'm converting the lead and then I'm creating an opportunity, same thing. Because of the customer says that Harish, please don't come to me till March. And I'm creating an opportunity today, then till March, I'm not doing anything. And after that, I'll move into that opportunity. Again, my manager says that Harish, you're not working. Because of there is an opportunity which opened on 11th of January, and then still nothing is happening on that opportunity. That's again hitting my KPA as a sales rep. What should I do as a sales representative? I'll create the account and contact because of this is what I need for future. I'll create an activity, a task assigned to myself that okay, maybe on 1st of March, I need to call to Brenda. And then here I choose do not create an opportunity. So in this way, I closed the lead, but I didn't create the opportunity. That time we chose this. Got it? And then before explaining, I'm moving back. The lead has been converted. It created an account, contact, and an opportunity. Okay, if you want, here also you can create a task. Now if you go back to leads and then see here, go through that, what it is mentioned, open leads. Was that Brenda's lead is still open? The answer is no, the lead is closed. Now where can I get those closed leads? Go to reports and then pull down the reports. So now from reports, which all are the opportunities, which all are the leads get converted, not from here. Okay. If you want, the sales guys are not that proficient or unintentionally, they are not checking themselves, then you can create a workflow or maybe a development you need to do where they need to check somewhere or a task getting created for them. So that is from the development side you need to do. Yes, it is possible. Okay.
Yeah.
And this is a certification exam question as well. Please make a note that in leads, you can see only the open leads. You cannot see the converted leads. In terms to see the converted leads, you have to contact the reports. Okay. Now, let me go to, now here, when I'm going to account, here I'm getting a incorporation. This is the recently viewed. We go over here. Now here, these are the details which I could see over here. Record owner, I'm the person. Details, these are the details. Few fields are getting mapped. Not everything is available in the lead. So the remaining fields are empty. Here, see the activities. Coming and overdue activities. Everything is moved. Now, under this account, now, since Salesforce is a CRM, please understand an important concept here. We have account. Account is the parent, or you can call it as a master object. Under that, you have contact and then case. These would be the child records, child objects, sorry, not records. Here, technically, we are calling it as a detail. What does this mean? For me, Cardinal is a customer. It's a business. It's an account. Now, under Cardinal, whom I'm contacting, where to see those persons' records. They are contact opportunities and cases, a different object. If I go to related, see here, I could see contact and then Brenda. What is this? Why I'm getting only one? Because of this is the record which is related to Cardinal. So this is known as a related list. Opportunity, laptop. Cases, as of now, there is no case. This is only with this. So when you go to the related, so with respect to this account, which all are the related records? Related records from other object, you could see into the related list.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Salesforce by answering this question. What page do you access to uninstall an application? A. Basic updates. B. Introduced packages. C. Capacity usages. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
And this is a standard relationship we have in Salesforce and in all CRM, not only in Salesforce. Account contact opportunity in cases where account would be always a parent, and then contact opportunity in cases would be a child side. Okay, so now when you are at the parent, means when you are looking at the account, then how to see the child? Going to the related list, and then you can see the child. But can you see a parent? It's a field entry. This is a question. If you are at the parent, then child you can see as a related list. Or at the child record, if you are at the contact, parent you can see as a field entry. So I have account, I have contact, and then let me go to opportunity. Here also I would get the opportunity. Let me go to opportunity. Now here opportunity as a process. This is the process. Currently I'm at prospecting. Then qualification, need analysis, view proposition. And then what it is, let me show you. If I go to edit, this is the opportunity name. What is the amount? Maybe amount is the 2000. Close date. Close date means as a sales rep, when I'm feeling that I would crack this deal, that is the close date. So we have a way how you can enable the multiple currencies in your org. These are the stages: prospecting, qualification, and then what does this means? This means the probability that if my opportunities at prospecting level means the chances of getting the deal is only 10%. As if I'm going to say value proposition, the chances of grabbing the deal is 50%. If it is the price quotation proposals, 75%. If it is a negotiation level, 90%. So as we are moving ahead in these stages, the probability of grabbing the deal get increased. What is use of this? This is where we do the forecasting. So in Salesforce, we have one more concept of forecast. You can do forecasting. Forecasting is now we are on in India, the January, February, March is quarter 4. So quarter 4, what will be the forecast? How much business we'll get? Which business we should focus more so that within the quarter 4 we'll get the business. How sales came to know? They're moving on the probabilities, means typically on the stages. So that comes under the forecasting part. And then let me save this. So which opportunities? So now in the system you have 5,000 opportunities. Okay, and now within this month, so hardly we have 19 days in this month. Which opportunities you should focus more to grab the business? Definitely you'll not focus on those opportunities which are lying here, right? You'll focus on those opportunities who are low hanging fruits, which are available here. That's what we're focusing on. Okay. So here, this is the opportunity. Now, let me create contact. So earlier I went to leads and then I did it everything manually, automated way. Now from Catinal, there's another person who comes in. So how sales rep can do manually? Going to the contact, new. So here solutions, here means finishing. This is a contact. How should I relate this contact with the account Catinal? Going to this. What is this? A lookup field. Means I'm searching into. These are not the lookup fields. This is just a checklist. This is a normal text field. Here, let me tell you, it is by default the recently used accounts you will get over here. You can type otherwise, and then it will filter it out. Other details you can put, because I'm not putting everything over here. Yes, these are. Then these fields also get changed based on your business requirement. I'm saving it.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Salesforce online training mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Now I want to see the account details. I'm going to see Catinal. Let me click on this. Related, there are two printer and then here in a. This is how it would be. That always account or a contact you are getting via leads.
Yeah, I agree. But point is that first, if we are contacting someone, first we'll get to know. That means first we have to whether we are going to be in contact with you or not. Like everything, like open contact and not contacted. That will be in that will be in a systematic way.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Okay. Let me take in the other way around. Leads are the inquiries which someone asks you. Okay. Now, let me take in this way. I have a hotel industry. I'm from hotel industry. And then my hotel is in New York. Now in New York, I want to give offers to the companies. If their employees are visiting and they are staying in my hotel, I'll give some offer. Okay. Now I'm contacting to say Microsoft. And in Microsoft, because of this is done by me, Microsoft employee didn't contacted me that, hey, Harish, your hotel, if my employees are staying, what is your offer? No, they're not doing this. This is I'm offering from my side. What would I do? So that time I would create an account, okay, Microsoft, and then under that the contacts whom I'm contacting, the sales reps are contacting. So if tomorrow the sales rep left the organization, no issues. I know who all are the contacts available under the accounts. Number one. Number two, we have only the dealers, the business partners. We have the business partners. We are only dealing with that. We are not dealing with neither a B2C customers, neither a B2B customers, no one. In that case, you will not get leads. You know that, okay, you are delivering only to your partners. In that case, there would not be any lead. There would be only account and contacts. Okay, like see here, if you go here, I think I mentioned somewhere, yeah, account, companies, partners, competitors, even our competitors also will store here. If I go to see opportunity, even in opportunity also we mention, who is my competitor for this? This is business requirement, but I'm showing you. It may not be there that for all organizations are doing so. Yeah, see the main competitors. Who is the main competitor over here? So all this information we store into the account. Okay.
Okay.
Go to this. This is switching and see the UI get changed. That's only the UI get changed. That's all. If I go to account, see, Cardinal is there. If I go to Cardinal, contact, see, my data is everything are there. Okay, so my data didn't get changed. What is changed is user interface. How to go back to the Lightning? switch to Lightning experience.
Okay.
Yeah.
This Lightning doesn't cover the products part as well?
Products, yes, it is there. The opportunity is, yes, we do have the products. If you go here, you would be getting it. Products, these are the products.
Okay, okay. It doesn't
Add a
come as a
product.
tab as we have in Classic.
No, it is there. It may
Oh,
not be
okay.
available over here, not an issue. This thing is customizable, so maybe you need to go over here, top left corner, to the app launcher. These are all the apps. And then if you scroll down, here you would
Have
be
the
getting
products
the
part.
products.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
this is the products. Now top right corner, new. Okay, then next one is that here, this is see on top, you would be getting the search. This search is the global search. So if you want to search something, like say I want to search for CA and enter. This is searching all objects of Salesforce. Left hand side say addition. Account total 4 records, leads 3 records, contact 5 records, like that. Addition tasks total 5 plus. Why 5 plus? Exam question. Here you can see only 5 records. If you want to see more, you have to click here view more. Then only you can see the remaining records or more records, otherwise not. Now, when you're doing a search, here say I want to search only for say C and star. You can use here wildcard character star. Star is for multiple characters, the universal things which we all know. Enter. Oh, I got an error. Minimum 2 letters you need to put in terms to search. You cannot write C star. You have to write CA star. Now, when it is searching, what it is searching for? If I'm looking at the C, pyramid construction in carbon. Hey, nowhere I have CA. Then where it is searching? Genie point. I'm nowhere having CA. Where it is searching? Please remember, when you search, it's search into a text field, text area field. A word beginning with CA. Remember, I said a word beginning with CA. Let me show you. I'm going to pyramid construction. Maybe there is a field and the field is a text field. Yeah, details. I think it would be getting, yeah, here, CA. A word beginning with CA, you would be getting here. If you want to search in a particular object, you can mention here account. Now, type down here CCA. It's searching only in accounts, not all the objects. Now, further you can refine by left hand side. You can refine here, say account name, account site, phone number. You can further refine it. This is for the global search. The next one here, moving to, this is for help. If you want to take the help, so we went earlier. It will take you to help.salesforce.com, help and training. This is nothing but help.salesforce.com. So you can get help from here. This is for the global action, and this is making it something as a favorite. This is for the setup. What all are, this is admin's job, not a end user's job. Notification. And then here, this is, you want to do your personal settings. That is settings. This is user interface of Salesforce lead, account, contact, opportunities. Okay. Okay, then we'll end up our session.
That's it.
Now, in this session, we'll discuss about the user settings. That is an end user setting which the person can do, like say changing password if his mobile number get changed and how he can do so. All these things we'll discuss. And then we'll move into the administrative activities, working with the company profile, the business hours, working with the currencies, multiple currencies, how to deal with multiple currencies, then profiles, and creating a user. So starting with, suppose I want to change my password or what all are my details. I want to know about it. Then you can go to top right corner, and here you would be getting the settings. Let me go to the setting, and currently we are administrator. That is the role what we have in our organization. So I'm going to settings, and then left hand side I would be getting, see here, my personal information, and all my personal details are available over here, where username has to be unique across Salesforce. It's not within your organization, but it's everywhere. Why so? Because everybody is accessing Salesforce by going to login.salesforce.com. So it has to be unique. So from here you can go, you can change these. Then you can go to the advanced user details. So let me show you the advanced user details, and then here, let me go to the edit part. Just now, this is what the first name, last name, alias. So the alias you would be getting into the records, the owners. So there you would be getting the aliases. Let me show you here. So I'm opening into the another place here. See here towards right side, I'm getting the opportunity owner, and then these are the aliases. How the aliases comes? First name of your the first letter of your first name and 4 letters of your last name. That is by default you will get an alias. Email, this email can be duplicated, not an issue. Nickname, this nickname you would be getting in the communities. What would be your name? That is nickname. Okay. Then the title, company, and all these things, Now, this role and all these things, since I'm an administrator, so it's giving me option to change, but it's not for everybody. So not everyone can come here and then change. What all are those things? We'll discuss when we discuss the creating the user at that point of time. Scrolling down below, here I would be getting the mailing address. If there is an SSO setup you did, so generally the SSO setup is being done by the Salesforce. Then it would give you a Federation ID. So that Federation ID you can put on over here. So that from your company portal, if you're jumping to Salesforce, you need not to re-log in. That is single sign-on. Then you can come here and then change the time zone, local, and language. These 3 things. Okay. Then we have the delegated approver. Delegated approver is that if you're on leave or you're not working, then on your behalf, which person can do the approvals? Let's say you are a sales manager and you are on leave, and someone submitted an opportunity for discount. So the sales rep can give discount up to say 5%, and then the higher discount he needs to take approval from the management. So who would be the person? So if I'm on leave, then who can do the approvals on my behalf? That would be the delegated approver. Manager. Manager would be a person. If I'm submitting a record, then this would go to the manager for approval. That is manager. Then automatically, whenever someone is submitting you record, then you would be getting an email notifications when you want to get the email notification. So that you can set over here. So these settings you can do for yourself.
There's a concept of delegated approval here.
Yeah.
So suppose somebody is gonna submit his something for approval, and I'm a admin, and I'm just gonna approve or reject that. So the delegated approver is gonna see all the things which I'm just getting right now, or if I'm on leave, and is there any kind of setting where I'm just putting I'm on leave, then will he be able to see that? Is there any case something like that?
No, by default, he would be getting all things what you are doing because of he's a delegated approver. So if you're not there, then he'll do that. So there is no such kind of things. So it's recommended that when you're going for leave, that time come here and then put a delegated approver. Once you come back, then do it.
So can't we make any kind of restriction here so that he will not be able to see my records and all the things I'm just getting for approved?
It's not he's viewing your records, but all the records which have been submitted for approval, he can view those records because of he need to approve that. So without viewing, how he can approve? So it's only
Okay.
for those records, not for every record.
Okay, fine.
Yeah. Now here, if I'm looking at the local, I'm getting here the English, US, and in the language also I'm getting English. What is use of these two places English? Anybody? Why these two places I'm setting for English? Or what will happen if I'm changing here say something else? Here it is English and then here it is Spanish. What is that? Or where they are affecting?
One is a time zone and the other one the language which is displaying in the dashboard.
No, but that is different. Time zone is different. I'm talking about the local and language because both the places I'm selecting language. Okay, anybody? Okay, let us discuss. So, the time zone. Time zone is in which time zone I'm working with, and this is useful when you're calling someone for meeting, when you're scheduling an event. Then, suppose I'm scheduling a meeting for tomorrow morning, 11 a.m., and I'm inviting you. What would be your time? Is it 11 a.m.? If your time zone is GMT plus 5:30, then yes. If it is not, then whatever is the difference, you'll get that difference time, not 11 a.m. That's been represented by the time zone. Number two, local. Local does the few settings. Let us discuss that. Local settings. Number one, number format. It does. So if I'm writing down like this, or if I'm writing down like this, is there any difference? So both are same. Both are same. Both are 1000. Depends on that which places, which geographical location you are using it. Okay. So in Germans, they are using in place of comma dot, and then in place of dot, they are using comma. So this is same, exactly same. So this has been decided by the local. Number one. Number two, the date format. You all know about the date format, that is DTMMYY, MMDTYY, what it is. MMDTYY or YYMMDT. Number three, name order. Name order would it be first name comma last name or last name comma first name? These things are being decided by the local. This is a certification exam question. Okay. What language represent? This language represents two things. Number one, in which language you want help. Number two, what would be your label language? Like say currently, if I'm going to say here, this is happening in English. If I'm changing to Spanish, save. What are you getting in Spanish? Huh? Very slow to me today. Come on. There, here I'm getting the logo. This is the logo for 2020. So with every release, the logo gets changed. Yeah, see here. It gets changed. See here the opportunities, the sales is known as Ventas, Initio, like that. Okay. And then now if I go to help, I would be getting help in Spanish.
I have a quick question. I'm sorry. So
Yeah, no worries.
the screen we are seeing here, this is for the end user, right?
Yes.
This is the end user screen for an end user usage. So me as a admin, I mean, how's this helping me?
No, it's not helping you. It's say you are working in Japan and then you want to see the labels and everything in Japanese language. How would you do for yourself? You want to change the password. How can you do so? So I'm explaining you that
Okay,
what
so he's gonna submit a request, and that request would come to an admin to change the password.
no. He'll straightforward go and then do these changes. That's one that I'm showing you. Just give me a moment. I'm refreshing the page. Few things. Go to change my password. There's no submit request. Straightforward. What is your current password? What is your new password? What is your security question? And then submit and then job done. That's all. Okay.
I mean, what I'm trying to understand is, like you said, this is an end user screen, right? So are you just
Yes.
showing us the screen to show us what kind of functionalities or what kind of changes we'd be making to an end user so that he can work efficiently, or you're just trying to show us a screen to familiarize us that this is what an end user has to go through on a day-to-day basis?
This is what end user or what a user can do configuration settings at his level. Because we have two types of settings. One configuration which admin does that affects the entire organization. One is at personal level. Personal level is, see, I'm a sales rep. Please don't treat me as a administrator. I'm a sales rep and then I want to change my password. How can I do so? Definitely at that point of time, this setup, which top right corner at present I don't have access to this part. So I'm explaining you that a sales rep, if he want to do the changes, then what changes he can do and how it is going to affect him. I'm explaining you those.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to understand. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. Now another thing which he does is grant account login access. This. So in Salesforce we have one setting. The setting is, can administrator log into a user's account directly? Maybe yes, maybe no. So currently in my organization, yes, the administrator can log in to any user directly. How he can do so? Let me show you. So administrator will go to setup. This is how you can confirm that whether admin can log into any user or not. You go to users and then here you would be getting the option login. Okay. If this option is not available over here, guarantee that here you would be getting that option. So please make a note here that a user can give two persons his login access. Number one, administrator. Number two, Salesforce support team. These are the two persons who can give login access. How? In my case, it's already been given. Then only the Salesforce.com support I'm getting over here, and then no access. How many days I want to give? So 1 day, 3 days, 1 week, and then at any point of time I can come and then I can revoke these functions.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Salesforce by answering this question. What page do you access to uninstall an application? A. Basic updates. B. Introduced packages. C. Capacity usages. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Just I'm giving for 1 week and then saving it. Now Salesforce support team can log in to my account within this time period. That is possible. Okay.
I have another question.
Yeah.
Under what circumstances would Salesforce.com support team or an admin would need a login access of a user?
Generally, the administrator need more times the access of a user rather than a Salesforce.com support team. That is, maybe let me take an example. Say, I am a sales rep of Japan, and I requested administrator that okay, I cannot see few records, and he gave me permissions. Now he's saying that Harish, now you should be able to access those records. When I'm viewing, I can't see those records at all. Now it's a clash. This point of time, the administrator has to come to my login and then check that yes, whether I'm getting the record access or not. Those would be the circumstances.
Thank you.
Yeah, and this is an organization policy that whether the administrator can log in directly to any Salesforce user's account or not. Currently in my organization, yes. If it is no, then how you can change it? Let me show you here if I'm going to see login access policies. How to come here? Just a minute. Let me show you. Just jump it a bit. Go to setup. Setup. This is administrators. Go to top left corner, quick find. Why quick find? Because of I don't know that which option is available here. I'm simply typing here login. This is initially the best way to jump directly. Login access policies. And then here you would be getting administrator can log in as any user. It is enabled. 100%. Salesforce.com support team available to user, available to administrators. Only for administrators, not for everybody. What you want? So should Salesforce.com support team can log into any of your organization user? Generally, we don't do so. Okay. If you're removing then the end user will not get that option. Let me show you again. I'm saving it. It's been saved. Let me go back over here. Where yeah, grant login access. Refresh it, and here we go. This is, oh, it's already given, so I'm getting here, but I cannot change. See here now I'm getting your company administrator because of the policies get changed. But it's only for two persons, no other person. Okay. From a third party software, from a third party tool, that time, now the third party tool, Salesforce don't know that who are you because of simply you are giving your username and password. But in backend, Salesforce does a lot of things from the security perspective as well. So those are not there. That time Salesforce needs a token. That token, you can get it from here. You need to reset the security token. Okay.
And this is a feature only used if the organization wants to use, is it?
No, this is only for limited users. We give this option who are accessing Salesforce from a third-party software.
Okay.
Only for those persons. If you're not doing, there is no use of it. Okay. Yeah. Now let me move to the admin activities. So till now we were keep on talking about what a user can do in Salesforce and how he can do it. Now coming to the organization related steps. That is typically a responsibility of an administrator. Coming on to that, my organization, Intellipaat management wants that, okay, Harish, we want 10 more persons to join Salesforce. They want to know that if we have sufficient amount of licenses with us or not. Okay. From where I can check this. This is where I would be going to set up a right corner, set up and set up. This is only and only for administrators. It's not for other users. Now here in this, how to work, left hand side you would be getting all the options. These are like say administration related options here, users. Under this you would be getting user related things, then data, then email. And these are the different segments. The different options are available under different categories which you can get. But initially, when we are very new, it's difficult to know that which option is available. Like just now how I did. I don't know that where is that login policies available. No need to explore all these options. Go to top left corner and then start typing. Like say here, I want to check for company. And keep on typing and then accordingly, it's getting filtering as well. Second, you would be getting next to this see object manager. In the object manager, just earlier we were discussing about the objects. These are all the objects which we have here. Here, you would be getting two things, label and API name. API name is typically for development. So label is nothing for user interface. For user interface, definitely you can have the spaces, but in API names, it has to be a single word, no space, nothing. These two things you would be getting for an administrator. Now coming to home and then coming to our main query, that how many licenses we have in Salesforce. Do we have appropriate number of licenses so that we can accommodate 10 more persons in Salesforce? Let's have a look. I'm going to company information. And then here, first I'm going to edit option. This is related to the company. What is my organization name? Who is the primary contact, phone number, details, and blah, blah, blah. you would be getting the local related settings, default local language and time zone. Just how we were discussing earlier. The same things over here. Then what about the currencies? So do we have the multiple currencies enabled? As of now, no. So our default currency is USD. So if you want to change and then you want to work only with one single currency, definitely you can choose from here in currency you're working. If you want to work with multiple currencies, then you need to activate this multiple currency. Plus, please remember that once you enable the multiple currencies, you cannot roll back. No way. So be very clear before doing this checkbox. Then towards the end, do you want your users should get the Salesforce newsletters and then admin users should get Salesforce newsletters? Generally, we allow. If you want, you can remove them. And then what about the system maintenance and the system downtime notifications? So do you want to show your organization users to get those notifications? So once you log in, immediately after that, you'll get a notice that the Salesforce is down for maintenance at this date and time between this to this. So you would be getting that. So these details, these things you can set up in company here. If your organization is working with different currencies, then yes, definitely you have to go with multiple currencies. You have to enable it. And then after enabling, what will happen? That we'll discuss when we discuss about the currencies. Okay. So here, did you notice that I think someone asked me a query that in the opportunities we are getting the amount in USD. Like see here, the laptop, let me go to this, and then if I'm going to see details, here the amount, this is I'm getting in USD. So how I'm getting here this dollar sign? This is because of here it is mentioned as USD. If I'm changing to some other currency, and as of now I'm working with only one single currency, so it's not asking here that this data is in which currency. Like see, let me edit this. It will not ask me that. No way it is asking that in which currency it is, because of we are using only one single currency. If there are multiple currencies, then here you would be getting a drop down list that this data, the amount, is in which currency. Then you need to choose the currencies. Okay, no question. Then I have a question. The question is here I'm getting the default local, default language, and then default time zone. What is this? What is meaning of this default? I know local language and time zone, but what is this default here?
It's because our instance will connect to that time zone server that we maintain that time in on our servers.
Here, my zone is I mentioned as Amekala, LA, and then this is EP. It is Asia Pacific server. Both are different, right? And at any point of time, I can come here and then I can change to any other. Yes, I can do so. And then I'm saving it. So it's nothing related with this AP8. Not like that. This is again a certification question. What you are writing here, it is just the default. When you create a new user, please make a note. When you create a new user, then by default, what values you want to get. That's all. Nothing beyond that. Let me show you
I
here.
think
I'm going to users. Here. So here I'm creating a new user. I'm showing you. So here below when I create it, here I have the user local and language. So what it should reflect here, that we set here. That's all. Okay. And yes, of course, when I'm creating the user, I have all options to do a change. Yes, I can do so. That's possible. That's why we are calling here that these as default local language in time zone. You need to work with the workbench, and in that work, like say, let me take example of say sales. Sales in English, we are calling it as sales. So what is its parallel word in Spanish? If I was getting something. Anybody knows the Spanish? Ventas. So you need to write like this. You have to for all the words manually. Now, a person who is getting the data, I'm talking about the data. If a person who is looking at the data in English, he would be getting in sales. If he's getting in Spanish, he would be getting in this way. We
So
have a concept of
so it has a scope of translating your word if you are working through the workbench.
yes. You have to, yes. After that, yes.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I think it should be there. Yeah, translation workbench. See here. It is there. Okay.
So the working on workbench, does this still fall under an admin purview, or it's something that a developer has to do, or who's
Nothing.
responsible?
This is admin's responsibility or someone whom admin delegates
Okay.
is a responsibility.
Thank you.
So let me discuss one more. I'm going a bit away from the company profile. We have two things in Salesforce. One is administrator, and then second one is delegated administrator. These are the two persons. So when I say administrator, I'm talking about the system administrator, the super user. Now, assume that I was getting example of IBM. In IBM worldwide, assume that there are 60,000 users. So do you feel that the system administrator can control and can work for all those 60,000 users sitting at the same level, same place? Everybody is having the same access?
No.
There is no. Then we delegate the users. We give them delegated permissions. Like say, few persons are account administrators, few are of say user administrators, few are of say lead administrators. Means they are dealing only with some specific areas, not with everything. That we are calling as a delegated administrators. So actually, these all things are being done by the delegated administrator in real world. But in general, when we talk about, so overall, we are talking that okay, it's being done by the administrator. I think I made it clear.
Yes.
Okay. So now, this is the company information done, and then let me go to save, being save. And then apart from what you can do, there's a lot of things you can do over here. Please have a look. Now here, you would be getting how much data space you are having. So currently, I'm using 9% of my data. Just a minute, let me increase the zoom size so that since it is a smaller size, yeah, it's better. Data space, file space. Okay, Salesforce gives you two types of space. Data space is for records. And remember, one record in Salesforce will take 2 kilobytes. This is fixed. Please make a note. Let me have a look of this. So view. Let's see here, my total data storage is 5 MB, the limit which I'm getting. And then if I need some extra, I have to pay extra to Salesforce. Then Salesforce will give me some more data storage. Usage is 9%. Then file storage is 20 MB. And then these all data are shared data. The meaning of shared data is that maybe one person is eating 4.9 MB of data, and the other person is eating only 0.1 MB of data. That's possible because of data is shared data. Same with file storage, same with the big object storage. This one. These are the number of records I have. So opportunities I have total 40, and then storage is 80 kilobytes. As I discussed earlier, every record 2 kilobytes. This is. Further, if I scroll down here, this is for the file storage and which user is eating how data storage. So Harish, 170 K, 81% is it. Let's have a look. What is the Harish? I'm going with and explaining the Harish. This is Harish data. Harish has 38 of opportunities in the system, 33 contact, 26 is all reports. Harish report. In other words, if you want to see reports, you can go to storage uses and then you can check where it is. If you don't know, no worries, go to left hand side and then check it out. You would be getting under set data storage uses. Apart from that, if I'm going to say company information here, let me go to company information. Then how many, these are the used file space. Then how many API requests? Maximum 15,000. Yes, please keep a note of it. Maximum is 15,000 API requests you can do. Streaming APIs, that is for 10,000 max. Restrict logins, and then here Salesforce.com organization ID. Now, every record, everything, what all are you doing in Salesforce has a unique ID, unique key. If you're from database world, you know in database we have a primary key. Primary key is unique key and every record has the primary key. In Salesforce, the name of the primary key is Salesforce.com ID. This ID is of two types, Salesforce ID. One is 15-digit ID, second one is 18-digit ID. These are the two IDs you would be getting. 15-digit ID you would be getting in user interface, you would be getting in reports. Everywhere you would be getting 15 and classic. 18-digit ID you would be getting in, say, Lightning and for development. You would be using the 18-digit ID. Let me show you here. So this is going to laptop. This is a record which I opened. Go to the address bar. Here, say after opportunities, I'm getting this 0060 and something, something, something. This is 18 digits. Okay, for laptop. Let me copy this. I'm going to classic. Everything other than your URL and then paste here and then enter. Sorry, I made a mistake. I did copy paste. Sorry. Yeah. See here. This is 15 digits. It's not 18 digit. Have a look of this. I'm getting here towards the end 80. I'm not getting. So here now, if you go to other record, I'm at some other place. This is the URL. I'm going to the URL. I'm removing everything apart from my main URL and then I'm pasting it. This is the 15-digit ID which I'm pasting here and I'm pressing enter. Have a look at this. Lightning _ classic. It moved to opportunity. Did you notice here the changes of the URL? And then it's shown me AAT laptop. Okay.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Salesforce by answering this question. What page do you access to uninstall an application? A. Basic updates. B. Introduced packages. C. Capacity usages. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So this is your organization ID. Salesforce.com organization ID. If I'm scrolling down below, see here, this is where we are getting the user licenses. These are the licenses. So I'm having total 2 licenses and then both the licenses are used, so nothing is remaining. So we started that there should be 10 more users, which we need to deploy in Salesforce. Not possible because of we are not having any license. Then platform license, community login, and then these are all the different licenses which we are getting. Then if I'm going here, say show 10 more, these are communities and all these licenses. And then Salesforce also gives you the chatter free license. This is free of cost. Salesforce gives you. How much? That would be a deal between you and Salesforce. Generally, it depends on how many number of licenses you have, Salesforce licenses. Based on that, Salesforce gives you the chatter free licenses free. Then we have chatter external licenses. Chatter external licenses are for those users who are not employee of your organization, but you want them to join a chatter group, a collaboration tool. Then we give them the chatter external license. I just need his help to crack the deal. Okay. Then the person, and then where I can go and talk to that person. So Salesforce gives a platform, since it's giving us a collaboration tool, chatter. So using that chatter, you can call the person. So definitely the person will go to login.salesforce.com and then he'll log in and then he can participate in the conversation.
Oh, so
Number one.
he will have UI just only for chatter.
Yes. So how we are getting here this, say sales and all these things, he would not get anything. He would get only chatter.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, yeah. Then these permission set licenses. So permission set licenses, as of now, I'm pausing because we didn't discuss about the permission sets. What are the? So when we discuss the permission set, you'll get it automatically that what all are the permission set licenses all about. Then below that we have the feature licenses. These are the additional licenses. So the other day I got a query that do knowledge has a separate license? Yes, see here. This is the service cloud user license. So these are the number of licenses we have. Okay. So this is you will get a company, all the licenses. These licenses, if you want, you can check on top as well. So from here you can go and you can check it out. That's company information. Okay. Now let us move forward. So next we have the business hours. Business hours is only and only and only for service cloud users, only for sub. So when, like say if I'm setting up the business hours means until what time we are working, we set here. And remember, this does not mean that if I'm setting say for Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Before 9 a.m. I cannot log in. No, it's not like after 5 p.m. I can log in, I can work. No issues at all. And where it impact? This impact on the support team. So for support, we have escalations. So typically we have SLA, that is service level agreement. Service level agreement says that whenever complaint or whenever a case from Salesforce terminology comes and enter into system, then it has to get resolved within a time frame. The time frame might be say 2 hours, might be say 4 hours, might be say 8 hours, 10 hours, whatsoever it is. Assume that I'm setting for a particular customer who is my a big customer and who signed the service contract with me that his query should get resolved in 2 hours. Okay, and we are working from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. And if someone from that organization is raising a complaint at 4:45 p.m. in evening, what will happen? After 5 p.m. we are not working. So next day morning, all queries, all cases will get escalated to next level because of they are still open. So to avoid this scenario, 4:45 to 5 p.m. 15 minutes, and then the SLA clock get stopped here. Morning 9 o'clock it again starts, and then the remaining 1 hour 45 minutes it will count from here. That's business hours. This is what we set here, business hours. Now here when we go with the business hours, we are working only with the weekdays, Sunday, Monday. What about the holidays? Like say 1st of January is an off, but here we don't know that which day it belongs to. So that you can set up left hand side going to holidays. So you can go to holiday and then you can set up a holiday over here. It means that particular day there would not be any SLA clock. Like say Christmas, like say New Year. You can set it. So you can go to new. What is that? So here say Independence Day. And then you can set here the D. Entire day you are not working. Is it a recurring holiday? Yes, it is a recurring holiday. And then you can set the frequency. So that particular day, even though in business hours it is mentioned, but it says it is holiday. So SLA won't come into picture at all. That is holidays. Now, another thing coming up with the fiscal year. Please understand these concepts are important. Fiscal year. So in Salesforce, we have two types of fiscal year: standard fiscal year and then custom fiscal year. These are the two fiscal years. So this is the settings you would be getting over here: the fiscal year, and no, this is the custom fiscal year. Just a minute. Just give me a moment. Let's log out. . Because of once you move to the custom fiscal year, after that you cannot roll back. That is the problem. Number 3. Okay, yes. There was a query that how we would be getting the notification. See here, notification, the task reminder, open opportunity, close it. There was a query from someone. So it is how you would be getting this. Not here, setup, interruption. Yes. Okay. So fiscal years you would be getting in 2 ways: standard fiscal year and custom fiscal year. So in the standard fiscal year, you can set that what is the starting month. It is with straightforward going with the Gregorian calendar, where you can set that which is your starting or ending month. So like say we are following January to December. January would be my starting month. Save. That's all. So now in the opportunities or in the reports, and whenever you're checking our reports that in this fiscal year or this quarter, what is the business what we did, then it take from this place. That is going for the standard fiscal year. In certification exam, the questions they'll ask you is that what you can set over. We can set over here is the starting and the ending month. That's all. That is from the standard fiscal year point of view.
Can I have multiple fiscal years? Just to give you an example, I have.
Yeah. So if it is a global organization and you want to set the fiscal year to be from say January to December, then you can set over here. Now coming to location related or geographical related things, then you need to do the implementation manually.
Okay, so implementation manually in the sense?
Manual in the sense there by the coding you need to do
Okay.
that way.
So I have to write a code to get this physical year separately. So I would the whatever coding that I do, so that would be reflected here, or it would be reflected when I pull out the reports or anything like that.
Yes, yes. Those things will pull down in the reports only directly over here.
I
Not
cannot
here.
change it. I cannot change it in this setup.
No. It's not here.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Now another thing. So in certification exam, they'll ask you only this question. Coming to the custom fiscal year, please make a note that custom fiscal year, once you go for, you cannot roll back. No way. Number one. Number two, when you enable the custom fiscal year, you will lose 3 things from Salesforce. That too when you're going for the custom fiscal year. Lose followings. Number one, some of the standard report types you will lose. You will not get at all. You will lose the quota and you will lose the forecasting. These 3 things you will lose at all. So if you really need it, you need to do it manual implementation. Manual implementation might be coding, might be in a declarative way. That is based on. In a standard way, you will not get it. Okay. Now, when you go with the custom fiscal year, then how you would get it? Let me show you back. So here I'm logging out. And remember, once it is activated, after that you cannot roll it back. No way.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Salesforce online training mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Since we have 52 weeks, so in the custom fiscal year, we divide those 52 weeks. So there's no concept of month over here, nothing like that. So you would get 2 setups. One is 4 quarters per year and 13 weeks per quarter. So 13 weeks, 13 multiplied by 4, it'll end up to 52 weeks. Now, how to divide those 13 weeks because of we have a concept of month. So 4 weeks, 4 weeks, 5 weeks. Again, nowhere we are talking about the month. Okay, so this is we are talking about a period. Okay, so 4, 4, 5, that makes 13. Then 4, 5, 4, 5, 4, 4. Here the data is written, but how it would be. Another setup is 13 periods per year and 4 weeks per period. That again makes it 52 weeks. How to divide 13 periods? 3, 3, 3, 4. What is that? Quarter 1 is 3 period, quarter 2 is 3 period, quarter 3 is 3 period, and quarter 4 is 4 periods. Then 3, 3, 4, 3, like that. It move in this way. Now, if you want to come back to the standard Gregorian calendar, since there is no rollback, but once you move into custom fiscal year and then you want to come back, then you can choose here the standard Gregorian calendar. But coming up to this does not mean that what all are you lose, you will get back. No way that you lose forever. Okay. So let me set up over here. Say if I'm going with say 445, and then I'm continuing it. Yes, this is I'm giving say 21. When my fiscal year is starting, so it is starting on say November. Let me start with say January. What should I write here? 26th. The weekday start is Sunday, or when your week is. So my week is starting on Monday, not on Sunday. Coming on. This is my first quarter, first period, first week. 7 days, the default setting is for 7 days. Maybe if you have some off or some days you're not working, okay, just have a look. Let me increase this. Please have a look here. See the first period, 21/6 to 22nd February. Now assume that this week we are not working for 7 days, rather we are working 5 days only. Comes 22. And then overall your entire year, 2 days becomes minus because of you are not working here for 7 days. So that way it is not 52 multiplied by 7, those many number of days you are working. It can be less. On basis of this, the entire calculation happen for fiscal year. This makes it
Harish,
very complex.
can we set
Just
up this start date and end date of this of the quarters and the weeks? Because this
no.
would land up like suppose I have a month and for the quarter like you started from 26/20, right? First 26 January 2020, right? But
Uh-huh.
my quarter, if I go by Indian fiscal year, it is quarter four. Okay. Now the quarter four, it will end up on 26 April, right? Just a
Uh,
rough estimate. It will end up on 26th April, 25th April. So
uh,
can I set up dates for the start date and end date?
No, you are setting up actually the number of days you are working with. So based on that, you are setting up the start and end date. Start date is anyway it is fixed. End date get changed.
No, I'm just thinking of the quarters getting messed up because if I put this kind of dates like 7 days or 5 days in between, what will
Uh-huh.
happen? The dates will fall into some different quarters, which will be again a calculation error in terms of when I'm trying to pull up the reports.
Exactly. This is the reason here we are losing these things. Now you got it correct. Let's see how difficult it is. That's why in a standard way, what Salesforce is providing you, the standard report types, the quota and forecasting that you lose. Because of it's literally difficult. If you need it, in your case, then you need to write down code. No other way.
Okay, so this is the standard format in which Salesforce provides a physical year. So if I wanted the reports in a different way, suppose from first my actual quarter should start from first of a particular month to 30th of a particular month, then I have to write a code. You mean to
No
say that?
worries. No worries. No. Hang on. If your query is like that, then when you pull down the reports, rather than
Right.
going with the quarter definition, go with the period way. No? That okay, I want the details from 1st of January till 1st of March. That's all.
How do you do that?
It's when you pull down the report. That time we have the time
Okay,
frame.
while
Same,
taking the
same,
report.
same as just a minute. Let me take another example. When you do a net banking, then you can pull down the report in two ways. Your statement. One is last quarter, previous quarter in statement, and the one is the date frame we are giving.
Okay.
Right? So when you
Yeah,
give
yeah.
this quarter, then previous quarter has a standard definition. But date frame is
Okay.
basically
Yeah.
okay. So this is how custom fiscal year we set. All things, the dates we need to set, and then accordingly, the days will also get vary. Okay. Now in certification exam, they'll ask you what is the format over here. Overlaps the previous. Okay, yes, there's already there. So what is the format over here? So you should know this. Not this. New. One you should know. Quarters per year, 13 weeks per quarter, and then 13 weeks per period. And then you should know this. What does this mean? And then you should know this. If you're going with a custom fiscal year, there is no rollback, and you will lose this. So in multiple currencies, in Salesforce, we have three types of currencies. Number one, corporate currency. Number two, active currency. And number three, uh, inactive currency. These are the three types of currencies we have. Corporate currency, in which all your corporate reports get generated. That is the corporate currency. This can only be one for one corporate. You cannot have more than one corporate currency. No way. Active currencies are those currencies in which currently you are dealing with. Like say you are dealing with USD, you are dealing with Euro, you are dealing with say INR, you are dealing with Japanese yen. So they would be the active currencies. I'm coming on to the conversion rate after some time. And then we have inactive currency. Remember, once a currency you enter into system, you cannot remove those currencies. Important note. You cannot remove. You can only make it active or inactive. Inactive means the currencies with which we were working with earlier, but nowadays we are not working with those currencies at all. Let me take examples. Say Intellipaat opened an office in UK and it didn't work well. So for 1 year it worked, and then it was working with euro currency. And since it didn't work well, so Intellipaat closed the office. Then what will happen to the euro currencies? They would still be there in system. And then since Intellipaat is not dealing in euro currency or in European countries, so we'll make it as an inactive currency. That's when we move. Now coming to the conversion rate. Conversion rate is always with respect to the corporate currency. Okay, so what will happen to the conversion? Okay, now how organizations work with the conversion rate? That's important to understand. How banks work with the conversion rate? How the banking institutions works with the conversion rate?
They check it on daily basis on the conversion websites. So does Salesforce like link to a conversion website and do it?
So shall I call it in this a flat rate for a day? Because we have two rates, conversion rate. One is a trading rate. Yeah.
I have a quick input on this. So basically, the conversion rate is basically decided when the deal is made, right? For a season,
Sorry.
When the deal is made, the conversion rate is basically not something that's decided on a daily basis in a corporate structure. It is basically decided quarterly based or yearly based, whatever the rate was on the first day of the quarter or on the first day of the year. It could go up or down, but the rate would be the same
Exactly.
for all corporate currencies.
Exactly. Yes. Perfect one. Okay. I was just explaining. See, please understand there is a trading rate and there is a flat rate. So banks works on a flat rate for a day. Trading rate is keep on going up and down. Okay, that's on that particular time period. What is the rate? Bank, whenever the financial institution they open, they decided that okay, today our currency conversion rate should be X amount. Whether it is going up or down does not matter. The financial institution work with that particular rate only. Right? This is for the financial. How about the corporate? Corporate work on the flat rate, monthly basis,
Awesome.
quarterly basis, quarterly basis. yearly basis, it is organization decision. Yearly basis, it's a flat rate. Okay, so whether the currencies goes up and down does not matter. The conversion rate which be that particular rate only, and it's always on the higher side. Always. This is how the conversion rate happens. Okay,
Is
and
there a
this again
possibility?
So I'm a bit confused on the first one, flat rate for the day.
always. So actually, going with the corporates, so they call the financial experts, and those financial experts will check n number of criterias, and then based on that, they suggest that okay, this should be the conversion at which the corporate should work for next quarter. So again, we have a process in the organization to know what is should be the conversion rate for next quarter or next financial year, like that. Okay, so this is how to get. So that is none of our things. Our things is that how to put into Salesforce. So in Salesforce, we have the active currencies, we have the inactive currencies. So the conversion rate we put with respect to corporate currency. So like our corporate currency is USD. Let me take examples. Say our corporate currency is USD, and then we are dealing with say the Yen, we are dealing with INR, and then this is we are dealing with the Euro. And here the conversion rate would be 1 USD equal to INR, 1 USD equals to this is the Yen and blah 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 things. Sorry, like this. So this we do. That's how to work with the currencies in Salesforce. Okay. And do you know how to enable the multiple currencies? And before that, I wanted to show you something. Use this. Just have a look on it. So I'm going to opportunities. I'm creating a new. I'm having here amount, but no way I'm getting the currencies. No way. All right. Now I'm enabling the multiple currencies and then I'm saving it. Let me go over here. I need to create again. Here, where is the currencies? It's not showing me. Just a minute. It should show me which currency it is. Yes, see here it is showing me USD. Earlier it was dollar, and then I should be getting somewhere. Yeah, opportunity currency type CUSD. Here it is. Earlier we were not getting it. Okay. Now since we don't have the multiple currency option over here, so it's only one currency, which it is. So you would be getting this option. And then in this option, you would be getting all the active currencies. Okay. So the first thing is profile. Profile controls what you see in Salesforce and what you can do in Salesforce. These two things controlled by the profile. Let me explain you what does this mean. So when I'm saying about what you see, it means I'm talking about number one, which application apps. Number two, in these apps, which are the tabs. Number three.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Salesforce by answering this question. What page do you access to uninstall an application? A. Basic updates. B. Introduced packages. C. Capacity usages. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
When I go to a particular tab, then here I'm getting field placement. This is known as a page layout. So like say I'm getting this placement in this manner. Maybe the sales manager is getting in a different way. Maybe the CEO or the VP of sales would be getting in a different way. The same field placements. So that's nothing but a different page layouts. Okay. Then which field. So maybe this field is visible to you, or this field should not be visible to you. These all things are being controlled by profiles. So it controls, say, which app, which tab, which page layout, and then which field you can see. What you can do with Salesforce. So in that we have the object permissions. Object permissions we have CRED. That is create, edit, edit, and delete. These are the 4 permissions we have. Along with that, we have 2 administrative permissions: view all and modify all. These all are the admin permissions. It means if someone is having these permissions, means he can work on everybody's records. He can view, he can edit, and he can delete it. So modify all will also give you the delete permissions. That is with respect to the object. Along with that, you would be getting the general user permissions and then the admin permissions. Like, can you create a chat group? Can you send an email? Is it possible for you to invite a chatter-free user into your group? Can you create a list view? All these things. So these all things is being controlled by the profiles.
What do you mean by CRED? Cred? Please repeat it again.
Create, read, edit, delete. In database word, it is CRUD, C-R-U-D.
Okay.
That. Okay, so we have the standard profiles, then we have the custom profiles. So you would be getting the standard profiles. These standard profiles, you cannot change the permissions. You can change the C related details, what you see, those you can change, but you cannot change the permissions. Custom profiles, you can delete the profiles, you can change the permissions, you can change the UI related things, everything you can do. How to do so? Let me show you. So here I'm going with the custom the profiles. So I'm going to profiles and then have a look over here.
Sorry, I didn't follow. What is that E in the CRED?
Edit.
Edit. Okay. Instead of update.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay, so here, just have a look. I'm getting only edit and clone option. Since I said that standard profiles you cannot delete at all. Have a look towards the right side. The custom is not checked. These all are the standard profiles. Let me scroll down. See here, I'm getting edit, delete, and clone option. Towards the right side, I'm getting the custom is checked. These are the custom profiles. Okay. Let me show you first standard profiles. So in standard profiles, what you can do? You cannot change the permissions, but you can change the C. C means this part. You can change. Let's have a look. So I'm going to system admin profile, clicking on it. Let me edit it rather than clicking on it. Edit. Number 1, the apps. Suppose I want that he should not see the service console, the service app. Yes, I can remove it. Okay. And I have the default app. Default app means by default when this profile user logs in, then which app they should see. That would be the default app. So for support users, we make the service app as default. For sales users, we make it sales app as a default. For marketing user, we make it as marketing, like that respectively. We'll make the default apps. Default means by default, whenever these profile users they log in, then which app they should see.
Okay.
That is default app. Okay. Now, next thing is about the tab settings. So we have 3 types of tab settings: default on, default off, and tab hidden. Default on means by default those tabs are available on the navigation bar. Okay, or tab bar, navigation bar or tab bar. That is default on. Default off means those tabs would not be visible on the navigation bar. But if you want to see, then you have to click on the app launcher and scroll down below. These are the apps. Scroll down below. These are tabs. So now see, not all the tabs are available on the tab bar. Only few of them are available. Okay, so from here you can see that's default off. Tab hidden. Tab hidden is that particular tab is not visible at all. So in user interface, you cannot see that tab at all. Remember, I'm saying in user interface, you cannot see the tab at all. I'm not saying you cannot work with that object at all. No, you can still work with the object. There are multiple ways to work with the object. Maybe through the programs, maybe through some API tool, maybe through some softwares, you can able to work. But in user interface, you would be getting tabs. Tabs are not visible.
So here you are saying that parent tabs, let's say contact is a parent tab, and if I say hidden, then I will not be able to see the contact tab. But if I go to accounts and then from accounts, I can see the contact.
No, no. You can see now, suppose you have a software and through that software, you are fetching the contact records.
Correct.
Will you able to see the contact records? Answer is yes, you can. Because of, is that a tab? No, it's not a tab, it's a software who is fetching contact data.
Correct.
Right? If you are using the reports, in the reports you are fetching the contact data, contact records. Will you be able to? The answer is yes. Because of, is it a tab? The answer is no, it's not a tab.
It's a record actually.
That's why I said tab is only for user interface purpose where you are viewing a record in a particular manner. Okay, but it's not the only way to work with the record. There are different ways to work with the record. You have reports, you have softwares, you have data import export softwares. There are multiple ways how you can work with Salesforce records. Got it? So tab hidden is only hiding that particular tab in user interface. When I say user interface means what currently we are getting. I'm talking about that. Okay. Then coming up to these are the permissions. See, I cannot change. Okay. So these are fixed. Because of I'm working as of now with the standard profile, I cannot change. If I'm scrolling down, general user permissions. See, none of them I can change. Standard object permissions. These are the object permissions. See, CRED. None of them I can change. View all, modify all. Since this is a system administrator profile, all are checked. None of them I can change. That's what I meant here. Where it is, yeah. Cannot change the permission, but you can change what you see. Okay. These are the custom object permissions. I have a custom object object. What all are this? This is nothing but the password related to this. How the password, when the password should expire and all this. So we'll discuss it a bit later. Okay. Now, let me cancel this because of this. Okay, let me save this. Now, because of this is the system administrator profile. So now I should not be getting for service app. Service app is nowhere. Why? Because of this has been removed for admin profile, which just now I did. Here, I need to go to edit and then I will tweak it over here. I remove this one. Service. Okay. Now let us talk about the project or the case study. We would be working with a recruitment application where an employee's recruitment process will put into Salesforce. As of now, Salesforce is not supporting this feature. So Everything we need to create from our own site. That will do. Now, who should be working with the recruitment application? The HR persons. So to start with that, I need to create a HR profile. Okay. Once I creating the HR profile, that what the HR user should do in Salesforce, what they should see in Salesforce. After that, we create a user, a HR user. Will create a user. Because of now onwards, what all are the things we would be discussing? It would be in a chain. Till now, what all are we were discussing? They all are not in a sequence. Yes, with respect to implementation, they are in a sequence. Okay, but if you are not creating the HR profile, later we'll end up in the problem or the challenge when a user, we are talking about a user, and then what user is getting which access. You will face challenge since you don't have a HR profile. So let me do so. So here I'm going up with say profiles. I'm creating a new profile. Now in the profile, since we have a lot of settings, so we never ever create a profile from scratch, from zero. And even Salesforce also don't recommend it to do so. So whenever you create a new profile, Salesforce always force us to clone an existing profile. And being an administrator, this is our responsibility to know that which is the closest profile, the profile which we are creating. Okay. And then in this, would lack for this portion. So here I'm going up with the existing profiles. So these profiles would be both standard profiles as well as profiles. Now, in that, choose whichever is the closest one. I don't know whichever is the closest one for me. No worries, then we'll take a base as standard user profile. Okay, this is a standard profile, standard user profile. And then here I'm putting a C custom HR profile. I hope it should not be here. Yeah, now edit. So this is for the custom HR profile and it is a custom profile. Now, which application should see? So HR should see the communities. So app permissions I'm giving only to the community. No other. So analytics studio not needed. App launcher let it be. Content HR needed. Community needed. Lightning app needed. Marketing not needed. Sales not needed. This is because of it is default, so I cannot uncheck it. So let me check, make it default as community. What is the difference between an app and a console? Chatter, yes, let it be. Service not needed, not needed. Site.com and post.com. So only I'm giving community, content, and chatter. These three are permissions. Community, content, and chatter. Ways, communities, default. Then here, account. Account, I'm going up with tab hidden. I'm not setting up for all because of there are a lot of things. Tab hidden. Then let me go to the chatter. Chatter should be default on. And then let me work on default off. Default off, I would make it files. If you get confused, no. Just a minute, I'm going to communities. Right click here and then see here. This is the default tabs in the communities. Account, I make it tab hidden. Here it is default on. It is by default available. Contact, I'm making it default off. Let me do so. It would not be available over there. This contact. This is default off. Default off. Okay. Rest I'm leaving as it is. So this is admin's responsibility to do sit and do this each and everything. Here this administrator cannot change. It means Home tab has to be available on for each and every profile. It has to be there. And coming up the administrative permissions. So there are a lot of administrative permissions. I'm not going to set each and everything, but just, and even as an administrator also, even for the certification exam also, you need not to by heart all these things. Don't do that. Okay. It's not possible to remember all these permissions. Just overall, you should have idea that, okay, like say here, can approve, feed, post and comment, bulk API, hard delete. So if you give the permission, he can do so, otherwise he cannot do so. Let's see here, create and customize report. So can this person create a report? If you give permissions, then yes. If you give permissions, then no. Let's see here, create and own chatter groups. I'm removing it. So he should not create a chatter group. Chatter group. No, I'm removing it. Create report permissions given. Yes. Similarly, coming up with the general user permissions also. Is it a Lightning login user? Means, can he access the Lightning? If you check it, then yes. If you don't check it, then he will work only with Classic, not with Lightning. So you need to check this. And here, this is the object permissions. So what he can do with the objects? So since account I mentioned is tab header, so no work. Let me remove this. Nothing. Here we go with say case. I didn't mention anything over there, so case I'm making it read only. I'm not going as per the HR profile because of I need to share a lot of things related to tab hidden, default on, default off, all this. Then this is, and then contacts, no delete. So he can create contact CRE permissions. RE permission. Create, read, edit. And coming to leads. Delete permission, create permission I'm removing. So leads only read and edit permissions. Read and edit permission. I think I set all. CRE read only. This is R, CRE, and then here one CRED. Opportunity, let me go with CRED. Let. Okay. Like this you need to set. And about the softwares. So for the offline, okay, desktop integration, what should be done? So do you want to get the access deny? No, no updates, update without alert, update with alerts, or must update it. That is for the offline. Offline means you are not online, and when you come to online, then how the syncing should happen. That one. So this software you need to download it, and then there has to be a license given, the offline user license. Then you can do. Then session related settings. So if the HR is not doing any activity for say 30 minutes, then he should log out. If he's logging in, then what it would be? Should he ask the password and the security question or not? That is high assurance. And then password policies, you know. Password should expire in 90 days, 30 days, what it is. And then system should remember some password. What is the password complexity and how it should be. And then lockout period is important. Lockout period is for say 15 minutes, 30 minutes, 60 minutes. So if a user is typing in an incorrect password for these many number of attempts, then his account get locked for this much duration. After that, it will automatically get active. Then this is secret answer for password reset, minimum 1 day password lifetime. Don't immediately expire link for forgot password. Or if he click on the forgot password, then he is getting an email. So that has a lifetime. So you can make it indefinite lifetime by checking this. That is for the profile.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Salesforce online training mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
What is an application in Salesforce? So what is this Salesforce application? Now, Salesforce application is a collection of items that work together to serve a particular function, right? So what do I mean by that? So let's say if I have an application for sales itself, so what are the different things with that will impact my sales? So there would be opportunities, there will be customers, there will be accounts, there will be cases, there will be leads, there are a lot of different things, right? So what it basically, an application is that environment where you can populate all of these fields, and based on that you can have different things popping up here and there, and you can find out what is going on with respect to one particular thing on one particular application itself. So that is the basic idea behind an application in Salesforce. Now it basically comes in two flavors for Salesforce. So it could be a classic app or it could be a Lightning app. So there are Lightning ones are the one we are going to be working with today. So Lightning is the better form. It is constantly updated as well on your phone as well as your desktop system. So it is compatible in both iOS as well as Android as well as your desktop or any platform that you are using. So it is cross-platform available as well. So that is something which gives it an edge over classic, and it is much more intuitive as well in my opinion. So that is why the Lightning app is much more preferred. To give you an example of how classic app looks like, so let me show you the Salesforce itself. So what you're seeing right now on your screen is an application. So this is my sales application. So whatever name pops up here, that is the name of the application, and this is the home page that we are seeing with respect to the sales application. Now there are different things like opportunities, leads, tasks. These are the different fields which are inside of this application that I want to see. So these are the things which are populated in here. So all of this combination of all of this is my sales application. Similarly, there are various other applications. As you can see, there is sales console, there is community. You can view all as well. So if you view all, there is a lot of different applications which are out there. So let's say if I wanted to check on the marketing side of things, so I can see different things will pop up as compared to this application. So you see now it has changed into campaigns, chatter, contacts, leads. So basically it changes based on that. Now what you can do is you can customize all of these applications, and you can have your built-in make a built-in custom application. So we had created a built-in custom application before itself, and we'll be creating one more today. So let's go back to presentation and move ahead and understand more. So that is about what an application is. So this is again just the overview of what things are. So you can see that is sales opportunities and whatever you are seeing. So this is the home page where you can see different things with respect to quarterly performance, today's events, and all of that in one place. So what you are seeing here, it is a page. This is a home page which has been designed. This can be objects and pages. Both of those things can be populated on an application as well. So we'll be discussing that as we get through. Let's talk about few more basic concepts to get things across. So we are now going to get closer to building the Salesforce application that we are going to be developing in the third section. But in this one, let's discuss those concepts that we'll be dealing with. So let's start off with an objects and fields. Now, an object and field is very important. So in Salesforce, they follow the methodology of MVC, which is Model View Controller. So in that, you have three different kinds of things which are in there. So basically, you can think of objects and fields in terms of an Excel sheet. Now, what is going on is, let me explain what is going on first. So imagine that you have a database, right? So your database can have a lot of different kinds of tables, right? So there will be a lot of different tables which are there. For example, let's say if I wanted to create let's say school database, for example. So a school database will have a table for students. There will be there will be a table for courses, there will be a table for teachers, there will be the table for other faculty members, parents, and stuff like that, right? So collection of all of these tables which are out there is what basically my database is. Now let's think that each of these tables are my Excel sheet. So I have an Excel sheet where I have a list of students. I have an Excel sheet where I have a list of the parents and different other attributes like that. So right, so these are the things which are there. So a collection of all of these Excel sheets is my database. Now each sheet in this database represents something, right? So let's say if one of the sheets is named as student. Now in this student sheet which is out there, so you can imagine this sheet which is on the bottom side of the screen right now, this is the student sheet. So in this student sheet, what is going on is let's just think of it like this. So each of the columns which are out there, so the things which are highlighted in pink, this is called as fields. Now fields are basically the properties of the particular sheet. So my sheet is called as students. Now students can have a name, a registration ID, a phone number, parent's name, and different things like that you can populate. So each of these things which will be populated in the field section will be the different properties with respect to this sheet, right? So this sheet is basically called as an object inside of Salesforce, So this sheet, which is my student, is an object, and the different properties of students are the fields in Salesforce. So these student's name is one field, student's phone number is a field, email address is a field, and things as we go along will follow. And every entry that you do, so let's say if the student's name is let's say Ram, his number is XYZ, and he studies in class X, and you can move along. So that is one entry. So this is a record of a student. Similarly, if you go along, so you can put in more records. So each of these lines will contain records. So this column represents different properties, and the rows will represent different records of different students who have those particular properties in those fields, and all of it together, this particular sheet can be thought of as an object. So an object has a lot of different properties which are called as fields, and when you have a lot of different entries inside of a different object, those are called as records. So that is the basic idea of what are objects and fields in Salesforce. Now you can have two different kinds of objects in Salesforce. There are some objects which Salesforce gives you by default. So by default, Salesforce provides you with a lot of different objects which are out there. So a good example would be like an account or leads. So the things that we saw earlier. So that are the things which are pre-created. So you can see the opportunities here and the leads and the other things. These are the things which are pre-created by Salesforce. So these objects are standard objects.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Salesforce by answering this question. What page do you access to uninstall an application? A. Basic updates. B. Introduced packages. C. Capacity usages. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
The other kind of objects are custom objects. These are the objects that you build by yourself. So you can build your own custom objects. So as you can see, if I wanted to create, let's say, an object called as trucks, so I can create an object called trucks, and I can have information with respect to trucks in there. So it basically depends on you. So what Salesforce is doing is, in this scenario, is it is giving you one set of abilities to you, which is predefined, which can be basically applied to various different kinds of companies. But let's say if I'm a logistics company and I want to use Salesforce, and there are some things which are not defined in Salesforce because they cannot think of everything, right? Every business runs it according to their requirements and based on their needs. When you are running things on your needs, you will be requiring custom made things. For that scenario, Salesforce allows you to do a lot of different customization with respect to their application as well. So you can basically create your own objects, give them special properties, and you can assign values to those special properties. So that is what a custom object is. We will be building a custom object in today's session as well, and we'll be putting that to our particular application, which we will be also be developing. The next concept, which is very important, is a lightning page. So what is a lightning page? Lightning page is basically a custom layout that lets you design a page for use in Salesforce mobile app, or it could be on the Lightning or web browser experience as well. So it is available on both mobile platform as well as your particular desktop application. Right. So the structure of Lightning page, the speciality of this thing is that it adapts to whatever the screen that it is being viewed on. So if I want to, this we will see when we get into it. So if you want to design a, let's say, a page, how it will spawn on your mobile phone and how it will spawn on your particular laptop is different, right? So, and Salesforce predefines it based on some templates on how those things can be spawning. So you can design based on that, and based on that you can have easy views for your phone and a different view for your particular desktop application. So you can imagine your desktop has a wider screen and wider set of resources, so it can do a lot of different things and populate different things in there. When you're designing for a phone, you have to take constraints into account, where the screen will be shorter. What you would want is the things which are most important popping up here and there. And Salesforce allows you to do all of that. So based on the template that you choose, you can basically get the outcome of how the page will look like, right? So we will be creating an app page for our particular application. So there are three different kinds of pages in Salesforce as well. So when you're talking about Lightning pages in applications, you can have a home page, a record page, and an application page. Now, home page is what we saw, that sales home page was there, right? So there, everything with respect to the sales application you can find out in the home page. Other than that, you can have an application page where you can spawn different things with respect to an application. You can use this page to create a home page for a third-party application, and you can directly add those things into your Salesforce the Lightning web application as well as your mobile application. Both of these things you can directly add these pages without having any ifs and buts. Other than that, you can decide who gets to view what kind of pages and what kind of access is there, and where you can they can access these objects. You can handle that as well. So that is about what is in the app page. We will be developing an app page and an object, and we'll be putting both of them to our Lightning application in the demo. So let's quickly jump into the demo so that we get things more clearer. So this is my Salesforce application, right? So in this Salesforce application, what you can see is this is my home page, right? So from here you can go to setup. So this is my Salesforce Lightning application, which is for marketing, and this one is my setup where I can basically customize my Salesforce Lightning applications. So whatever is in here, whatever you want to manipulate, you can do through the setup page, and it allows you to do different things. And you can find the setup right here itself. You can just go here, click, and quick click on setup, and it will spawn the page that you actually need. So let it load so that you can get a view of it. So let's start creating an application first, or we can create an object also first. So let's create an object first. So let's create an object. Very simple. You have to click on new object, go to your object manager, click on new object, wait for a couple of seconds, and you have to put these information. So let's say I'm going to call my object as learner Intelli, right? So you have to give the label, and the plural label you have to provide. Object name it takes automatically. So if I click here, you can see the object name has automatically spawns. Learners Intelli is the plural name. Now basically this object gives information for a learner enrolled with Intellipaat, right? So it does that. Now you can have it being a context sensitive help settings. You can put that as well. You have a record name, and this is the type text it will be taking. Optional features, you can allow reporting activities, track field history, chatter groups. You can decide on these things as well. So if you wanted to pop up in chatter groups, or you want to track field history, you can enable these features based on your requirements. And you can choose your deployment status as well. So you can have it in development. So these things which are in development won't spawn into the Salesforce application. People won't be able to view it. Once you have deployed it, the people who have the access to these things can actually view it. You can also allow search for it. You can have a launch custom tab app after the wizards for saving the object. We are not going to be doing this. We will do it later on so that you understand why this is important. And I'm going to be allowing the search for it, and just gonna hit save. So with that, I think very easily we can move on to the next step, and we have created an object. Now object is ready, right? So object is ready. What it doesn't have is any properties. So it's like basically having a sheet called as students, and there is no kind of entry whatsoever, no properties whatsoever. So there is no information with respect to the students. So let's go to field and relationships, and let's give it a property. So by default it will be asking you for a name when you create this thing. So we're going to be creating a new field, which is going to be, from this section you can choose what kind of information this object will store, right? So every column which is there, it stores certain kind of an information. So what kind of information you want to store, you can decide there. It has to be a date, number, currency, percentage, phone number, pick list. Pick list is basically when you want to give them options to choose from. You can have that, and you can have multi-select as well. You can have a text area. You can have basically different things based on that. So I'm going to be selecting a text that people can put in the resource things. So I'm going to be going next, and the field name is course enrolled. So my learner object will have a name, so learner's name, and the course field, let's allow number of characters for this field. So I'm going to be putting it as 17. So it could be according to your requirements. So if you are someone who's taking long strings into account, so you can put those numbers up, but we are going to be keeping short, so we're going to be putting it 17. So this field stores the course learner is enrolled in. You can provide help text to people to understand so what is supposed to be filled in with respect to this field. We're going to not be doing that because we know what we're doing too. And you can select this as always required. So when you do that, whenever you are creating a new record for this particular field, if let's say if I'm creating a new entry for the objects, if I'm creating let's say a new student, and I keep this as required, so the entire column won't be saved until and unless you provide this information, right? So this is what required does. And you can have it as unique also. You basically unique will take only one kind of information. You cannot have duplicates. But since course enrolled can be duplicates, we're going to be leaving this one. You can keep an external ID and you can give a default value as well. So we're not going to be bothering with that. And in this one, you can basically assign, this is the field security level. So whenever, let's say if I have an object called as customers, now customers can have information which are sensitive, like phone numbers or bank account IDs or anything like that. So that is not what you want to share with everyone, right? So when you want to hide some kind of information, you have to assign who these people, who are the people who are able to view these things. Now, I don't want to make changes anywhere because nobody else is using it apart from me. But whenever you are in an industry environment, you'll have to choose who are the people who are allowed to see these things. And based on that, you have to select. For now, we're going to be keeping it as default so that everyone can see these things because course name is not that sensitive of an information. Now, the learner Intelli layout has been done. So let's quickly course enrolled for learner Intelli has been done. So learner Intelli is our object. So we've created one field. We're going to be creating one more field, and I'm going to take this time the number as the field. Let's move forward, and the field name we're going to be writing it as batch ID. So for the learners, what we are trying to take the information is the course that they are enrolled in and the batch of that batch ID of that course. So you can have the length defined as well. So we're going to be keeping it default, which is 18th. And you can set this to always require as well. So we will not be taking any different things with respect to that. So that is very important. You can define the decimal places that it will be taking. So all of this information with respect to what the field information can take. So you can customize that based on your requirements. Click next. Again, the same thing. The security field is spawning. So we're going to be keeping it default, pretty standard. And with that, I think our object is ready. Yeah. So if you want to check out your object, you can quickly go to the object manager and it spawns all of the different apps, and you can see what are the different objects which are out there. So you can see this, these are the standard objects which are predefined by Salesforce. And whenever you find the learner Intelli, that is learner Intelli is a custom object, right? So it tells you what are the information. So we have just created a custom object which is called as learner Intelli. Now our custom object is ready. The next thing that we need to do is we need to create an application first, and then we'll add an app page. So let's create an application. To create an application in Salesforce, you have to search App Manager. So in App Manager, just quickly go here and select for a new Lightning app. So you can see in here the pre-created applications and their type. As I told you, it comes in two flavors. So if it is Lightning or it is in Classic, you can see these things which are available. What I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be creating a new application. My application will be called, let's say we'll call it as learner view. We're going to be calling this application as learner view, and this application is for insights WRT learner. So with respect to learner, what are the things that is required? We're going to be populating this. In this section, you have to also put in an app branding. Basically, in app branding, you can design what kind of image that it requires and what is the different things that can come. So you can have different images based on that. I'm going to be uploading something which I have on my desktop saved, which is a home page, which is basically a very simple image. So this is the image that is there for my app branding. You can see the graphs and plots which I have created. And primary hex value is something, as you can see in the background, you can see, if you can see here on the left hand side, you can see this blue line. This is what is there. So you can see everywhere it is blue. So this is the primary color that you have to choose for your application. I'm going to be going with green, and you can choose what shade of green also. Based on that, it will take the RGB hex value. So I'm going for a pretty green in here and do done, and then click next. Now the next thing which is there is you have to choose the navigation style. So since we are going with the standard navigation here, not the console, because console is sometimes paid, we're going for the standard navigation, and you can support the form factor. So basically, if this application will be supported only on desktop, only on phone, or both desktop and phone. For our purposes, we are using both desktop and phone in here, and that is that. And you can have these settings also set up, and my setup experience, I want it to be full setup and it is not a service. So that is that. And let's quickly move on to the next one. Next is the utility items. So utility items are the things which spawn on the bottom left hand side of the screen. So we'll see that once we create this application. So you can add different kinds of utility applications. So we're going to be adding a rich text so that we see what is out there. So we select one. So you can basically type out what you want in this one. So I'm going to be putting in welcome to the Intellipaat learner application, right? So we can have that, and you can add more. So we have added one, we'll add another utility item just in case. So you can have a macro, or you can have a flow is basically how your screen flow will be happening, or different things, that set of applications will be happening. You can have that, you can have a list view, you can have something. So we're going to be putting in recent items as well. So two things which are out there, and rich text and the recent items. These are the two things that I want in my application. So let's quickly move on to the next. Now in the navigation items, so what we saw here, so this is an application right here, right? So on the left hand side, so in what navigation means is whatever you are seeing in here is selected through the navigation. You can basically come back and edit these as well. And for now, so what we're going to be doing is we're going to take a default thing so that it gets more clearer to us. So let's take opportunities, if it is out there. Yeah, let's take opportunities and just put it in there, just for fun purposes. We basically do not need it right now. So we're going to be spawning only one thing, and we're going to click next. And now this is an important one. You have to select who are the people who can view this application. Not everyone will be able to view this application. Since I'm the system administrator, I'm going to be giving myself only the privileges of viewing this application and no one else. So I'm going to be putting in here so that I can see this application. I'm going to put save and finish. As soon as I do that, my application is ready, and you can find that application as the name which we had learner view, the application. So it is right here, which has been created, right? So to check if learner view is created, let's quickly go to here. This is the place where you search for application, these dots in here. Just quickly search for learner. So you can see my image which I created for the branding as well is present. So quickly go to the learner view and see what is out there. So you can see the green which I chose for the hex value is here. This is the name of the application. This is the only navigation that we spawned. So you can see the recently viewed opportunities which are out there, and the utility items that we selected, which is the recent items, which is in here, which has been nothing so far. And then there is a rich text. So welcome to the Intellipaat learner application. So you can have that, implement more things like those. So these are the utility things. So we have basically created an application with one thing. Now let's customize this application a little bit more by adding a page and the object that we created, right? So we created an object. So if you remember, if we go to app manager again and we try to edit this particular learner view, you can see there is this one thing missing, which is the object that we created. The object which we created, which goes by the name I think learner Intelli, that will not be available in the navigation items. That is because we have not created a custom tab for it. Right? Let me search learner. You can see this is not available right now. That is simply because we have so far not created basically and custom tab for it. So there's no tab view for it, and that is why that is not spawning. So let's quickly do that as well. So I'm going to be doing that side by side so you can see what is going on. So let's quickly search for tabs in here in quick find. Let's quickly search for tabs. Now go to tabs. In tabs, basically you have to go down and you have to create a new one. So you have to create a new custom tab. So just click on the new one. So here you have to select the object that you want to create a tab for. So our object's name is learner Intelli. You can select the tab style. So there's a lot of different things that you can choose from. That will basically be the thing which is in front of that tab style. So since this is about learners, we're choosing people in here, and you can have custom tabs. So learners information, right? So that is there. So let's quickly click next, and these are again those security things. So you can add the profiles who are going to be able to see it, but we are keeping the default settings so that we can get through with this. And again, which all applications you want to add it to. So you can see by default it is added to learner view. So if we see now to learner view, only opportunities is there, right? Now let's quickly save this. So what it will do is it will add it to all of the pages which are out there. You can basically, when you are doing this, select the custom pages you want to add it to, but for now it's just going to be saving it. So once we do that and it is ready, my learners, this thing, if I refresh, the learner view should pop up in navigation. So let's go to the navigation items, and you can see the learner Intelli has been spawned. So since it is spawned, if I refresh this page, I should see another tab in here. You can see the learners Intelli tab is available. and you can create an object in here. Go to new, and you can add let's say learner's name is Ram, the course he's enrolled in is Salesforce, and batch ID is 1234. If I save that, you can see details of that learner you can see in here. So basically, if I add more and more and more, I can have all the learners which are spawning and put them in here really quickly and very easily. So that is the basic thing of the objects that we have created. Now let's add one more thing to it. Let's add an application page to this one. So let's go back to the setup real quickly and go to and search for app builder. So if you go to Lightning app builder, it's basically we need to create a new page. So let's click on new. So as I mentioned in the theoretical side of things, you can create 3 different kinds of pages. For now, for my purpose, I'm going to be creating an app page. So let's quickly select that, move on to the next one. You have to select a label's name. So this is learners app page. I think it goes with an underscore. It looks better. Yeah. Now what you can select in the next one is the view. So as I told you, the Salesforce Lightning applications, it spawns and adapts both for your PC as well as your mobile phones of different sizes and tablets of different sizes. So you can see if the tablet is in this section, it will look 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 like this. If it is straight, 1, 2, 3 on the phone, and 1, 2, 3. You can choose different settings based on this. The applications will be spawning. So different views that you can get from here. So I'm going to be choosing standard one again. One header, a left sidebar, or I'll go with header in 2 regions. Let's quickly divide it easily. So header in 2 regions we're going to be selecting. We're going to click on next. Now I have basically a layout where we can add applications. So it doesn't mean we can only add 3 components. We can add more than 3 components, but just thing is you can add it in here or here. The way that they'll be spawning is based on the layout that you have selected. So let's quickly put a rich text on top. This is learners page. So this is the learners page that we are creating. So that is that. We can have basically anything that you want in here. We can populate let's say recent items in here on the left hand side, reports and charts on the right hand side, and you can have, let's say if you wanted to have a chatter field, you can put it in here on the left hand side. So you can spawn more than 1 items. You can customize these things as well. So whatever is be spawning here, you can add a filter, you can add field types, so for what it has to be done, and you can create what you want report for. So you can select different kinds of reports in here. You can populate all of that, and you can add and filter based on that. So whatever is based on your filter, you can view those things only particularly in this particular page. So that is the basic idea behind these things as well. So you can add a filter for this as well. We're not going to be doing that. We're just going ahead with this one. So you can activate this page, or you can choose not to activate this page as well. So I'm going to be activating this page. So if this is in development environment, you would not want to activate it right away. You'd want to wait, but since we are not concerned with that one right now, we're going to be activating this page. So it will going to be asking a few questions. So page settings, Lightning experience, and mobile app navigation, 3 different things. So you can add different page setups that you want. I just want it to be activated for all my users, and these things have been done. So I'm going to be quickly saving it with default configurations. Until you add it, it won't be spawning anywhere, right? So that is what this page is saying. So what it basically means is I have created, so like I did for objects and it was spawning, it will not happen for this one because it is not there in the navigation items yet. So for that, what we have to do is we have to go back to our setup, search for our app manager again, and in my app manager I have to be searching for the learner view application which we created. Click edit, and then go to navigation items, and in here the page that we created, which was our learners application page, which is right here, I'm going to be selecting that and putting it in here. Sorry. So with that, if I hit save and I refresh this page, I should be able to see my new page which is out there. So the page, as you can see, objects will have a drop down menu like this. So you can see all the learners or all the opportunities which are out there, and in page you can see different things that you put with respect to what is there. So the recent item is 0, chatter field, we have not populated these things. That's why these things are not being done. So if you do all of that, you'd be able to see these things and these things will be generated automatically based on that. So that is what basically you can do in order to build an application in Salesforce.
Now we'll look into the Salesforce certification details. So here lies the detail of the Salesforce admin certification. So first of all, you must have thorough knowledge of managing users' data and security, then maintaining and customizing Sales Cloud and Service Cloud applications, and then building reports, dashboards, and workflows for your organization. So talking about managing users data and security, for example, if there are two teams, that is sales and marketing, so the employees or the users who are there in these teams cannot access each other's data. So this is the task of the administrator to take care of, to manage the users data and security. Then maintaining the application, that is sales, that is related to Sales Cloud and Service Cloud. Then building reports, dashboard, and workflows as decided by the organization for their business activities. So the number of questions that are asked in Salesforce admin certification exam are 60, and these are multiple choice questions. Then the time for completion you get is 105 minutes, that is 1 hour and 45 minutes. And for passing the Salesforce admin certification exam, you need 65%. That means you have to solve 39 questions out of 60 to pass this exam. Talking about exam fees, so the exam fees is $200 for the very first attempt. And if you want to retake the exam, then the retake fees is $100. So if you are not passed in the first attempt, then you can retake the exam and the fees is $100. So this is the information regarding the Salesforce admin certification exam. So you must have the thorough knowledge of these things that we discussed, then the number of questions, time for completion, passing percentage, and the exam fees. Now further we'll move on to the topics of Salesforce admin exam that are included in the syllabus. So starting with organizational setup. So the very first step when a company buys the licenses of Salesforce is the organizational setup. That is, they need to set up their organization in the Salesforce, and by giving the details of the organization. Then after that, user setup. So after the completion of the organizational setup, they need to make profiles, make users. So that is the user setup. So you have to learn about organizational setup, that is how to set up the organization in Salesforce, then how to set up the user in Salesforce. After that comes security and access. So after the completion of the user setup, you need to take care of the security and access, what all data the users or the employees can access, that you need to take care of. So you need to learn about the security and access topics, that how to set the security and access level. Then comes standard and custom objects, that is laying out of the object structure for the organization and the relationship model for the organization. So you need to learn about the standard and custom objects and how to build the object architecture for the organization. So it also consists of that how to create, delete, and customize various types of fields that are related to the organization's data. Then comes sales and marketing applications. So here you have to learn about how to manage the activities related to sales and marketing applications. So you have to describe the capabilities of the sales and marketing campaign and identify the capabilities and implication of the sales processes. Then comes service and support applications, where you have to learn about and you have to gain knowledge about all the service and support related activities, how to manage a case. Then comes activity management and collaboration. So whatever is the business activities going on in the organization, so you need to have knowledge about all the activity management and collaboration with various kinds of applications through Salesforce. So that is the task of the Salesforce administrator, to collaborate with various kinds of applications and manage the activities. So you need to have knowledge about that. Then comes data management, where you need to have knowledge of where you will learn about import and export of data and various files. So if the organization or company demands the Salesforce administrator to insert, update, or delete any record, then the administrator should have a decent knowledge of doing so in an effective manner. Then come analytics and reports and dashboards. So you need to be well versed with the reports and dashboards and all the analytics related to the organization using Salesforce. Then comes workflow, process, and automation. So workflow, process, automation. So here you need to have knowledge about creating the workflow for various processes of the organization, then ordering and creating the sequence of process and automating it further. Then comes desktop and mobile administration. So here you have to have knowledge to describe the capabilities of the Salesforce mobile application and describe the installation and synchronization options of Salesforce Lightning for Outlook. And finally, App Exchange. So you have to identify use cases for App Exchange applications. So these all are the topics that are included in the Salesforce Administration Certification exam. So you need to master them all. Then here is the marks distribution for all these topics in Salesforce for Salesforce admin exam. So talking about organizational setup, so it is 3%. Then user setup is 7%. Security and access is 13%. Standard and custom objects is 14%. Sales and marketing application is also 14%, and these two are the highest among all the topics. Then service and support applications, that is 13%. Activity management and collaboration 3%. Data management is 10%. Analytics, reports and dashboards is 10%. Workflow process automation is 8%, and desktop and mobile administration is 3%. App exchange is 2%. So for clearing the exam, you have to focus on the major topics, that is security and access, then standard and custom objects, which has the highest weightage, that is 14%. Sales and marketing application, that is again 14%. Then service and support application 13%. Data management, analytics, reports and dashboards. So also these are the important topics, not from the examination point of view, but if you are working as a Salesforce administration, so you need to have a quite good understanding of security and access, standard, custom objects, setting up for the organization, sales and marketing application, and all these data management, analytics, reports and dashboard related things. So it is important from the organization's point of view also. Now, how to prepare for Salesforce certification exam? So we have already seen the task of the Salesforce administrator, the topics, the syllabus of the Salesforce administrator exam, and we have seen the distribution of the various topics of Salesforce. So till now you might have got an idea about what to do for the preparation of the Salesforce certification exam. So here are the tips that will be very beneficial while preparing for the Salesforce admin certification exam. So the very first step is to master the basics of Salesforce platform.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Salesforce by answering this question. What page do you access to uninstall an application? A. Basic updates. B. Introduced packages. C. Capacity usages. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So organizational setup, user setup, security and access, the role hierarchy. So this you need to master, and you should have a good knowledge of using Salesforce platform. Now the next step is prepare according to the syllabus. And we have already discussed the distribution, the percentage distribution of various topics of Salesforce. So the area which is having the higher weightage, that is 14%, 13%, 10%, 8%. So you should focus on those areas and mastering of those areas first. So try to learn the basics of Salesforce platform, whatever things are there. So try to learn all of them. Then accordingly prepare according to syllabus and focus on those areas which contains the higher weightage in Salesforce admin certification exam. Now the next step is invest ample amount of time on real-time implementation. So Salesforce is not just a theoretical subject. So you need to have a lot of experience on real-time implementation and the experience of using Salesforce platform as an administrator and fulfilling the standard industry requirements. So invest a lot of time in the Salesforce platform to learn new things and to implement various activities as per the requirement of the organization. After that, focus the area that contains more weightage that we have already discussed, that is prepare according to syllabus. So you need to focus on the areas where there is the weightage is 14%, 13%, 10%. After that, try to attempt mock test for practice. This is one of the most important part of any certification exam that you attempt. So you need to take mock test so that you can get to know the shortcomings in your preparation and your weak areas of concepts. So you need to take mock test so that you can get a good practice for the real exam. Then finally, test yourself and try to improve your weaker areas. So by taking up the mock test, you will be able to get to know about your weaker areas. So test yourself and try to improve your weaker areas. So the tips to prepare for Salesforce certification exam, which will prove beneficial while you are preparing for it.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Salesforce online training mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Now, next, what is the job role of a Salesforce developer? So, here is the job role of a Salesforce developer. So, a Salesforce developer must analyze and understand the user's requirement or the client's requirement or the requirements specific to the organization, and then design the application as per the need. Also, their job role is to test and develop the application, that is existing application or the application that is created, and to test the application that is created by some other developer so that they can make the changes or the updates in that application, or if they want to add something, if the organization or the client wants to add some other things, so they must be capable of understanding all those features of that Salesforce platform. So their job role is also to customize the application. So customize the application means to add the features or make changes in the platform in the existing application. Then use Visualforce to create UI. So the job role of a Salesforce developer is also to use Visualforce to create UI. So if you don't know what is Visualforce, so it is a framework that allows developers to build sophisticated and custom user interfaces that can be hosted natively on the Lightning platform. So they must be aware of and have the experience of Visualforce, then design Salesforce solutions and create effective project plans for the Salesforce platform. So this is the job role of a Salesforce developer. Now the next is the skills of a Salesforce developer. So here are the skills that are mentioned. So they must be they should have the experience of data modeling, data management and security, because they are developing the applications for the users or clients or organizations. So they are responsible for the security of that application, for management of the data, and so it is the responsibility of a Salesforce developer to develop the application in such a way that the security and integrity of the data for that organization is well maintained. Then platform development. So they must have experience and a thorough knowledge to develop the platform. Then Salesforce app customization. So they should also be capable of customizing the existing applications of the customers. And then Visualforce basics, that is that we already discussed, that they should have experience with Visualforce. So it is a framework that is used to develop user interface for the customers for the Lightning platform. Also the search solutions basics. Then Salesforce object query language, they should have knowledge of the object query language. They must have the knowledge of Apex, that is object oriented language. Also they should have knowledge of Java programming language that is used to develop the Salesforce application. Then they should be proficient with HTML and JavaScript. So as their responsibility is to develop the user interface. So for user interface, they should have knowledge of HTML and JavaScript. Then Lightning framework. So as they are developing the Salesforce Lightning app or the Salesforce Basic, as they have to develop the application for these platforms. So these are the skills of a Salesforce developer. So when you acquire these skills, you are eligible to enter the Salesforce domain. Now next we'll be looking into the career opportunities and salary of a Salesforce developer. So first, going with career opportunities. So let us look at the facts. According to Forbes, more than 200k companies have switched to Salesforce. Also, the Salesforce job openings grew 50% annually over the last 5 years. Also, over the next 5 years, 5 million jobs will be created in Salesforce. So by this, it is clear that Salesforce is a booming field, and the growth in the field of Salesforce from now is very high in comparison to other technologies. Also, according to Forbes, there are 3.3 million jobs expected in the Salesforce ecosystem by 2022, and according to IDC, it is the number one CRM system that leads the market with 19.7% of the total market share, and it is a huge number. So no doubt Salesforce is among the best career option to choose. Now you must be curious about the salary of a Salesforce developer. Now let's look at that. So in India the average pay is 750k, and in the United States it is around 81k dollar. Also, according to Glassdoor, Salesforce developers earn an estimated $22,000 more than web developers per year, and the average hourly rate amongst the freelancers listed with the Salesforce is $85 per hour. That means a Salesforce expert can earn around $648 per day. So by this we can understand that the salary structure of a Salesforce developer is also exciting, isn't it?
Coming to the first question on this top Salesforce admin interview questions and answers set, it states explain Salesforce admin certification characteristics. Well, there are 3 different characteristics that you really should know about if you're approaching the Salesforce Admin 201 certification. In a way where, what you learn is a lot about how workflow, is functioned about, and of course, a lot about field creation and how you can go on to do a lot of task management as well. So who can learn Salesforce Admin training? Well, at the point of time, you can have system admins who can turn, you can have architects, security analysts, and of course, any other enthusiasts who are willing to, put the time, effort, and the skills needed for Salesforce Admin 201 as well. And then what's the average salary? Well, the average salary is around an average of $82,000 per annum in the USA, and of course this is an average salary. The number will keep changing, and of course it consists of both the lower median and the higher range too. And then coming to the second question, it says expand CRM and explain what it is. Well, CRM actually stands for Customer Relationship Management. It is one of these applications that we use to revolutionize the world of how we can provide services on the internet and then have customers interact with their business counterparts, right? Well, Salesforce is one of these platforms that helps us to automate and digitize all the marketing functions that's required. And of course, this at the end of the day means a lot of increase in the revenues and the profits too. It's not only that, the strategy of actually bringing in more revenue and profit is done by the customers, clients, and the actual sales that happen, right? So this one important thing that surrounds the entire world of revolves around the entire world of CRM, of course, as the C suggests, it's customer value itself. There are 4 types of CRM initiatives, as you should know. You have customer acquisition, customer retention, customer churning, and of course customer win back. So depending on the particular situation the customer is in, or in the initiative that he or she is in, they'll be assigned a quota, and of course at the end of the day they will be responsible for the business to drive in more profits and revenues, and you have CRM experts who make sure to bridge that gap as well. And then coming to question number 3, it says distinguish between salesforce.com and force.com. Well, to be honest, both of these are relatively the same, but what differs is the actual functionality. See, what happens in Salesforce.com is that we use it to help build CRM functionality based applications. For example, let's say you have an iPhone application that has the capability to either make phone calls, it can store all your contact details, and any of the other functions that a phone should do, right? So if you're an app to do that, you'll be using something like Salesforce.com to do it. But then you'll be using Force.com when you want to customize a data model and see how you can generate and build a good user interface. See, you will need an iOS working environment that can run and build apps, right? So for that particular purposes, you will be using Force.com, and this simple difference is something that's very vital because functionality is the big name here. Coming to question number 4, it says, what are the available portals in Salesforce? Well, there are actually 3 types of portals that are available in Salesforce. You have the customer portal, you have the partner portal, and of course the self-service portal. With the customer portals, what it does is that it enables us to actually utilize all the capabilities of the internet, like a very streamlined flow of channeling data. As a streamlined flow of channel where you can deliver good service at the end of the day. Next, we have partner portals. Partner portals make sure that you have users who are basically partners, that they can log into Salesforce by using a website, and of course it will be used for non-partners as well. And then coming to self-service portals. Self-service portal, here customers will be able to search for all the details of an organization by making use of this portal, and it's a pretty simple task to go about doing that too. And then coming to the 5th question, it states, why do we use tabs in Salesforce? Mention the types of tabs. Well, in Salesforce, the website itself, a list of tabs are actually placed under the same name, the tab menu. And of course, what are tabs used for? They're used to access an object's data, right? Well, if you're at this point in time in this video, you really should know this. And of course, there are 3 types of tabs. We have web tabs, we have the visual force tabs, and of course, we have the custom tabs. So when you ask this question, make sure to answer it this way. And then coming to question number 6, it states, what is profile? Mention the types of profiles available in Salesforce. Well, a profile is something which is very similar to what settings and permissions would be, right? It's exactly that. It is actually used to perform different functions, whatever it is, depending on what the users have defined and how one can go about managing records as well. So there are 2 types of profiles that you have to know about. One is the standard profiles and one is the custom profiles. Standard profiles are of course created by Force.com. Custom profiles, as the name suggests, are created by the users themselves. For standard profiles, you'll have a standard user, you'll have a solution manager, marketing user, you'll have read-only, you'll have system admin, and a lot of other profiles as well. Coming to question number 7, it says how to delete or freeze users in Salesforce.com. Well, this is a very tricky question. In fact, it's a very important question. You have to know that you cannot delete a user in Salesforce.com, but you can deactivate by using the freeze option. So deletion is not possible. You can deactivate by using the freeze option. To freeze someone, you have to go to setup, manage users and users there, find the user that you want to deactivate on, and of course you can click on freeze there. So it's as simple as that, but you do have to specifically mention that deleting a user is not possible. And then coming to question number 8, it states, mention the ways to store files, documents, and images in Salesforce.com. Well, you can store files, documents, and images on the Salesforce website by using a lot of means. You can use attachments, and of course you can bring the files via documents. You can have your Google Drive bring the data. You can have a lot of libraries, shatter files, and of course a lot of other ways. So the convenience of Salesforce, you cannot beat at this, because at the end of the day, you can bring in data from a wide variety of sources without having to do much. Coming to question number 9, it says give one-word answers to the following questions. Well, the questions are like this. In the Visual Force page, how many field dependencies are used? The answer is 10. We use 10 field dependencies in the Visual Force page. So can 2 users have the same profile in Salesforce? Well, of course they can, right? So the answer to that is yes. And which field cannot be added as a custom index? Well, this is again a very important question. I'm sure you would have guessed the answer by now. It's the formula field. And can we edit a formula field value in a record? The answer is no, you cannot edit a formula field value in the record. And of course, can we use sharing rules to restrict data access? The answer is no, you cannot use sharing rules to restrict the data access, right? So these are certain simple yes or no questions that can be asked in a sort of a rapid fire kind of a manner in the interviews, and if you are asked this, well, now you know how to answer them. And then coming to the 10th question, it states how to set the login hours and the login IP ranges for the users in Salesforce. Well, login hours, right? So again, it is set by the organization itself, and of course you can log in the before or And then of course you can restrict the login time before or after whatever hours have been defined. To do that, you just have to go into setup, administration, manage users, profiles, and in the profiles you can work with logic hours. And then for logic IP, what we're trying to do with logic IP is here we're trying to restrict the attempt from an unauthorized IP address. To again go on to manage this, you'll have to go to the same pane to setup, administration, setup, manage users, and of course profiles there. So this can be used in an easy way to set up the login hours and the login IP ranges for the user. So if you want someone to not log in apart from the restricted time, you can do that. If you want to block off unauthorized IP addresses, or even let's say you know an IP address and you don't want the IP person sitting behind the IP address to access your data, well of course in that particular case you can map your login hours and login IP to make sure that the data is safe. And then coming to question number 11, it says list the characteristics and functions of a roll-up summary field. Well, there are many characteristics of a roll-up summary field, and 3 or 4 are extremely important. One thing you have to know is that it is actually created for a master detail relationship, right? So that's its entire purpose. But then if you're wondering, is it possible to go on for a lookup relationship? The answer is no, it's not meant for that, right? And then one important characteristic you have to know is that auto numbers will not be available in the case of the roll-up summary field. You cannot change the field type, and of course it has the capability to derive the data from the child object, right? And functions of all the roll-up summary fields are you can have the min function, the max function, sum count. So all of these aggregation functions are possible when you're using the roll-up summary field. So these are some of the top 4 or 5 characteristics of a roll-up summary field. And then coming to question number 12, it says what are the different kinds of reports that are present in Salesforce? Well, there are 3 or 4 very important kinds of reports that you have to know about. We have the tabular report, we have matrix report, you have summary report, and of course you have the joined report. Now, when we're talking about tabular report is something which is extremely similar to what a spreadsheet would look like, right? It's simple. You can figure out the data in a fast way, in a rapid way, and it's one of the best ways that we have on how easily can we create a list of records and to use them later, right? And then we have the summary report. Summary report is very similar to tabular report, but here, we can allow users to group rows of data. You can create charts based on the data, and of course, you can view all the subtotals and do a lot more too. And then we have the matrix report. Matrix report is in terms a little bit similar to the summary report, but here, the users can group the data and summarize the data based on both rows and columns. And then we have joined report. Well, with joined report, it is very easy to create multiple report blocks, which has the capabilities to provide a different variety of view for the data. And each of these blocks acts as a sub report in itself, right? So these are the 4 kinds of reports that are present in Salesforce. And then coming to question number 13, it states define dynamic dashboards and can we schedule dynamic dashboards? Why do we use dynamic dashboards, right? Well, these basically help us to set all of the metrics that we have in any sort of organizational usage. They are put into place because we require all the security settings for dashboards and of course, at salesforce.com as well. And why are they created? Well, they're created to provide security settings for dashboards at salesforce.com, right? And of course, there are 2 setting options that are present when one goes on to use dynamic dashboards. You can run it as a specified user or you can run it as a logged in user as well. So this kind of a dynamic view that Salesforce provides is definitely a huge advantage in terms of CRM tools, in my opinion. And then coming to question number 14, it states name the different workflow components in salesforce.com. Well, there are 5 workflow components that you really have to mention when you ask this question. It's the workflow rules, you have the workflow field updates, you have tasks, you have workflow email alerts, and of course the workflow outbound messages as well. So if you're asked the workflow components, make sure to mention at least 4 or 5 of these components that are present in salesforce.com. And then coming to question number 15, it says what are the limitations of a time-dependent workflow? Well, there are 2 main things when we talk about whenever we think about time dependency and how time dependent workflow limits a lot of things, right? One thing is that time triggers will not support the usage of minutes or seconds. That should definitely be one of the setbacks. And of course, time triggers cannot be able to reference formula fields whenever you're talking about related objects and how one can go on to merge the fields as well. But then you cannot add or remove a time trigger depending on 2 things. See, you cannot add or remove them if there is a workflow rule that is currently active, and of course if it's included in the package itself, right? In that particular case, it would not be possible to add or remove a time trigger there. And then coming to the 16th question, it says how many ways are there to call an Apex class? Well, there are actually 4 ways of how you can call an Apex class. And the popular ones are by using triggers, you have visual page, you have web service, and of course you have email services as well, right? So these are the 4 important ways of how one can call an Apex service. And on that note, coming to the 17th question, it says how to insert multiple records at a time. Well, you have a code snippet on your screen that provides the ability to insert multiple records in a single go. So make sure to take a look at that. And guys, I have one advice whenever you're asked questions like this. If always handy, or open up the Salesforce website, go into your account, and of course go on to show there practically. Have your laptop handy, and of course an internet connection as well. So during an interview, wherever possible, in my opinion, it's always it'll add a lot of value to your candidature if you can show things practically rather than write it down. I mean, of course, you can begin by writing down the piece of code, and then you can offer the interviewer saying that you can show it practically if he or she agrees, which I'm sure they will. In that particular case, you should definitely take the practical approach there. Now with that, coming to the next question, the 18th question, it says, when do we use data loader? See, data loader is used in these particular scenarios. One, when you really have to load more than 50,000 or somewhere around 50 lakh records. And of course, when you have to load an object which is not yet supported by any other web-based importing means. When you have to export your data, why do we export our data? For backups, of course. And then when you want to prevent all the duplicates that happens whenever you're uploading the records, right? It's not only this, for example, let's say you want your data to be loaded on when you're, for example, performing multiple mapping in the future as well. So even for that, data loaders are used effectively. Coming to the 19th question, it states define SaaS or SaaS. Well, SaaS stands for software as a service. It's one of the cloud service provisions. It's a service that's provided where you can develop an application by saving a lot of money based on hardware, based on software, based on requirement and scaling support too. So, you can have all of the web services and SOAs or the service oriented architectures when you're going to use SaaS. And of course, there are many top providers. We have Abico, we have Excelops, we have Akamai, we have App Dynamics and Apprenda. These are some of the top SaaS providers out there. Now, there's a good chance you'll be asked about the other services as well. So let's check that out. For example, the next question may be, okay, define PaaS. Well, PaaS stands for platform as a service. Well, here, a platform is given to you. Hardware, storage, network services, and an operating system, a working operating system is given to you to the cloud. But then to use all of these services, right, it's based on your subscription. You'll have to pay, just like how you'll be renting hardware, right? It's similar, but it's on the cloud. So who are the top PaaS providers we have? We have AppScale, of course, we have EB2, which is the Elastic Beanstalk from AWS. We have Epistry, and we have CA Technologies, and we have Engineer. These guys are the top PaaS providers out there. And then, of course, the next question we'll have to check out is IaaS. Well, IaaS stands for infrastructure as a service. So what the cloud provider provides here is, for example, storage, hosting services, servers, and a lot more. So you have the complete infrastructure that is given to you on the cloud platform. You have AWS, you have AT&T, CA Technologies, Cloud Scaling, Bluelock, Eucalyptus, and then, of course, there are other companies out there who do a very good IaaS too. So depending on the requirement, you would pick up one of these. So if you want a PaaS service, you can pick up an offering from that. If you want SaaS or IaaS, depending on what's needed and what's the need of the hour, you can go on to pick that. So all these three questions can be asked in another way. You can be asked to differentiate between IaaS, PaaS, and SaaS. In that particular case, now with these three answers, you know what each of the offerings are in terms of cloud storage, right? So you can go on to answer them in an effective way. With that, coming to the 22nd question, it says, what are the different Salesforce editions that are present currently? Well, currently we have 5 different Salesforce editions. You have Salesforce Essential, Salesforce Professional, Salesforce Enterprise, Unlimited, and Salesforce Developer as well, right? And it always adds value for you guys to talk 1 or 2 lines about these editions in case if you have used any of them, or in fact, whatever you have used, right? It would definitely add value to talk about that too. And then coming to the 23rd question, it says, what are login hours and login IP ranges in Salesforce? Well, we already discussed what this is. This is a very important question, so I really had to mention this again, right? So you can schedule a login and log out based on the working hours or the time limit. You can flag a user who does not keep to the schedule and to go on to change these login hours. You can go on to set up administration, manage users and profiles to go on to do that. To reiterate what is IP ranges, secure access, and of course you can prevent any kind of loss or misuse of data too. You'll go to a similar section in the Salesforce UI to go on to change the login IP ranges too. This is a very important question, so make sure you know how to go about doing this. If you have a laptop in front of you, please do open it and do show this practically. And then coming to the 24th question, it says, what is field level security and how can it be controlled? Well, field level security, why is it even required, right? Field level security, why is it required? It helps us to control all the accessibility of a user to any particular data field that he or she may or may not be authorized to take a look at or edit, right? So if you're providing one user with the access to, let's say, see, edit, manipulate, or delete data, present in an object, well, in this particular case, you might be giving the person these edit and manipulation rights based on his or her work, and of course you can hide all of these details and objects from the other users who are not authorized to modify the data that's present too. So to control each of these single fields, right, we have field level security. You can have profiles, you can have permission sets, and it can be done in a very easy way. So coming to question number 25, it says, what is a custom metadata type? Well, you really should know what a custom metadata type is, right? We use it to store all of the information about an organization. As the name suggests, it's a custom object that we have. It can be customized based on the requirement. You can package it, upgrade it. You can have details of deployments and a lot of other things too. So, we use it to make sure that we can configure the application without really having to break our head or spend a lot of time thinking about data migration and all the policies and everything you have to follow for that. So rather than doing it manually, it can now be done by making use of a sandbox, which makes things even more easier to go about. And then coming to the 26th question, it says, why are you applying for the Salesforce role in our company? Well, when you're answering this question, right, you'll have to convince the interviewer about your interests, your incline towards Salesforce, and why you think Salesforce is having a revolutionary impact, of course, on your life as a career and out there as a business as well. It adds a lot of value if you talk about the impact and the usage of Salesforce in the particular company that you're interviewing for, and how you think that it is adding value to them and how better can it be done. But then to go on to talk about why that particular company itself, in that case, you really have to need to know the job description in detail. You have to know about what's expected of you, what the company does, how you would fit in, and do you think you are the right fit for the role. To provide one answer for all of these questions would definitely be impossible. So it depends on you guys, but then take that approach to answer it and you will impress the interviewer that way. And then coming to the 27th question, it states, what is your plan after joining for this Salesforce admin role? Well, again, this is one of those questions which shows your interest in this particular field. To answer this, talk about how you want to invest your time to understand what the Salesforce architecture that is already existing in the company is like, how you are willing to put yourself out there on the map, and of course how you are willing to bring some changes. All the goal is to make sure that you can talk about this in a structured way. See, for example, Salesforce is a CRM tool where a lot of trendy things whenever that comes about in all of the world of CRM, Salesforce are the people who are going to jump on it first, right? On that particular case, you have to talk about how you can learn new things and implement it, verify if it's working, and all of these in a rapid manner in a production environment too. And then if you're approaching the question in this particular way, I am sure you can impress the interviewer. And then coming to question number 28, it states, do you have any previous experience in Salesforce? Well, if you do have past experiences, and if you're coming from a same Salesforce background, do talk about that, because with that, the interviewer is trying to understand what, you cannot mention all your details on the resume, right? You cannot have a 10-page resume to talk about what you had done in the previous company. Now, when you're given a chance, you definitely should talk about what work you did, with your team. And of course, what is the impact you had on the organization? What was your takeaway? And it's two sides of the bridge. It's how you helped the organization and how the old organization helped you shape your career as well. But then if you're a fresher who's asked this question, you can say, of course, that you do not have any professional experience. But if you have interned previously in an environment which uses Salesforce, or if you have done any projects or any explorations on your own to learn Salesforce, or if you have a certification program done in Salesforce, this is the right time to answer that. And then coming to the 29th question, it says, do you possess any other skill that can add value to this Salesforce admin role? See, if you're at this video, I am sure you will already know all the primary skills that's needed for the Salesforce admin role, right? So the interviewer will not ask you what are the skills that's required for this particular job, because if you're already there interviewing, there's a good chance you already have these skills. But what are the other skills which are extremely important? You'll require very good communication and team playing skills for sure, because if it's a big project that you're handling, it's a very good chance you will not be soloing it out. And of course, you need to know how to go on to handle complex user interface, because sometimes things with Salesforce can ramp up pretty easily, and how to work with data is something you're going to have to work. And then of course, another thing is that you really need the know-how of how you can go on to work with data and handle the same too, right? So if you talk about 4 or 5 other skills, or what we call as secondary skills, it is definitely going to add value to your candidature. And then coming to the 30th question, it says, have you earned any sort of certification to improve your learning and implementation process? Well, again, a certification program is going to add immense wealth of knowledge to you, right? So you will be trained by industry level professionals across the globe. You will get a lot of knowledge. You'll become proficient in all of the concepts that's required based on what kind of certification you're approaching. And at the end of the day, you can go from beginner to an expert real quick if you are willing to put in the right amount of time and efforts into it, right? This is all good, this is for you, but what does it say to the interviewer? Well, to the interviewer, it states 3 good points if you are certified. One thing is that it shows that you have an interest to actually advance your career in this particular field. You might be coming from a very different background, right? You might be coming from a commerce background or another development background, and you saw that you have interest in CRM, and that you found that you're good with Salesforce. So in the particular case, you have put in the good amount of time, money and effort to become an expert. Going from a beginner to becoming an expert shows a strong aspiration, right? And of course, it's not only that. If you've picked up a certification program, it means that you are an effective learner. You have the capabilities to learn things and implement industry level projects. And on that note, how should you answer this question? See, of course, if you have multiple certification offerings, examinations that you have cleared, do talk about them, do list everything. But if you're talking about certification programs, one thing in my opinion is, do not take a lot of time to answer what it is that you have learned through that, but then do talk about how you have used what you have learned. Well, in that particular case, all of these interviewers and recruiters are behind your knowledge, right? They want to know what you have practically done and how can you start contributing to their company in a quick way. For that reason alone, you will require a lot of practical knowledge that's going to help you in the job as well. See, this is something which is very important, talking about the practical experiences, projects, use cases, and a lot of those things instead of just the theoretical concepts of what you have learned.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Salesforce online training mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. So guys, we have come to the end of the session. If you have any doubts, please put down in the comment section below. We will try to answer it as soon as possible. Thank you so much for watching.